The Alpha requests your presence, said one of the warriors as he looked at me with a disgusted face. That was common for me. Every single person in this pack hated me because I didn't have my wolf, and being the beta's daughter, I was the embarrassment of my whole family. Scratch that. I was the embarrassment of the whole pack. I cleaned my hands in my worn-out jeans. I didn't have anything decent to wear, but I tried to make the most of the few clothes that I had thanks to Sylvia, my only friend in this pack. Sometimes I wonder why everyone hated me so much. If it was because of my wolf, I had no say in that, and their hatred was plain stupid. It didn't matter though. I don't think they needed a reason to hate me. They just needed someone to direct their anger at. I followed the warrior to the Alpha's office. That is another thing. I'm always watched, like I'm some sort of enemy. My name is Ivy Summers, I'm 17 years old, and to my pack I'm an outcast and anomaly in the werewolf community. At 16 you usually gain your wolf, but I didn't. My mom died after she gave birth to me, so they started saying that me being wolf-less was because of a curse as I killed my mom. I reached the Alpha's office and knocked on the door softly. I do think carefully to avoid being yelled at or beaten. When I heard the "come in," I opened the door to find my worst enemies. My sister Bianca, one of my biggest tormentors, sat in the lap of Alpha Alexander, who is going to be Alpha next week. The current Alpha Corey, which is behind his desk, while his son was in the couch close to the window. I saw Alpha Alexander stiffen. Weird. I was told that you called me Alpha? After I finished speaking, I heard a growl coming from Alpha Corey. He hated that I spoke first. What have I told you, Ivy? You cannot speak unless spoken to, or do I have to give you a lesson again? I felt a chill in my back as I remembered that beating. It left me incapacitated for almost an entire week, especially since I couldn't receive medical treatment. No, Alpha, that won't be necessary. It won't happen again. With that, he gave me a satisfied look. I called you because I need you to organize everything for my son's ceremony. He has chosen his Luna, as you can see, and I'm giving him the pack. Oh great, more things for me to do. You have to send the invitations, prepare the food and the sweets for every Alpha or Beta that may come. I saw my sister's face. She was damn happy that I was the one doing this shitty job, and it was because she took my mate from me. I still remember the day when I found out that I was Alexander's mate. It was the worst day of my life. No, I am not going through that path again. I shook that thought and tried to concentrate on what Corey was saying. Is everything clear? What did he say? I'm not going to ask. That is going to get me a beating. It can't be that hard. I've organized everything in this pack for almost 2 years now. Yes, Alpha. Is that all? So I can start preparing everything. I saw my sister grind against Alexander. Gross, thankfully, I don't feel pain anymore. Or let's just say that I've grown used to pain, so it doesn't affect me as much. No. Ivy. I saw how a malicious smile appeared on my sister's face. It's been what? Like almost 2 years and you don't have a wolf, right? I wanted to growl at her, but I couldn't. I just looked at her and tried to suppress the urge to hit her. When I wasn't answering, she continued. If you don't have a wolf by your 18th birthday, then why do you live here? You are one more mouth to feed and don't do anything here. Calm down, Ivy, just breathe. She wants you to loose your mind so that she can beat you herself. She has a point, Dad, but I think I have a better plan, said Alexander. Great, now he is going to talk shit about me as well, as they didn't know that I did everything in the pack house and for 0 payment. What do you suggest, son? We can't banish her, she hasn't broke any laws. Yet if I don't leave in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna lose my and get myself killed. They talk as if I'm not here. Well, the Alpha King has requested a breeder. Since she is a beta by blood, she could produce amazing heirs. I want to vomit. That being said, it could give us a great opportunity to gain a place within the council. Alexander said. I can't believe he is considering it. I'm not even of age right now. That is a great idea, son. I knew you can be an Alpha. You are behaving like one just now. Why, Moon Goddess, why do you hate me so much? Ivy said, Alpha Corey with anger. You are not listening to me, but since you are going to be the king's breeder, I can't leave any marks. Great. If by your 18th birthday you don't have a wolf, you are going to go with the king. And if I refuse? I said, I don't care if they beat me. My body is not for sale. Like says you have forgotten your place, I saw as Alpha Core's eyes fogged, meaning he was mind-linking someone, and a few seconds later, the door burst open as 3 warriors entered. They grabbed me and injected my neck with wolfsbane as I tried to break free from their grip. It was useless. They were stronger than me. I could only see how they carried me to the dungeon of the pack, a place that I knew damn well. Their fun is just beginning. At least I don't have to prepare Alexander's ceremony. I just hope that death will arrive. Everything is better than this. It's been 3 days, I think. It's hard to keep track of time when you can't see the sunlight. They have tortured me all this time. Apparently they can't offer me to the king if I don't agree with it, so they need me to change my mind. Yeah, right, like that is going to happen. They can kill me first, for all I care. My cell is small. I have a bed so that I can get some sleep, a hole to make my business, and that is all. They haven't even fed me. If this keeps going on, I'm certainly going to die. The only thing that I have drink is wolfsbane, so my throat is severely burned. My hair is a complete mess. It is covered in dirt, sweat, and blood. I suppose I have a few broken bones, especially my ribs. I feel that my life is slipping away, and I'm really happy for it. The only thing that I regret is not leaving this pack sooner. But I guess that I had the dream that one day everyone was going to be nice to me. Sadly, dreams don't come true. At least not for me. I hear as a pair of footsteps approach the cell. If I have to guess, I suppose is Alpha Core once again. He has come every single day to see if I have changed my mind, and every time I refuse to be a breeder, he beats the shit out of me. Little Ivy, why the hell is she here? Was it not enough that she was the one that begun all this suffering? What do you want, Bianca? Came here to rejoice yourself? I look up to her and see that sinister smile forming on her face. Dear sister, this is only starting. I want to end you for good. As long as you exist, you will always be a threat to Alexander and me. Is she delusional? Are you kidding me right now? I started laughing. So she caused my rejection, and now she wants me gone because I'm a threat? What did I even do to her? You were given what was originally mine. Damn, did I say that out loud. If you were taking about Alexander, he was my mate first. Alpha Alexander to you, Ivy, she interrupted me. Whatever. He was my mate first. You decided to break the bond given by the moon goddess, and I accepted the rejection. I don't even want him. Liar, you always wanted your mate. I bet that when you found out who it was, you thought that your place would change. A soft whimper came from me because it was true. Indeed, I thought that it was my chance to prove that I was worthy to everyone. To change how the pack saw me. See, you can't even deny it. What do you want? She came here for a reason, and after she tells me whatever is going on her head, I want her gone. Nothing really, just wanted to see how long you would last. After you die, that little friend of yours is coming here as she attacked me, her future Luna. She must have made Sylvia lose her temper. She knows how to push everyone's buttons. What do you want? I repeated myself with anger. You know what I want, and I do. This might be the only way that I could accept what they wanted. And my sister discovered my only weakness. Tell your boyfriend and his dad that they have their breeder. My sister smiled once again and left my cell. I couldn't let them hurt my friend. I am going to protect her even if it costs me my life. I looked at my hands and cried. From now on, I will be the king's breeder. It's been 3 days since my ex-mate was taken to the dungeons. Right now I have Bianca on my lap in my office as we wait for my father to arrive. Bianca has tried to get in my pants for the last days, but I can't enjoy her anymore. What the hell is wrong with me? My ex-mate has never bothered me before. Why does it bother me now that she is in the dungeon? You are weird, said Bianca, and I know she is right, but what can I say to her when I don't understand my own feelings? Ever since that came, I didn't let her finish as a growl came from me that I couldn't control. I need to calm myself, and especially my wolf. I haven't heard him since I rejected my mate. Once in a while he makes himself present, but doesn't say anything to me. See, you are growling at me. What is going on with you? I composed myself and tried again to talk with Aries, but once again I am completely ignored. Nothing is going on. I need your sister to agree to become the king's breeder. But she refuses to. even though she is being tortured since she was dragged to the dungeon. Part of it is true, I need that alliance to make this pack stronger. But at the same time it bothers me that she has to be with another man. I haven't even had her. I still remember the day she found out we were mates. I knew since I turned 16 that she was my mate, but that must be wrong. She doesn't even have a wolf. How can someone so weak become a Luna? It was not possible. So I waited until she turned 16, since I am 3 years older than she. It was a long wait. Every year it was harder for me to control myself. Ivy is beautiful, with her caramel skin, those gorgeous green eyes that contrast with her dark curly hair. She has amazing curves that everyone would die for. She may not realize it, but a lot of the males of the pack wanted her. Not as their mate, but to have some fun. It infuriated me. Since we turn 12 we can hear our wolves and start to mind link. In fact, the higher the rank the sooner you hear your wolf. Ivy never heard her wolf, and since her mom died during her birth it was said that she was cursed. No one wanted a cursed mate. That didn't stop me from wanting her, so I decided to be with her sister Bianca. She is not as pretty as Ivy, although both of them have the same complexion. Bianca doesn't have that spark that Ivy does. When Ivy turned 16 it was clear that she didn't have a wolf, and that only proves that she wasn't worthy of being a Luna. I waited until the full moon raised that night and went to find her. It wasn't hard. Her strawberry scent was stronger than ever and I let it take me to her. I reached the lake in our territory and found her. She was looking up at the sky as a few tears trailed her beautiful face. I felt my heart ache but quickly recover from it as I saw her turn her head at me and look me directly in my eyes. I was surprised that she could recognize me as her mate since she didn't have a wolf. Or did she? Well, it didn't matter. I came here for a reason. Please don't do it, Alexander. She is our gift from the moon goddess, said Ares, but I couldn't care less. Before I started talking, she said something that startled me. You came here to reject me, right? She said. I was astonished for a moment. Why doesn't she look sad? It is almost as she was expecting this. Why do you care, asshole? You want her to suffer, said Ares. I don't care. She can't be Luna. She is weak. I replied to him. Mark my words, Alexander, if you reject her I won't forgive you, he threatened. It is too bad that I don't care what anyone thinks. I know your wolf Ares doesn't want to reject me, but I refuse to be with someone that has known I'm her mate and decided to be with my sister, she said, making me look at her in confusion. Only a few people know my wolf's name, and I doubt someone told her. How do you know his name? I asked, genuinely curious. It doesn't matter. I, Ivy Summers, daughter of Max and Stephanie Summers, betas of Blue Lake Pack, reject you, Alexander Diamond, future Alpha, as your mate and future Luna. As soon as she finished speaking, I felt how our bond broke. It was so painful that I almost fell. My chest was on fire and a few tears escaped my eyes. Why isn't she in pain? I, Alexander Diamond, accept your rejection, Ivy Summers, and my mate and LL Luna, I managed to say, stuttering at the end. As soon as I finished, the greatest pain I have ever felt came to me. I didn't understand how she was still standing. Ares, why doesn't she feel the rejection? I asked my wolf. He must have a clue for her to be so unbothered by all of this. I don't know, she must be powerful, he said, and then whimpered as he retreated to the back of my mind. What he said at the end had my mind running 1,000 miles per hour. Ivy powerful? But she doesn't have a wolf. I was going to ask her why she is so unfazed to the rejection when she spoke. I'm not going to answer any questions that you may have. I have known that you are my mate for 2 years now. I knew that you would reject me, so I saved you the drama. Leave me alone from now on. Her face is emotionless. My goddess, she is so beautiful, even more with those angry eyes. After she rejected me, she left. I stayed there for a few hours until the pain subsided and went back home. I don't understand anything that happened that night, but since that day I decided to be close to her. I couldn't be obvious, so I did what everybody did. Bully her. I was taken from my thoughts when my father entered my office. He looks angry, for what reason I don't know. He is always angry. He only cares for power and nothing else. Always treated my mom like shit. Like you are any different from him, said Ares. Wait, Ares. I was going to try to talk with my wolf when my father spoke. We need Ivy to agree to be the king's breeder. From what I have gathered, He won't accept any breeder that is being forced to be with him. Apparently he doesn't like to force himself on others. What a pussy," he exclaimed. "I wouldn't talk about the king like that, you know as well as I do how cruel he can be." My father scoffed. Yeah. Back to the point, how are we going to make that girl agree?" I was asking myself the same thing. I knew that we can't force Ivy to become his breeder. Even if we did, she is one hell of a firecracker and everyone would know that we forced her. "We threaten her," Bianca said. That got my father's attention. "And with what may we threaten her, dear?" "From what I know, everyone hates her and treat her poorly," he said. And it was true. I don't think she has a single friend. Her only friend here. That she-wolf Sylvia. She would do anything to protect her. It wasn't a bad plan, but we couldn't hurt other pack members without a reason. "We can't hurt her, Bianca, you know that," I said. "We are not gonna hurt her, just make her think that we would." "And if she realizes that you are bluffing?" "She won't, trust me." I saw her smile, and something about it didn't settle with me. "Well, dear, if you think that you can convince her, then go to the dungeons and do your magic," my father said. After that, Bianca stood up and left the office after she gave me a kiss on my cheek. "You do realize, father, that if her plan backfires, Ivy won't bulge anymore," I said to my father. Sometimes he gets too power-hungry to realize that his plans are too stupid. "We will see what happens," he doesn't sound the least preoccupied. "Does that mean that he would actually hurt a pack member to get what he wants?" "Would it surprise you?" Aries said, and I had to agree with him. My father was someone cruel. Am I becoming like him? They took me out of the dungeon and led me to a room in the pack house. They gave me new clothes for me to change when the king arrives. I don't think I have had such good clothing since I was a kid. There were dresses, pants, shirts, skirts, everything that you can think of. There was even some makeup for me to use. I don't know how to, but it is here. The sad thing is that I'm only given this because I'm about to be exchanged. That is how I see it, at least. I'm giving my virginity. In fact, I have not been touched by anybody. Not even my ex-mate. I remember that day clearly. I had the greatest surprise of all. I went to the lake to watch as the full moon came high in the sky. I came to the realization that I didn't have a wolf, which meant that I was going to be alone forever. That was until I heard her in my head. My wolf, and that realization had me crying as I saw the moon and thanked the moon goddess. That was when I felt him behind me. My mate. I already knew who he was. Don't ask me how, but I have always known since my 16th birthday. When you meet your mate, it is supposed to be a happy moment. But I knew that he didn't come here to accept me, and my wolf only confirmed my suspicions as she whimpered in my head. Great, I just had my wolf, and she is being rejected because her human is supposed to be cursed. I'm so sorry you have to go through this. You should have a better human, I said to my wolf. Thena, such a glorious counterpart for a human like me. Don't talk like that, Ivy, you have endured a lot. It is this pack that doesn't deserve forgiveness, said Athena and growled as we both heard my mate approaching. You came here to reject me, right? I said. I could see the confusion in his eyes. He probably thought that I couldn't recognize him as my mate, but I have known for a long time. Now with my new senses, I can confirm it. He smells like pine trees and rain. Two things that bring me comfort. Then something happened. I could gear someone else. Mark my words, Alexander. If you reject her, I won't forgive you. Who is that? That is Alexander's wolf, Aries, said my wolf. But wait, how does she know? We are special, Ivy. You just have to wait, she said. I couldn't understand what she meant, but only time could tell. I know your wolf Aries doesn't want to reject me, but I refuse to be with someone that has known I'm her mate and decided to be with my sister, I continued. I'm so sorry, Athena. I have to reject him. I was surprised when I heard her growl. I assumed that she would be pissed at me, or at least sad. I don't want Alexander as a mate, I want Aries. It is such a pity that he is paired with such a scum. Even though she didn't want Alexander, her nature is to want her mate. So when she asked me to sleep after the rejection for a while, I was okay with it. She needed to heal. How do you know his name? He asked. I didn't know how Ivy knew, but I was not going to tell him that. It doesn't matter. I, Ivy Summers, daughter of Max and Stephanie Summers, betas of Blue Lake Pack, reject you, Alexander Diamond, future Alpha as your mate and future Luna. And just like that, the bond broke. The worst pain I have ever felt engulfed me. But I was not going to show it. I could feel my heart and soul breaking in two. But I held my head high while he crumbled at my feet. I, Alexander Diamond, accept your rejection, Ivy Summers, and my mate, Luna. He responded. I could see the pain in his eyes. As the bond completely broke, I felt how Ivy retreated to the back of my mind. She needed her rest. I could see how his eyes filled with curiosity, but I wouldn't answer anything to him. I am not going to answer any questions that you may have. I have known that you are my mate for 2 years now. I knew that you would reject me, so I saved you the drama. Leave me alone from now on. With that, I just left him. I went to the woods, almost reaching the border. I had to release all the pain that I was experiencing. When I knew I was all alone, I started to cry as I looked at the sky. Why does the moon goddess hate me so much? I just wanted a mate that would love and cherish me. Instead, I got a duck head that preferred to be with my sister, with my worst enemy. From that day on, I tried to avoid him and my sister. I wanted to have a peaceful life in the pack until Ivy came into the picture, and I could transform. As soon as she is here with me, I will talk to Sylvia, so that we can go together. That is a promise. As I thought back to that moment, I couldn't help but feel hopeless. I would never complete that promise. I was being sold like an object and I couldn't do anything. If I tried to escape, my friend would be in danger. I had to think of a way to leave the king once I'm out of the territory. Or maybe I should talk to him to convince him that he should take Sylvia with us. That way, I could plan my escape with her when we are in the king's territory. I have a few days to come out with a plan. I can't fail her. 2 days later, today is the day that the king will arrive. I had to make myself presentable. Thankfully, since I gained my wolf, I can heal faster. Not as fast as the other wolves, but I suppose it is because I haven't had my first transformation. Still, if you look closely to me, you can see the faint bruises left all over my arms. As I walked to the pack house, I could hear everybody's whispers. They were all the same. For them, I was a who was selling herself for power. Yeah, right, like I wanted all of this. They cannot be more wrong. When I reached the pack house, I could see my sister at the entrance. A huge smile was plastered on her face. She got what she wanted. She finally got rid of me, and in the worst way possible. I tried to ignore her, but she had other plans. So you decided to come, she said to me. I didn't have a choice, remember? I replied. I wanted to vanish that damn smile from her face. I wanted to wipe the floor with her blonde hair. I still could not get it. We are sisters, and yet she treats me like her worst enemy. I know, that is what makes all of this so fun, she replied, but before I could give her some peace of my mind, Alexander appeared. The bond is broken now, but I can say that he is very handsome. He is at least 6 feet tall, making him a lot taller than me since I'm only 5'3" feet. His curly brown hair, that is buzzed at the sides, gives him a bad boy look that a lot of our pack females love. He has green eyes that remind me of the forest, and his body. Well, we train a lot, so almost everyone is extremely fit, but Alexander has the body of a god. For the 2 years that I knew that we were mated, I would find myself drooling for him. I couldn't feel the betrayal pains, but I think that had to do with me not having a wolf at that moment. Nevertheless, I could sense a little bit of his smell, and boy did it drove me crazy. That once until the rejection. At that moment, that uncontrollable attraction stopped. Now I can tell that he is handsome, but it didn't hurt much when I saw him with my sister. He has arrived, everyone prepare yourself to receive our majesty, Alexander said, and I could feel my heart stop. This was it. I had to face my buyer. I started to walk to be as far away as possible, until one of the guards approached me to tell me that I had to stand next to my sister. Great. I could feel my irritation growing as I turned around when I heard the deepest voice I had ever heard. Alpha Alexander, I came here just for the breeder. I won't be staying. As I turned around, I could feel my eyes moving without my consent as they connected with the most beautiful blue orbs I have ever seen. I could get lost just in those eyes. The man that spoke looked at me, and I could see how he was paralyzed and his nostrils flared. That's when I heard Athena speak, mate. What? Since I woke up, my wolf has been restless. he moved around my mind and is giving me the worst headache. I have asked him several times what is wrong, but all he answers is that he doesn't know. Super helpful, by the way. I have to go to that damn pack to fetch my breeder. When you are 28 and haven't found your mate, it is highly unlikely that you even have one. I have considered having a chosen mate, but I want to have an heir before so that any woman that approaches me is not because of power. For years I have had she-wolves approach me to try to get pregnant so that they have access to the crown. Thankfully, I can sense their tricks from a mile away. I'm not a womanizer, but have had some flings when my wolf needs to blow some steam off. Your Majesty, Beta Andrew has prepared everything for your departure, said one of my warriors. Thank you, Stephen, I answered him. I wanted to do this as fast as possible. From what I have heard, Blue Lake Pack's Alpha is a total douche. He still has slaves, he doesn't respect his Luna, and is cruel to his pack members. You would think that as a king I could do something, and I have wanted to for a long time, but the council doesn't let me. That makes me think that he has some powerful backup. I just wanted to find out who to put an end to him. I bet that the so-called breeder is one of those she-wolves that just want power. Too bad that I'm going to have her sign a contract so she doesn't have a claim on my pup. Ready, Your Majesty? Said Andrew as I opened the back door to find him there. I growled at him and he chuckled. My pack members don't usually use my title. Some call me Alpha to maintain some respect. My warriors call me Majesty only if they are on duty. Andrew does it to piss me off. Shush it, I said, and he chuckled. He gave me a folder with the picture of the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her name is Ivy Summers, born on March 6th, so she will turn 18 tomorrow. She is a beta, daughter of Max Summers. There is not much information from her. She doesn't even use social media or has a phone number. As I looked at her picture, I couldn't take off my mind that she was just 17 years old. Why on earth would they give such a young woman for a breeder? Doesn't it seem off to you? I asked Andrew. Yeah, it does. I called to the house to talk to her and she seemed okay with it. I don't know much either. I growled at the thought that she might be forced to do this. I made a mental note to ask her when I take her out of the pack. If her pack is willing to give her away at such a young age, then they will most likely do it again. I can't leave her there. There is something else, Andrew said. Her mother died when she gave birth to her. 5 years later, her dad married a chosen mate. I nodded to this new information. I felt my wolf stir in my mind, but he wouldn't talk to me. What the hell is wrong with you, I said, but with no response. I opened my computer to finish some work. It was a long journey, so I better get comfortable. One day later, we were finally near the pack. I couldn't wait till we got there. All the time I have thought of her. Those beautiful green eyes, her caramel skin, and those amazing black curls that frame her face. It was hard for me to control my desire for her, but I had to. I couldn't lose control or I could curl up. I needed to find information first. If she was forced to be my breeder, then I would bring her to my pack so that she could be free. Alpha, we are entering Blue Lake's territory, Andrew said. I looked through the window and felt how my wolf wanted to come to the surface. I had a hard time controlling him. Atlas, what the hell is going on with you? I said to him, but he just grunted in response. It was starting to frustrate me that I couldn't control my damn wolf. Hey man, what is wrong with you? Asked Andrew. Atlas is going crazy but won't tell me why, I answered him. He gave me a confused look, but before he could ask me more, Matthew, the driver, told us that we had arrived at the pack house. You should take care of that first, Andrew said, as he gestured to my pants. Damn woman, since I saw her picture I was hard. I tried to distract myself with work, but my mind went back to her every single time. Those plump lips, damn. I was hard as a rock. I tried to calm myself as my beta presented himself, and as I exited the car I could see Alpha Corey with his Luna, his son, and I suppose his mate. I could see the resemblance between her and my breeder, probably sisters, but Ivy was more beautiful. Before I could see anyone else, the Alpha spoke to me. Your Majesty, I hope that your journey wasn't too complicated. Let me guide you to your room, as we will give a feast for your visit, he said with a smile. A fake smile, I have to add. And a feast. Who said I was staying? I gave clear instructions that I wanted to see the breeder and leave. Moon Goddess, give me patience. Alpha Kori, who is the Alpha in charge? I asked. That would be me, Your Majesty, answered his son. I'm Alpha Alexander. We haven't done the transition ceremony, but I am in charge of the pack at the moment. Very well then, I approached him. Alpha Alexander, I came here just for the breeder. I won't be staying. I could see the shocked faces of everybody. I guess that their feast is going to waste. I was about to ask him where she was, when the soft breeze brought to my senses the most delicious smell. There was a hint of vanilla and berries. My mouth instantly watered, and I moved my eyes towards the direction of that smell. My eyes instantly connected with the woman that had haunted my thoughts for the last day. As soon as I saw her, my wolf exclaimed something that had me over the moon. Mate! What? She is our mate, Cade. Go to her now. Atlas said. I finally found her, my destined mate, and she was gorgeous. I could see in her eyes that she recognized me as her mate, so why was she looking so scared? I wanted to ask her when the woman that I suppose was her sister spoke. Excuse me, Your Majesty, my name is Bianca. I'm Alpha Alexander's chosen mate. Allow me to introduce you to Ivy Summers, my sister, she said. But when Ivy didn't move, I could see her gaze turn murderous. That made a growl escape from my mouth. How dare she disrespect my mate, and in front of me? Hello, Ivy. My name is King Kite Hills. I could see how her eyes moved, but she was still frozen in place. Why does she look so scared? When I saw that she wasn't going to answer, I continued. I would like to speak to you. Could we go somewhere private? She just moved her head in approval, so I took that as my answer. I looked at Bianca to ask her to guide me to somewhere private, but as I turned, I could see how she was fuming with anger. Atlas started to fight me for control. He wanted her head for looking at my mate like that. Bianca, show me to a private place, I said. Usually I treat everyone fairly, but she was getting on my freaking nerves. She looked at me and plastered a fake smile on her face. Surely, Your Majesty, Ivy, come. I growled at her before she continued. Her tone towards my mate was making it really hard to control my wolf. He was ready to rip her apart. That got me a confused look from everyone. What the hell is going on here? Isn't my mate a beta? She should be respected, but everyone treats her like shh. Something is going on in here, and I'm going to find out exactly what the hell that is. I let my mate and made a fool of myself. Great, just great. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. If I thought that Alexander was good looking, damn, my mate was in a whole different league. You are so right, I could lick him anytime. Athena, calm yourself. You are not helping. He is yummy, indeed. He is taller than Alexander. I would say at least 6'5", 5 feet, making me look like a kid next to him. He has mesmerizing blue eyes with sparks of gold and green, short black hair at the sides and longer at the top. Luscious, full, pink lips that were just asking to be kissed. And his body. I could see that he had rippling muscles under that black suit that he was wearing, and I think that he has a tattoo, but it was covered by his shirt. I'm drooling, and that is making me make a fool of myself. I haven't answered him correctly, for God's sake. I look like a damn mute, and Bianca is giving me deathly stares. Well, I guess I deserve it. He is the king after all, and I haven't talked properly to him. He even growled at Bianca when she was being a butt to me. I guess he is a decent human being, but as everyone here treats me like crap, it is weird that he is being this nice. He is our mate. Of course he is nice to us. Oh, that is right. How could I forget? He is my freaking mate. I have to become the breeder of my mate. Why are you so mad at our mate? Athena asked. I couldn't answer her, though. I wasn't angry at him, I was scared. He doesn't know that I am the wolfless girl of the pack. You are not wolfless. I am your wolf, Ivy. Well, you showed up a little late, so no one knows I have a wolf. You knew who your mate was, didn't you? Yeah, I knew, but you showed up a few years later, and may I add that you don't talk much to me, I said to Athena. She just huffed and retreated to the back of my mind. My wolf is Mouthly. I love her, but we haven't changed yet, so everyone still calls me wolfless. He is going to be very disappointed when he finds out I don't have a wolf. I doubt that my sister or Alexander keep that to themselves. They have to give him a reason for me wanting to be a breeder, as I am a young and ranked wolf. I walked behind him until we reached Alexander's office. Bianca gestured at him, so he entered the office, And then she was going to walk behind him, but he turned to look at me and gave me his hand. I'm going to talk to her alone, he said in the deepest and sexiest voice I have ever heard. That startled Bianca, but she just nodded and let me pass to the office. The king let me pass and then closed the door. I didn't know what to do. I stood there in the middle of the office. He looked around and found a couple of chairs. He gestured me to sit on one of them, and he took the other one. I sat there and fidgeted with my fingers to calm my racing nerves. He looked at me and sighed before he spoke. Ivy, I don't like to impose myself on others, but we need to talk, he said in a gentle voice. Sorry, Your Majesty, my behavior was not the best. I was startled at first. Please forgive me, I said. He gave me an amused look, and I had to bite my tongue to avoid making a snarky remark. I'm going to get in so much trouble if I don't control myself. He would punish us, that would be interesting. Athena said, Damn horny wolf. Calm yourself, it is hard for me to focus, and you are not making it easier. I don't want to make it easier. He is our mate. I want to go there so he can F. I blocked her from my mind. Focus, Ivy? I looked at Cade. No, King Cade, and he just looked at me. Did he say something? Damn it, Athena, it's your fault for distracting me. Hey, don't put the blame on me. You are just as attracted to him as I am. I just voice your inner thoughts. I had to fight the urge to roll my eyes at her. You are a mouthy one, aren't you, Ivy? He said as he chuckled. Was he making fun of me? I haven't said anything. In fact, I was on my best behavior. I squinted my eyes as I analyzed his behavior. I haven't said anything, Your Majesty, I replied. You haven't, but I can see your inner turmoil in your eyes. You are trying to control yourself, aren't you? Cade said. So he is observant. I looked at him for a couple of seconds. I better just rip the band-aid off. What do you want to talk about, our mate bond or the breeder deal? I just laid out both topics. If I was going to be rejected again, it better be quick. Thor, to be fair, you rejected Alexander. Hold your horses. I rejected him because he wanted to reject me first. You were okay with it. You even told me you wanted Ares but not Alexander. Don't put the blame on me, Athena. I see you go straight to the point. I like it, he said with a grin that made my knees weak. I want to address the fact that we are mates, but for that I think we need to clarify a few things. Why do you need a breeder? I blurted out. That question has been nagging me since I saw him. He's got the looks, and if he wanted, he could get any girl. Suddenly, his eyes darkened and the air around us became chilly. His power was radiating from him in waves, telling me that he was extremely angry. I don't need a breeder, I needed a breeder, past tense. Now I have my mate in front of me, Cade said angrily. I rolled my eyes at him. So bossy, I haven't accepted him as my mate. Okay, needed. Still, you came here for a reason and I want to know why, I said and crossed my arms in front of me to show my determination. Well, I was pressured to take a chosen mate. There it goes, I thought, and my eyes started to water involuntarily. No, please don't cry, he said rapidly and let out a sigh. Look, I am 28, so it was assumed that my mate had died. The council was worried that there would be no heir, so they pressured me to take a chosen mate. But now that I have found you, it is no longer necessary. Still, that doesn't explain why you needed a breeder. You could have a son with your chosen mate, I said. Indeed, but I wanted to have an heir before to avoid any she-wolf who would approach me just for the throne, he said. And that is when realization kicked in. If I had not been his mate, he would have taken my baby, just like that, snatched from my arms. Athena started growling in my mind at the thought of having to leave her baby. I think he saw my anger in my eyes as he quickly took my hand and caressed it, making sparks erupt from my skin. It felt amazing and the sensation made me gasp and move my hand quickly. That made Cade give a hurt and sad expression, but quickly recovered from it. So you were going to snatch someone's baby from her arms, and that someone could have been me, and all for what? You can judge someone's character and make the right choice of a chosen mate, I said. I didn't expect you to understand. I know it sounds awful to you, but I have my reasons. If you want to judge me for them, then so be it, but you should give the bond a chance, he said, and I could register his soft plea. I wanted to give this bond a chance, I really do. But first I want to see his reaction by knowing I'm not the beloved beta daughter that he may think I am. I'm wolfless. My mother died during childbirth, and it is said that I'm cursed. What the hell are you doing, Ivy? Athena said. I wanted to know if he would want me even if he thinks I'm weak. I now know that I have a wolf, but I haven't turned yet, so I can still pass as wolfless. I'm almost like a slave here. I work with the Omegas, but I'm mistreated even by them. I said, and expected his answer. That would determine a lot of things in our future. He stood there thinking. I should have known he is going to reject me. Well, I'm prepared for it. But what is taking him so long? And his eyes continue to shift colors. If I wanted, I could hear his wolf in him, but I don't want to. It is going to be the... Sorry. I had to control my wolf. He wanted to murder your pack for the way they have treated you. I don't care that you don't have a wolf, we have to train you though. Being queen means that you'll have to be extra careful with threats. I just don't understand something. How do you know you're my mate if you don't have a wolf? Kaid said. I just looked at him and gaped like a fish. He doesn't care. Told you. Yes, Athena, I know you told me. I just wanted to be sure. I don't know, I just do. It was the same with my first mate. I said, and he emitted the most powerful growl I have ever heard. How are you going to tell him that you do have a wolf? And why did you mention Alexander Ivy? Kate is losing it. Geez, Athena, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would set him off. And to your question, I will tell him when we turn. She huffed and retreated to the back of my mind. I knew she was right. Kite is the king, so his instincts are extremely powerful. I just had to poke the bear. I knew he was going to ask me who my first mate was, but before we could continue, Alexander knocked on the door. Excuse me, your majesty, Elder Tobias came here and is asking for you. What should I tell him? He said. Why is there an elder here? The elders are the oldest wolves. They are supposed to be the wisest and even the strongest among us. 7 of them can form the council, and with the king they create our laws. Only Kaid is stronger than an elder. They rarely come to our pack as we are not one of the strongest ones. Weird. I'm coming out now, Kaid said. He looked at Mimi once again but didn't say anything. You made him mad. What did you expect? Athena said, but before I could continue speaking with her, the door opened and Alexander entered his office. He looked furious, and as soon as he closed the door, he approached me with incredible speed and started to choke me against the wall. What did you say to him, Ivy? He said. I could see he was furious. The veins in his forehead popped, and his eyes changed color. Answer me, he yelled at me, but I couldn't. I literally couldn't, as he wasn't letting air pass through. I started seeing black spots in my vision, and knew this was probably my end. I was sitting in the infirmary as I waited for news about the condition of my mate. As I was speaking with Elder Tobias, I had an eerie feeling. My wolf was restless, and I knew something was wrong with Ivy. I didn't want to be rude to the elder, but I wanted to go to Ivy ASAP. The elder seemed to notice my discomfort and let me go, even though we didn't finish our conversation. I was reaching the office when Bianca approached me. When I saw her, it made my skin crawl. I don't have a good vibe from her. She makes my wolf and I be on edge. She looks kind of like Ivy, but compared to my mate, she is nothing extraordinary. She started talking about the importance of me staying here for the banquet that they had prepared. I was beginning to exasperate when I felt a sting in my neck. I knew it came from Ivy, and at that moment I left Bianca in her spot and continued my journey to the office. As soon as I entered, I had to control myself not to kill Alpha Alexander. He has Ivy by the neck as he was pressing her against the wall. I was seeing red. How dare he mistreat her like that? Even though they don't know she is my mate, that doesn't give them the right to treat her like that. The growl that I emitted in combination with my aura was so strong that it made Alexander fall to his knees. That made him loose his grip on Ivy and she started falling. I moved as fast as I could to avoid her hitting the ground, and then I asked where the pack's doctor was. And here I am, next to my mate, waiting for her to wake up and calming myself to not kill Alexander. I was thinking what she meant when she told me she didn't have a wolf. I didn't tell her at that moment, but I can feel her wolf inside of her. Maybe she is dormant, but we could find a way to wake her up. Only if Ivy wants it tough. I won't force her to wake her wolf if she doesn't want to. I couldn't care less if she didn't have a wolf. It wouldn't have mattered if she were human. She is my mate, and I am going to do everything in my power to protect her. As I was thinking about how to approach the situation with her, I felt how Ivy was stirring in her sleep. I approached her to calm her with the mate bond when her eyes snapped open, and I could see the terror in her. She was looking around the room to see where she was. Her eyes continued to roam her surroundings until they landed on me, and then she closed her eyes. It seemed like she was having some inner conversation, and I didn't want to interrupt. If she hadn't told me that she didn't have a wolf, I would have thought that she was talking with her. As I was admiring her beauty, a sudden knock on the door interrupted us. I could hear how Ivy's heart rate started to increase. I could smell the other person that was behind the door. It was Alpha Alexander, the last person I wanted to see. I controlled my breath to not alert Ivy and let her continue her inner turmoil. I wanted to discuss something with her, but it would have to wait until she is ready. I walked to the door and opened it before he could knock again. I was going to ask him to leave, and if he didn't agree, I would force him. Nothing could disturb Ivy. I reached the door, and as soon as I opened it, I could see his confusion. Maybe he expected Ivy to be alone or to be with Bianca. I posted some guards outside this door, but that didn't necessarily mean I would be here. Alpha Alexander, Ivy is resting, I said to him, and saw how his mouth opened and closed a few times before focusing his eyes on me. Your Majesty, I just wanted to apologize to her. It was wrong of me to lose my temper. Nevertheless, she broke one rule from our pack, he stated. I knew he was lying. I could hear his heart rate increase as soon as he said that lie. I raised my brow and looked at him. And what law did she break? I asked. Let's see what he comes up with. She. Exactly, he didn't know what to say. He paused and started opening and closing his mouth like a damn fish. I was starting to lose my patience when he spoke, and I felt the last of my self-control slip. She was intimate with someone's mate. That is strictly prohibited here, especially if that male has already found his mate. As soon as those words left his lips, I approached him and slammed his body against the wall. Let me kill him, my wolf said. And I was going to do it. He deserved it. I wanted to crush his damn skull against the wall. That is when I heard the door open behind me. I saw Ivy, and my anger immediately vanished. Her eyes were shining brightly as she looked at me. But as soon as she saw Alexander, I could see how anger bubbled up inside of her. Alpha Alexander, enlighten me. The law that you are referring to, when was it established? She said. Alexander looked at her and paused for a moment. He was thinking of a damn lie, that is for sure. Exactly, it doesn't exist, but even if it did, I have never been with anyone. That makes your accusation invalid, she stated. I was mesmerized looking at her. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also strong. She had some fears deep inside of her, but I would make them disappear. Alexander, on the other hand, was staring daggers at her. He was making Atlas want to rip his head off, and I was done controlling my wolf for this bastard. Before things got out of control, I decided to end Alexander's visit. Alpha Alexander, Ivy is no longer part of your pack. She is mine now. She needs to rest because of your previous assault. If you continue harassing her, I'm pressing charges as you attacked someone that belongs to me. Right now, she needs to rest, so I'm taking her to do that, I said. I took Ivy's hand in mine and enjoyed the sparks that erupted from our skin. I led her to the room and proceeded to close the door. She entered and took her hand away from mine as soon as I closed the door. I was confused, but when I looked at her and saw her furious, I knew I had f***ed up. She is going to eat you alive, Atlas mocked me. I knew that was why I wanted to speak to her. Damn Alexander, he interrupted us and caused this misunderstanding. Tell me, Your Majesty, are you going to brand me now? Ivy said. Well, that demonstrates that I definitely f***ed up. I was going to explain myself when we were interrupted once again. This time the person at the door was Andrew, and I knew he wouldn't just come here for nothing. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for the interruption, but there is something that needs your attention, he said. I was going to excuse myself with Ivy, but when I turned around she was gone. I was about to lose my mind when I heard the water running in the bathroom. I sighed, defeated. I would explain to her when I return. With that, I left the room with Andrew. I just hoped that Ivy could forgive me after I explained everything to her. and that she would want to be part of my plan. I was sitting in the bathroom as I waited for Cade to leave the room. I was extremely mad at him, furious in fact. He claimed me like I was a damn property. What is his problem? Couldn't he treat me like a human being? I was his mate for the goddess' sake. Unless, am I only a breeder for him? Did he only sweet-talk to me to give in to him? Of course he did. Who would want a wolfless mate? He is the king. He needs a strong Luna, and I'm not one. You are strong, Ivy. We are strong. Athena said. She always says that we are strong. Then why can't we turn? I have a wolf trapped inside of me. Athena, he needs a wolf by his side. We haven't turned. I don't even know what you look like. I don't want to tell anyone I have a wolf because I don't know if I will get to know you myself, I said to her. The sooner she gives up on the idea of becoming the king's mate, the less she will suffer. Athena huffed and retreated to the back of my mind. I knew I made her mad, but it was for her own good. I decided to take a shower to calm myself and to help with the pain around my neck. I haven't looked at the damage done by Alexander. For sure there has to be a mark. I just didn't want to see the extent of the damage. It was not the first time that I had been hit, but every time I saw the bruises I was reminded that I didn't have a wolf, and my healing depended only on my human self. As I took a shower, I let the water take my problems out of my mind. For those few minutes, I was only Ivy, not a slave, not a breeder, not even a mate. As soon as I closed the water and started drying myself, I decided to see the marks left by Alexander. My surprise was huge when I realized I didn't have a single mark. In fact, all my scars were gone for a few minutes and then they started to appear again. What? I told you we are strong, Ivy. You are going to learn a lot. Water is our element. Athena said. What does she mean by my element? I was going to ask her when I heard some commotion outside of my room. My hearing was changing. Everything in me was changing. Does that mean that I could really become a full wolf and be Cade's mate? Curiosity got the best of me and I decided to hear what was being said. No one would think that I could hear them, so they didn't care to speak close to me. They knew that my hearing abilities weren't the best, and that would come in handy right now. Your Majesty, Ivy is still part of our pack. She has to abide by our laws. We haven't signed the contract yet. Alexander said, wait, what contract? They sold me? Alpha Alexander, the contract is just a formality. She is mine. She is my breeder and any heirs produced by her are only mine. No relationship to this pack is going to come from this acquisition. The king. He bought me. I knew he wanted a breeder and he explained his reasons, but he never told me that he actually bought me. He was willing to pay, and if I had not been his mate, I would have been screwed. I didn't want to hear anything else. Starting tomorrow, I have to find a way to escape this pack and the king. I'm not for sale. Ivy, it could all be a misunderstanding. You should ask Cade what is going on. Athena said. I knew that she hoped everything that was happening wasn't real, but it was. Cade only wanted me as a breeder. Athena, you heard them, they are both the same. In fact, Cade is worse. He presented himself as someone kind when he wanted to buy me. I can't be with someone like that. If that is true, then why did Alexander and Bianca want you to pretend to accept this deal of your own free will? If Cade wanted a breeder, it was because he didn't want someone to be after the throne. He wanted his son to be the only heir. Athena stated. What she said was true, but that doesn't justify what he had said. He has now twice told Alexander that I'm of his property. He has treated me like an object twice, and that isn't justifiable. I was pacing around the room thinking of what I had heard and what to do when Cade and Alexander entered my room. Cade looked really pissed off. His aura was menacing, making the air heavier. It looked like he wanted to kill Alexander. Ivy, it has been brought to my attention that you broke a pact rule by attacking the future Luna, Cade said. Alexander smirked at that moment as he looked at me. He knew that was true, and he knew the reason, and that I had no way to prove myself apart from my word, which is nothing against an alpha's word. Well, if he thinks I'm going to be his little puppet, he is wrong as hell. I did. I have no justification. In fact, I was in the dungeon, but I was released when I made a deal with the future Luna. As I responded, I could see Alexander's smirk vanish. That's right, asshole, you are going down with me. As I looked at Cade, I could see the confusion in his eyes. He didn't have to ask me before, I continued. I had to become your majesty's breeder and no harm would come to my friend. In return they would give me my freedom. So, you were coerced into this, Kide stated, and I could see his jaw tick as his anger increased. He looked at Alexander. At that point you could see smoke coming out of his ears. He was fuming. You told me she was in this for her own free will? I'm going to ask you one last time. Did Ivy accept this deal because she wanted to, or did you do something to make her accept this deal? Alexander looked at me as he thought of what to answer. If he thought I would remain quiet, he was completely wrong. Your Majesty, Alexander said, but was immediately interrupted by a growl. Tell me the truth. If you lie to me again, I'm going to rip you of your tittle, Kide said, almost yelling at Alexander's face. When Alexander refused to speak, it was the same as admitting that he coerced me into accepting this deal. That is all I needed to hear. Alpha Alexander, Ivy from this moment on does not belong to your pack. Now she is under my protection as you treat your pack members as pawns. During my reign, it is not accepted to force someone into accepting any kind of deal, especially if that deal brings you something in return that is not beneficial for that person, Kide stated. His face was stoic and solemn like a true king. I couldn't help but admire him. He was extremely handsome and mature. We still need to talk about the whole part of him buying me. But I would have to wait until we leave the pack. Maybe my future has something great ahead of me. Maybe it is my turn to find some happiness. I was going to explode. I had to control my temper to avoid going crazy and killing the alphas of this pack. They coerced a young wolf to become a breeder for their own benefit. They sold her to get some political benefit. That is why I wanted to sign a contract, so that in some crazy-ass scenario, they couldn't claim to have any kind of political link with us. If they thought that this deal was going to give them any kind of political power, they were extremely delusional. I knew something was up when I saw her age. Such a young wolf wouldn't have agreed to this pact. They made Ivy accept this whole thing, and if she didn't, they would have done something to her friend. I knew that the dungeon was nothing for Ivy. What really made her change her mind was the fact that someone she cared for was going to be harmed if she didn't accept it. That made me angry as hell. She was going to sacrifice herself willingly to protect someone she cared about. She was already acting like a Luna, unlike her sister, who I am sure was part of that twisted plan of selling her sister. I had to speak to Ivy soon. First, I needed to clarify why I was treating her like an object. I did that so that they would leave her alone. During her resting time, I had to stop Bianca from entering her ward a few times. She gave some lame-ass excuses as to why she wanted to see Ivy, but I didn't believe a single word that left her mouth. I hated how people always tried to reach power through any means. They didn't care who they hurt or what they had to do. They just wanted to achieve a little bit of power. I was born to be the king. The crown didn't pass to my head just because my father was king. For us to maintain the crown in our family, we had to prove ourselves. We had to show the world that we were the strongest, fastest, wisest. The crown belonged to my uncle, but after my father proved to be the best, he was chosen to be the next king. The same happened to me. I had to fight with a lot of alphas to prove that I was worthy, which is why I hate when people try to gain power the easy way, exchanging others for their own benefit. After I put Alexander in his place, I took Ivy's hand and entered her medical room. As soon as the door closed, she took her hand away from mine. Atlas whimpered when she did this, and the sparks stopped rupturing from our skin. Alpha King just whimpered. That is the effect that a mate has on us. She is our light and our darkness, our weakest spot and our rock. Mates are our other half, the greatest gift that the moon goddess gave to us. I knew that Ivy was furious. From what I gathered, she is a strong woman, but has been treated badly by the pack members. She needs to be cared for and treated like the queen that she is. You have to tell her about what is going to happen when she accepts you, Atlas reminded me, and I knew we needed a long talk. I had to explain everything to her, including her help in uncovering this pack's corruption. I hoped that she would agree to what I had to ask her. If she didn't, then I would have to come up with another plan. As soon as I looked at her face, I could see the anger that had accumulated. She was staring daggers at me, and if looks could kill, I would already be 5 feet underground. Even when she was furious, she looked beautiful. If you continue staring at her and don't say anything, she is going to rip your head off. Atlas reminded me. Ivy, I know that you are mad at me, she huffed, assuring me that she was indeed furious. We need to have a long chat. I need to explain some things to you, and I need to ask you a few details. Furthermore, we need to do something about this back. I know that they did something horrible to you, but I doubt that you are the only one. I said, and I could see how she relaxed a little bit. Your Majesty, she started saying, but we were soon interrupted by a knock on the door. Why is it every time we need to talk about something important someone shows up? I'm about to put a sign outside this door that says, "Do not interrupt, unless someone is dead." I'm sorry, Your Majesty, someone is calling you, they say it is urgent. Something about the packs of the north. A guard told me. I sighed and looked at Ivy. The packs of the north are indeed important. These last few months, someone has kidnapped the Lunas, making the packs become really unstable. Some of the alphas have told me that they have experienced cheating pain, meaning that their Lunas were being wrapped. When an alpha feels that kind of pain or even the death of his mate, they become crazy. Their wolves take over and cause havoc. We are part animal after all, and our mate bond is a great way to make an alpha succumb. I'm so sorry, Ivy. I need to take this. As soon as I return, we need to have a long chat. I'm going to leave a guard outside your door. If you want anyone to come here, you just have to tell him to let them pass, okay? I said. She just nodded, and I sighed once again, defeated. Something tells me that it is not going to be easy to get her to talk, even more with interruptions. As soon as I left her room and answered the call, I knew that everything just became more difficult. Even though I wanted to tell Ivy everything that was going on, I would have to wait. If I tell the world that she is my mate, she is going to be in great danger. For her sake, I have to hide her. You should tell her what is going on, she will understand. If you don't, you may lose her forever. Atlas said. He wants to keep her by our side, but I know better. She needs to be as far away from us as possible. When Cade left the room, I was left with my thoughts. He seems like a good person. I know for a fact that he is a great king, but something is stopping me from accepting this mate bond. Something is screaming in my mind that I am going to be rejected once again, or used for someone's benefit, in this case Cade's. That is your fear. Speaking Ivy, Cade has shown us through his actions that he wants us. Yes, Athena, it may be my fear, but I'm also cautious. What would happen to you if a freaking Alpha King rejects us? We may even die. Well, no, because we haven't shifted, you won't feel the intense pain that you should feel. Regardless, I have already experienced one rejection. I don't want another one. It is the worst sensation that one could feel. I knew Athena wanted to say something else, but then I heard some voices outside my door. I concentrated on understanding what they were saying, and as I continued hearing, I could identify that it was Bianca, Alexander, and Kaid speaking. It seems that you are rather interested in my sister, Your Majesty, Bianca said. Some would say that it was love at first sight, don't you think, Alexander? I heard both Alexander and Cade growl at her. But that didn't stop the nonsense that was coming from her mouth. Oh, come on, Alexander. Everyone in the pack is saying the same thing. If Ivy wasn't wolfless, I would think she was your mate, my king. Oh fuck, she suspects something. I know Bianca and she never says anything without a reason. Before I could lose myself in my thoughts, I heard the most powerful growl. It was so intense that it made the walls shake. Cade was pissed, his wolf was pissed. I could even feel his aura and it was making me feel nauseous. That amount of power can only come from a true king. I'm sorry, my king. I know you have taken a liking to my sister, Bianca said with difficulty. Let's get some things straight. You reached out to me because you had a breeder, and I agreed to this exchange because you assured me that she wanted this. Now it comes to my attention that you coerced Ivy into taking this deal. I decide to look the other way despite what I previously stated, and all I ask in return is to leave me and her the f*** alone. Yes, I accept Ivy as my breeder as she has beta blood, but she is not my mate. She is not going to become my Luna or the Queen. She is just a breeder that I could keep taking care of my son. But once he doesn't need her, she is out of my life. Is that clear? Kaid stated angrily. If he had come inside and punched me in the face, it would have hurt less than what he did. I knew it. Ivy, it could all be a misunderstanding. I don't think that. Athena, you heard him, loud and clear. He doesn't want me. I would say I told you so, but I don't have the strength in me. We have to leave. If we are really strong, as you said, I need to leave to reach my full potential. I can't reject him right now, but I'm not going to stay here and become his puppet. Athena just whimpered in my mind and retreated. She is hurt as well and may need some rest. To our wolves, the mate bond is sacred. Sadly, their human counterpart doesn't honor that bond as they do. I need to think. I need to leave the pack and the king. That is easier said than done. I would have to go rogue, and that would mean that I had to live in the woods or with humans. I have no money, and because of my damn father, I didn't study. In conclusion, I'm screwed. I heard the footsteps of someone approaching, and from their scent, they weren't from my pack. In the last 24 hours, everything changed for me. I was now becoming more wolf than person, and that was making my worries subside a little bit. Cade entered the room with another guy. He was tall, but not as tall as Cade, and he looked like he came out of some sort of magazine as well. Do all the people from Cade's pack look like supermodels? Ivy, this is Andrew, my beta. He is going to stay with you as I have to attend some meetings. When I finish, we are going back to my pack, he said, and I just nodded, showing that I had heard him. He sighed and just left the room. So you are the king's breeder, Andrew stated. He looked nervous when he talked to me. How weird. He is a beta and not just any beta, he is the right hand of the king, so why is he nervous? Also, his statement showed me that Cade hadn't said a thing about us, which saddened me more. Yes. I simply said, I am not going to be his friend, I am going to leave this horrible pack and the king. I'm powerful, I can do it. Look, Ivy, I know we don't know each other, but I do know that Cade worries about you. We have had a crazy day and I haven't talked to him much, but is there anything that you want to tell me? I looked at his eyes. They are honey brown with hints of gold and they look extremely sincere. It is as if a child was looking at me and not a freaking beta wolf. Look, the king just found out that I was being coerced to become his breeder. Also, I have no wolf, so there is a possibility that the heir I produce is like me. I said. It wasn't a lie, that is one of my worries as well. Well, it was one of my worries. Now I don't give a crap as I'm not going to become his anything. Weird. Andrew stated, and he seemed to be lost in his thoughts. What part is weird? Well, I can sense your wolf, so it is weird that you call yourself wolfless. He shrugged. What can he sense, my wolf? Yes, you have a wolf. Maybe she is dormant and that is why your scent can be mistaken or that of a human. I said that out loud, didn't I? And when he nodded, I could sense my cheeks becoming redder. I hoped that the earth could swallow me right now as I heard him laugh. For the first time in a while, I could laugh as well. It was one of the moments in which I became myself once again. And then I remembered, I was just Cade's property, and if I wanted to have this freedom in my life, I would have to continue with my plan. Andrew, thank you for accompanying me. I feel tired. Can I just rest for a bit before we go? I asked while I yawned, hoping that my whole performance looked believable. Sure, Ivy, rest, I'm gonna be outside. If you need anything, just call me, Andrew said and left the room. Let's get rolling, Ivy is leaving this hellhole. I had to leave Ivy once again. I needed to sort everything out with this pack, including rescuing her friend. If I leave her here, they can use her to get Ivy back, and that is something that can't happen. At the moment, they just think she is my breeder and that I'm fond of her. And with that little information, they are becoming a pain in the ass. I can't imagine what would happen if they knew that she was in fact my mate. If you tell them that she is mate, they don't have a claim on her. It would be easier. Yes, Atlas, but they can use the little leverage that they have on her and force her to do anything. That is why I haven't revealed who she is. Atlas replied. Damn wolf, he is worse than I am. I can't link everyone in this pack, Atlas. You can though. Who is going to stop you, the alpha? He chucked. He knew we were strong, but as a king I can't just go on a murder spree. There are laws for a reason. As I reached the alpha's office, I could hear some commotion on the inside. It was Alexander and his father, and they did not seem happy. I bet they have just finished reading the contract that I gave them. I knocked on the door out of courtesy and then opened it to look at the two furious alphas. My king, what is the meaning of this? Alpha Chorus said as he approached me. What do you mean? It is a contract that states what he talked about. I get Ivy and in exchange you have more land and money, I stated. Yeah, but it is stated here that we can't have any claim on her whatsoever in the future. Alexander spoke this time, making Atlas furious. And why would you have a claim on her? She is my breeder, and she is going to produce my son. Not even the mother would have a claim on the child, then why should you? As I spoke, I could feel my anger growing. But your majesty, she is from our pack, Corey interjected. And, let's be clear here, what were you expecting from this deal? I finally said. I needed them to show their true colors. If they admitted that they wanted something in exchange for Ivy, I could bring them to the council, as they forced a young wolf for their own benefit. We just don't want her to forget the family that she has here, Corey said before Alexander could open his mouth. And that depends on her. That is not going to be on a contract. Either you sign it, or you don't get the money in the lands. I know you need them, and I am willing to set a higher amount if Ivy's friend also decides to come to my pack. There, let's see if I can get the name of the she-wolf. If they don't accept the deal, then I can talk to her alone, and if she wants to leave the pack, no one can stop her. Sylvia was not part of the deal, Alexander said as he tried to hide his anger. I know that is why I am willing to increase the price, let's say 40% more. I could see how Corey's eyes popped out of his sockets. That amount of money was something they could not achieve on their own, and they knew it. Fine, she is yours, Alexander said. No, I want you to call her, so I can ask her myself. I don't like taking people against their will. These alphas are scum. How can they treat people like cattle was beyond me. I saw how Alexander's eyes fogged, which meant he was mind-linking the she-wolf. A few moments later, a blonde girl entered the room followed by a guard. She looked terrified, her eyes scanned the room quickly, but before she could say anything she was pushed by the guard, making her fall on her knees. Can I kill him? No, you can't, Atlas. Soon. You have to kneel in front of your majesty. The guard stated that like he was proud of his action. I had to keep a mental countdown to stop myself. I could see how her eyes became bigger and the scent of her fear stronger. She was completely frightened. Oh, I'm so sorry, my king, I didn't know who you were. Please forgive me, she quickly said as she tried to make a bow in front of me. Okay, stop. You are not in trouble, I just want to, I started to say, but she interrupted me. Oh right, the alpha told me that you wanted to see me. Is this because I punched Bia? Sorry, the future Luna? Of course it is, I'm so sorry, but she was saying some nasty things about Ivy. You are here for Ivy, right? Please don't hurt her. She started to blabber. I can see why she is Ivy's friend. Sylvia, right? I said to gain her attention. She looked at me and nodded. Okay, my name is King Kide. I wanted to know if you are Ivy's friend, but you cleared that out. She looked at me once again and her heart rate was dropping a bit, meaning that she was not so afraid anymore. Yes, your majesty, Ivy is my friend. Please don't be so hard on her, she's a bit mouthy but her heart is made of gold. I like her, she defends mate. That is why we are bringing her to our pack, Atlas. Don't worry about your friend. I wanted to ask you a question, do you want to be part of my pack? I asked her. Her mouth opened in surprise as her eyes moved towards the alpha. Was she asking for permission? I already discussed this with your alpha. You just have to say the word and you would be part of my pack. She remained still like she was processing everything that I had just told her. I was going to wait patiently for her answer, but Atlas started moving in my mind. He was worried about something and that something had to be Ivy. I politely told Sylvia to think about it and reach to me if she wanted to come to my pack. I had to control myself so that I didn't run to the hospital where Ivy was. Atlas kept pushing me to go faster, but I had to keep appearances. As I reached her room, I could see Andrew outside of her door. That should calm me, but the feeling that something was wrong kept nagging me to open her room. Even though Andrew told me that she was resting, I just had to see her. Just a peek to know that she was all right. But that didn't happen. Because when I opened the door, her room was empty, and her delicious scent was almost gone. I lost her. 4 years have passed. 4 years where I have searched for Ivy every single day. She is like a damn ghost. Every time there is a lead about her and we investigate, she disappears once again. I know that she is alive. I know that she is alive because I haven't felt the pain, but that doesn't make Atlas be at ease. In fact, I have become angrier. Only Andrew approaches me as I'm irritable with everyone and nobody stands me. A few years ago, I felt an intense pain in my chest. I thought I was having a heart attack, but then I realized that the pain didn't come from me, it was Ivy's. I began to worry when the doctor came and explained that it was cheating pain. It was brief, 2 minutes at most, which meant it wasn't socks. Still, I felt betrayed, and from that day onward, my mood only worsened. At first, I was going to stay loyal to Ivy, but when she cheated, something inside me broke. I started she-wolf after she-wolf. That got me in a few problems as some of the wolves that I've became attached to me. It was annoying as hell. I just wanted to bring Ivy to me, to break this bond once and for all. I couldn't care less about her anymore. She decided to betray the bond, so be it. Kide, are you here? Andrew said as his head popped to look into my office. Yes, what do you want? I said angrily. God is sake, someone is on a mod today. He chuckled. You say that every day. What do you want? I hated it when he started joking. Andrew sighed. I knew he wanted me to become as I once was, but that was not going to happen. We found her. I looked at him, he was completely serious. I wanted to say something but found myself doubting once again what my beta said. How can we be sure we are going to reach her this time? I simply stated. Sylvia has agreed to help us. That way she won't run. It was a good plan. A great plan indeed, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't trust Sylvia. I don't trust her, Andrew, you know that. When I said this, Andrew growled, earning a growl from me as well. Don't growl at your Alpha and King. You may have been my friend, but that doesn't mean you can do everything you want. Andrew bared his neck in submission, but I could hear his teeth scratching. I know she hurt you, but Sylvia is my mate. She won't do anything against us. The only way she would betray us is if you want to kill her. Andrew blurted out. And who says I won't kill her? I was just baffling, but the look Andrew gave me was of pure horror. She didn't break any laws. You can't kill her, you may be our king, but the law is there so that everyone receives fair treatment. Of course, tell Sylvia to bring Ivy here. If she comes willingly, then I'll consider sparing her life. With that, Andrew left my office, leaving me with my thoughts. Knowing that I was going to see her again had me spiraling. My emotions were all over the place. My wolf couldn't wait to see her, to ask her what happened back then when he felt the pain. He was sure that Ivy was innocent and that something must have happened. I, on the contrary, just wanted to break the mate bond. With that off the table, I could find a chosen mate and have my heir. If you reject her, I will never forgive you, Kide. I don't care, Atlas, this is over. She was never the one for us. She had no wolf, so she was weak. If she has a wolf and you know it, you could feel her, she was just dormant, and to clarify something, Ivy isn't weak. Of course, you would defend her. Even if her wolf was dormant, she was practically a slave in her pack. She knew nothing of the world. How can she become a Luna, let alone a queen? Mark my words, Kide, you are going to regret this. Sure, if you say so. Because of that I blocked my wolf, he was giving a migraine. When you come back, Ivy, I'm going to show you what hell really is. Just you wait. Ivy's POV. 4 years have passed. Finally, I reached the point where no one could hurt me. Well, only one person could. Even though he isn't even here. For 2 years I escaped the king's men. I had to be constantly on the run and change my name a few times. It was exhausting. I met some really nice people that helped me along the way. The day I left the pack I tried to find Sylvia, but then I heard that she had been summoned by the king and I had to leave her. All the memories kept coming back to me, but when I reached that moment 2 years ago, I had to force myself out of my mind. It still gives me nightmares, so it had better stay out of my mind. After the incident, something changed inside of me. I was broken from the inside, and that only worsened with the pain that my so-called mate gave me from time to time. Athena explained that the pain was coming from he cheating, but luckily, it only lasted from 10 to 20 minutes. At first, I understood him. He must have felt the pain as well. I even tried to get myself captured so that we could talk, but then I heard why he wanted me back. 1 year ago, I was being dragged through a dungeon by some of the king's men. They pushed me inside a cell and left me there. They still thought I was human because they didn't put cuffs on me or anything. They looked at me in disgust. For them, I was just a piece of trash. Every time I found werewolves, they thought I was human, so they spoke a few meters away from me. 6 months after I ran away, I turned into my wolf. I found out that I have several abilities that no other wolves possess, including masking my scent. It came in handy because no one expected the poor wolf-less girl. As every time the guards just walked a few meters and started talking between them. Did you inform the king? Guard number 1 said. Yes, I'm not stupid. Her head is worth a lot of money. The other guard answered, we are going to become rich because of that bitch. Yeah, I heard the king wanted her to become his slave. Really, all this trouble for a slave? A suck slave, my friend. What else is she going to be good for? They both laughed. Kaid was looking for me to become his suck slave? Hell no. I stayed still in my cell so that they didn't suspect that I knew anything. I had to wait until one of them fell asleep to attack. 2 hours later, I found my opportunity. Guard number 2 told number 1 that he was going to sleep for a bit and to keep an eye on me. Of course, guard number 1 had to come right to me to gloat. You are going to make us rich, you bitch. I remained still, looking directly into his eyes. I needed him to approach my cell. You are not going to speak, huh? What does the king see in you? You are worse than a human. Ivy, let's kill him. Athena growled in my head. She hated it when people underestimated us. Like now is not the time, Athena. Just wait a few minutes. Ah, fine. I have to say you are pretty. The king won't mind if I have a little taste. Prick, all of them are the same. They just want to have socks. They only think with their... I waited until he opened the cell. He was just about to close the door when I approached him with my super speed. Killing you is going to be fun, I whispered in his ear, and then I plunged a knife in his abdomen as I covered his mouth. I opened my eyes as the memory faded. Someone was knocking on my door. I grabbed a small knife and secured it to my sleeve. I had to be careful and armed all the time. As I opened the door, I could see a familiar figure behind it. Sylvia, I said. My friend was here after all these years. Yes, Ivy, it's me. We need to talk. I expected to see happiness in her eyes, but all I could see was worry. The king sent me here. Great, now my friend is working for my enemy. I was going to close the door. My best friend betrayed me, and I didn't want to bring anyone from my past. Athena howled angrily in my head. She felt the pain of the betrayal of my friend as well. Wait, Ivy, let me explain, please. He told me to come, but I needed to see you as well. She quickly blurted out when she saw that I was closing the door. 30 seconds. I'm not going to open the door. If you convince me, I'll consider letting you in. My voice was firm and void of any emotion. When she didn't start speaking, I said, 20 seconds, Sylvia. My mate is the king's beta. If I didn't follow his orders, he would strip him of his title. I'm so sorry, Ivy, but I mean you no harm. I can assure you that. I looked at her for any signs that she may be lying, but found nothing. I opened the door and gestured her to enter. It was going to be a very long talk. Kaid's POV. I was waiting in my office for any news regarding my mate. It had been 2 hours since Sylvia left the pack's territory to meet with Ivy. She wasn't that far away. I couldn't believe it when Andrew told me that she was just outside the city. She rented a small apartment and had paid in advance for 3 months. From the intel that we gathered, she comes here twice a year, stays for a month or 2 and then leaves. She never stays in the same place. She always pays in cash and covers her face when she is near a camera. Mate is smart. I had to agree with Atlas. She was smart and beautiful, but she was like poison. Her angelical beauty was a contradiction of her true nature. I started pacing around my office when Andrew knocked on the door. Hey man, how are you doing? He asked. Wonderfully, don't you see? I'm making some freaking tea. I answered him. It was pretty obvious that I was impatient and mad as hell. Well, this one was your first joke in years. That is a start. He was right. She wasn't even here and I'm already influenced by her. Do you know something that I don't? I asked Andrew. No, Sylvia just told me that she was meeting Ivy at her apartment. She was going to convince her to come here. He stated, and I growled. And what happens if she escapes again, huh? Even if Sylvia tries to stop her, and that is assuming that she tries to, Ivy has been on the run for 4 years. Sylvia is no match for her. I saw surprise in his eyes. So he didn't think of that. Just great. I saw how Andrew took his phone out. I assumed that he was going to call Sylvia to know if something had happened, showing me once again that she had been there alone. Did she leave with a guard at least? Andrew looked like he had seen a ghost. By the look on your face, that tells me she didn't. Great. What is wrong with our beta? He is not this careless. Faith in his mate, I guess that is what that bloody bond does. It makes you do things without thinking. If anything goes wrong, you are going to be held accountable. I was going to ask him to leave the office when someone tried to mind link me. Alpha, Miss Sylvia is requesting your permission to bring someone inside the pack. She says her name is Ivy Summers, but her ID doesn't match. Is she really here? My heart rate started picking up. She came. After all these years, we finally found her. This nightmare is going to end. Please hear her first, Atlas implored. But hearing her wasn't in my plans. I wanted her gone as quickly as possible, or probably make her suffer a little bit for all the suffering. Let them in. They have to come to the pack house straight to my office. Yes, Alpha. With that, I closed the link and waited for her when she enters the office. Atlas was going crazy. The fact that she was going to be in the same space as we were was making my wolf anxious. The anticipated knock on the door came, but I could smell her scent. That was weird, but it was going to make things easier between us. If I couldn't recognize her as my mate, then Atlas wouldn't be so against the rejection. Something is wrong. I can't sense mate at all. The guard confirmed her identity, but when she enters the office we were going to know for sure. The door opened, and for the first time in 4 years I saw her beautiful eyes, but as soon as we made eye contact, I could see she had changed. The innocence that was there once had changed completely. She has a tattoo on her right hand that seems to go all the way up her arm, but is covered with a black leather jacket. Her green eyes looked like lanterns as she wore a black smoky eye. She had cut her hair to the point that it just reached her mandible, and her curls made her look like a lioness. As Atlas had said, her scent was gone. She smelled human, completely. Was her wolf gone? Ivy Summers, is that the way to present to your king? She raised her eyebrow, and I could see that she didn't understand what I meant, so I looked at her clothes to piss her a little bit. Sorry, Your Majesty, I wasn't aware there was a protocol to kiss your ass, she replied. What did she say? Before I could say something to her, Sylvia interjected. So sorry, my king, she is not used to speaking to other people. She is going to behave from now on. Please don't punish her, she said and looked at Ivy with a plea. Fine. Before we get to business, I just wanted to get a thing out of the way. Are you masking your scent, or did something happen to your wolf? I looked at Ivy and saw how her eyes became bigger with surprise. Oh, I forgot, she murmured, but with my hearing, I quickly caught what she said. What did you forget? She was hiding something from me. That you are my freaking mate. Everyone in the room gasped. I didn't tell anyone about who she really was. My beta and my gamma were surprised. Sylvia, on the other hand, looked like she already knew all of this. Oh, right, you didn't want anyone to know. Well, let's cut to the chase, shall we? I have places to go, she continued. What is she going to do? Stop her. Wait, why? What is she gonna do, Atlas? Ivy Summers, a rogue, reject you Cadehills, king of the werewolves, as my mate and alpha. The most excruciating pain coursed through my body. Did she just bloody reject me? The look on his face was priceless. I already knew why he wanted me here, and he was not going to get the satisfaction. Sylvia warned me that she had heard a few times that he wanted to get revenge on me. She didn't understand what that meant, but I do. He was probably going to use me, probably try to break me and then reject me. Sadly, I was going to take that satisfaction away from him. Mate is hurt, go to Mate Ivy. Athena just responded to her natural instincts. She wanted to preserve the bond, but not me. I am stronger now. You dare reject me? He was angry. Of course he was, his pride was compromised. Yeah, I don't want to be bonded to a prick like you. His jaw clicked, he started breathing heavily, and his aura was becoming stronger. You are going to get us killed. Like he could. And even if he did it, we wouldn't stay dead, Athena. It still hurts to get killed, you know? We have been through worse, and you know it. Put her in a dungeon, Andrew. Asshole. On what charges? Not wanting to be your mate? I mocked him. He didn't know who he was dealing with. I know that I'm pushing his bottoms, but he is wrong if he thinks I'm the same Ivy that let everyone push her around. You are playing with fire, Ivy. Don't taste my patience, he warned me. Ivy, just let it be. He doesn't understand what is going on. Well, if he asked me nicely, I would explain, but he just assumed the worst, so let's show him who he is dealing with. I looked right into his eyes, trying not to get lost in that beautiful ocean once calmed and now full of storm. Bring it on, or are you all bark and no bite? His eyes changed color, becoming golden orbs. For a normal person, the mix between his powerful aura and the change of his eye color would be enough to make anyone tremble. In the past, it would affect me as well. In fact, it was making everyone in the room come to their knees to show respect to their king. Do you think your aura is going to scare me? It can't make me submit, you know? He looked surprised. Of course he was. For him, I am the little wolf-less Ivy. What happened to your wolf? If you don't feel me, and if your scent is gone, she must be gone too. What have you done? He said as his eyes became brighter, showing me that his wolf was fighting for control. Ivy, let's show them. They think I'm weak. Athena calmed down. You wanted to reconcile at first, don't you remember? That was before I heard what Atlas said. He thinks I'm weak. Then let's show them. Prepare yourself, Athena. Tell me, Kaid, do you think we are weak? I said, and my eyes changed to magenta as Athena and I shared control. My scent changed completely, making Kaid gasp. Freaking asshole. Kaid's POV, Ivy was making my blood boil. She was not only mouthy but also disrespectful. She was getting on my nerves. Even Atlas was becoming harder to control as she made those snarky comments. Furthermore, he was worried for his mate. We knew something happened to her wolf as we couldn't sense her anymore. Something is wrong with mate. I think that Ivy did something to her. What can she do to her wolf without harming herself, Atlas? I don't know, but it is not the same as before. I could smell her wolf even if it was just a bit, but that told me that she was there. Now I can't sense her at all. It is like she is gone. Then her wolf was weak enough for her to get rid of her. Don't you see, Atlas? Someone as weak as her can't be our mate. Maybe you're right, he said, but I could sense his hesitation. He still wanted her, and deep down I wanted her as well. Our inner conversation was interrupted by her. Tell me, Kaid, do you think we are weak? Her eyes changed color. Her aura shifted completely from human to wolf, a very powerful wolf. Her scent finally became familiar, and Atlas finally recognized her as our mate. Our Greek goddess, what do you mean, Atlas? It means that you've fed up now, accept my rejection. I felt the order wash upon me. Her order was affecting me, but not enough to make me follow it. Wait, did I say that out loud? No, you didn't. But you don't have to. I can hear you and Atlas just fine. She stated that what she could do was completely normal. And is that normal for you? She rolled her eyes at me. Yes, Kaid, it is normal for me. Now accept the rejection. I have places to go. Her voice was so calm and void of any emotion. She spoke like a damn robot. So, you don't care about the bond at all? I felt hurt. She treated the mate bond like crap. I once treasured the bond with her. The actions that she committed were the ones that made me change my mind. Why should I? You have been banging every she-wolf that has come to your sight. Was she jealous? I could swear I sensed jealousy. But then my mind was replaced with fury. How dare she question me, when she was the one that broke our trust the first time? And what about you? You cheated first. Don't try denying it. I felt the pain. My voice came out like a bark. I thought I would see anger in her eyes, but what surprised me was that I saw disappointment, sadness, and fear. If that is what you think happened, then fine by me. And then she disappeared. Oh, what have I done? 3 days have passed since Ivy disappeared from my office. Not a single trace has been found. We are back to square one, and I feel like it is my fault. It is your fault. We should have listened to her. Atlas reminded me every hour that it was my fault that she was gone. It was true. The anger inside me got the best of me and blinded me. I haven't accepted her rejection yet, but because she chose to initiate the rejection, I can't feel like I could. I also called the elders and asked them if they knew about any special wolves. What Ivy did was amazing, and that could only mean that she was a blessed wolf. I called her previous pack to know all about her past, but the little information they had wasn't useful. In summary, Ivy was born on March 6th, I already knew that. Her mother died during her birth. When I investigated further, I also noticed that she was born on a new moon. No one in her pack knew that she had a wolf. Alexander was surprised when I mentioned that she had one, and murmured something like, "So that's why." But when I questioned him further, he just said he was talking nonsense. Sylvia couldn't contact her anymore. She changed her address, phone number, and I guess she has a new ID now. "Atlas, can you do something to reach her wolf?" I begged my wolf. "No, we are not her alpha. She hasn't pledged an alliance with us. She also rejected us, so there is no connection there. I could try to reach her, but it is a dead end, I'm afraid." I expected that. She was extremely careful. In fact, she was one of the few people that could disappear completely. How did she learn to do that? Wait, then how did her wolf know your name? Did she spoke to you? I was intrigued. It is rare for people to know the name of your wolf. Only family and close friends have that valuable information. Sylvia didn't know the name of my wolf, so she couldn't provide that information. I asked Andrew if he had told Ivy or Sylvia, but he denied it. I have no idea, Kide. I felt a presence, like someone was watching us, but that was it. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like someone had a peek inside our minds but wasn't really here. Okay, that is something that I hadn't heard before. Ivy surprises me every single time. First, she could mask her scent completely. She even smelled human. Then she has some kind of mind reading, and if that wasn't enough, she could literally vanish in front of people's eyes like a freaking magician. And you doubted that she was strong. Atlas, for the 1000th time, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Help me. As soon as I find her, I'm going to make everything right. That is if she lets you. Shush it. Before Atlas could say anything else, a guard started knocking on my door. "Alpha, a witch is looking for you. She's at the border." I growled at him. Witches and werewolves weren't friends. In fact, they hated my kind. "Don't let her in, I'm going there." It would be crazy to let the enemy inside my territory. I mind-linked Andrew to tell him to meet me there. If a witch was here, then it was bad news. I reached the northern border quickly. A tall, curvy black woman was standing just outside of it. Her hair had black and red locks and her eyes were golden. Andrew came just behind me as I stated, reaching this witch. "What do you want?" I simply stated. I was in no mood to hear her bullshit. I wanted her gone ASAP. "Huh, no wonder your mate doesn't stand you." I growled at her as Atlas fought for control. He didn't want the witch to talk about Ivy. I could see the confusion of the guards when they heard about my mate. "If you want to talk, let's go to the cellar," I told the witch, and Mind liked the guards, so they made her follow me. As soon as we reached the cellar, I instructed the guards to stay outside. I wanted to speak to her alone. Only Andrew came with me. "You wanted to say something to me, so talk." She looked at me like I had said something funny. I was controlling myself to avoid killing her. "Is he always like this?" She looked at Andrew. I could see how he tried to control a smirk that was forming in his face. "Jesus, so you are Ivy's gentleman." Again I growled at her. "Look, Wolf, you know I hate your kind. I am not here because I want to, but because I have to. I'm Ivy's friend, so I know everything that you did to her." At the mention of possible damage to our mate, Atlas howled in pain inside me. I remained stoic to keep her talking. "Is that all you wanted to say to me? Ivy is not here if you are looking for her." "I know she is not here. I came here because she is as stubborn as a mule and she needs your help." She looked worried about Ivy. Was she in some kind of trouble? And what can I help you with? "She needs your protection. All these years she has been on the run. No one knows what they are looking for because they don't really know who she is, but they want the power that comes with her. For you to understand everything that I'm going to tell you, I need to explain to you who she really is." Finally, I was going to know the truth about her. And how can I know that what you are telling me is true? I had no way to confirm she was Ivy's friend. She could lie and I wouldn't know, because after I tell you everything I'm going to make her come here. Centuries ago, the Lycans were the ones that ruled the world. They were so powerful that even the gods became terrified of them. The moon goddess, or Selene, was the mother of these Lycans, and like her mother, she didn't want them to perish. She found that the gods were only worried about losing power. For them, that was all that mattered. But even though she proved time and time again that the Lycans weren't a threat, they were being killed at a dangerous high rate. To be a true Lycan, you have to be born a Lycan. They can't be created from out of nowhere, and if a Lycan was matched with another species, the Lycan blood could be lost. Selene gave them the tools and weapons to avoid being hunted, but they were useless. The hunters and other species that were killing them also had the help of the gods. This war lasted for almost a century, until the last Lycan perished and the wolves came into power. Selene also loved the wolves. She created them as well, but her Lycans had a special place in her heart. She just assumed that nature did what it had to do, and that was why her creation vanished. But one day she learned the truth. The other gods decided to go against everything that they had stated. They couldn't cause the mass destruction of a species, it was prohibited, but they simply didn't care. When Selene learned about this, she joined forces with another goddess, Athena. She hated that the male gods thought that they could do anything without repercussions, so joining their forces and their power, they created a new wolf. She was a Lycan, but way more powerful. She could do things that no one imagined. She was strong and intelligent as well. She was supposed to be the way for the Lycans to emerge once again, as all of her descendants are going to be Lycan. Even her fated mate becomes one. The other gods didn't like that she was not only powerful, but also indestructible. She meant the rise of the Lycans, and that was something they didn't want and would stop at all costs. They reached a powerful witch and coerced her to create a curse on this Lycan. If she doesn't find her mate, mark and mate by her 22nd birthday, she will die. And so they did everything so that she couldn't find her mate. Also, if she didn't find her mate, she would not unlock her powers. Selene tried to break this course, but she couldn't do it. Eventually, time passed, and although she found her mate, he rejected her, and she killed herself before any of her gifts could be unlocked. It was stated that every 100 years she would appear once again, but every time she perished for various reasons. That was until Ivy came into the picture and met you, her mate. Because of her powers, Ivy is being hunted everywhere she goes. Even if she doesn't use her powers, it seems that someone is tracking her. She has learned a lot, fought a lot, been hurt a lot. She is the strongest person that I know. Even when you were cheating on her, she fought the pain like a true warrior. But that is all going to come to an end if you two don't get together. Does she know about this curse? The king asked me. He looked worried. If I hadn't been there with Ivy when he caused her all that pain, I would believe that he was a good mate. Yes, she does. She doesn't care. She told me that she would rather die by being buried alive than being with you. The sadness in his face looked sincere as well. I knew I didn't have much time to save my friend, even if it meant that she was going to be bonded to him. Then what do you expect me to do? If she is as strong as you say she is, then I'm no match for her. At least, he is intelligent. Ivy would not let herself be marked by him out of free will. That is why I needed to do this. I'm going to help you, of course. I can give her a potion to make her, let's say compliable. At that moment, his eyes changed color and looked a little bit like mine. So, he didn't like that, huh? I thought he would agree, especially because I told him he would become more powerful. No, his voice was powerful as it mixed with this wolf's. Okay, not what I was expecting. I'm going to help you, but not like this. I don't want her to die, but I'm not going to force her to do anything. Funny that you are the one to say that. Do I have things mixed up? What Ivy told me doesn't match the person in front of me. And why is that? His voice sounded dangerous. I could see he was trying to restrain his wolf from shifting. Because you acquired her like she was property. Like a piece of furniture that you buy for your house. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, he tried to reach me to attack me. Sue, time to leave. I was going to disappear when his beta stopped me. Please don't go, he hasn't been himself since she vanished 4 years ago. I'll calm him down and then we can talk again. I'm going to tell the guards to take you to a room in the pack house. Please accept my apology. His eyes looked sincere, showing me that they meant no harm. I nodded my head and was escorted to a beautiful room inside a freaking castle. They explained to me that I should stay in the room, not because I was being locked down, but because not everyone in the pack likes witches. I looked around the room. There was a huge queen-sized bed in the middle of the turquoise room, a humongous TV that I was soon going to put to good use. I didn't have clothes with me, but I could just conjure an outfit if I needed one. I walked to a door that I supposed would lead me to the bathroom, only to be surprised by the most beautiful bathtub I have ever seen. I was mesmerized just thinking about taking a long, soaking hot bath when my cell phone rang. Looking at Ivy's name on the screen, I knew that I was in trouble. I couldn't lie even if my life depended on it, and Ivy was a great lie detector. I considered letting it go to voicemail. I could answer her later when the alpha calmed down and she wouldn't be so suspicious of me. It's not like I answer every time she calls. Are you not gonna answer that? Ivy's voice came from behind me. Oh Lord, I'm screwed. Trigger warning. This chapter may contain scenes that suggest violence and other content that may be disturbing for some readers. Discretion is advised. Esmeralda, what the hell are you doing here? Don't try to lie to me. You know I detect when someone lies, I said to my dear friend who looked at me like she had seen a ghost. Okay, but please don't get mad. Oh no, that could only mean one thing. You told Cade the truth. She deviated her eyes from me, clearly showing her culpability. Damn it. Well, not all the truth. I left some things out. What did you tell him? I just wanted to know one thing. I don't want you to die, you are my friend. Why are you so stubborn? If she told him this, then that meant that he also knew my true strength. So he knows that I am the last hope for the Lycans? Not exactly. He knows that you are powerful and that the mate bond is going to save you. He also knows the Lycans' history and what you can do. But I may have let the part out that you are the last hope. I'll be damned. So let me get this straight. He knows I'm powerful, that he can become even more powerful, and that our descendants will be Lycans, meaning that the throne would remain in his family. Esmeralda nodded to my statement. Bloody hell. Hey, language. If looks could kill, Esmeralda would be 5 feet below the ground. I love her. But she is a pain in the ass. Look, I know you hate him, okay? I know what he did and has gone over the years, but when I told him everything he looked like a lost puppy. His sadness was sincere. He didn't want to force you into anything. Say what? And why would he have the idea of forcing me? And force me to what, mate? She looked guiltily at me. I hope that she didn't suggest what I'm thinking she suggested. Esmeralda, what the hell? You are supposed to be my friend. Ivy, I know it was wrong, but no. You know what happened back then and you're suggesting that. Are you insane? Even if I live, that is a scar that won't heal. Never. I was starting to hyperventilate. My vision was becoming blurry. Ivy, breathe. You are safe. Just breathe. Athena, I know is just that. I know, Ivy. We are one. Remember that. I know what you feel as well, so try to breathe. I did what Athena told me to calm myself down, as I closed my eyes and focused on lowering my heart rate. When I opened them, I could see the worry on Esmeralda's eyes. Ivy, I'm so sorry. I didn't think how it could affect you. Please forgive me, she said, and I knew that whatever plan she had was made out of her impulses. Like everything she does. Doesn't matter. Everything is forgotten. Let's go. Although my scent was masked and no one saw me enter the pack, I couldn't risk it. Sylvia could be at the house and I needed to leave ASAP. I approached Esmeralda so that we could leave, but she moved further away from me. I looked at her to ask her what was wrong. We can't leave. You need his help. Your birthday is in what, a month? Not again. I have already accepted death. He can't help me, and you know it. This curse was a pain in the ass. I couldn't do anything to avoid it, and the way to break it was to be with the asshole. Not happening. Yes, he can. Give him an opportunity to show you if he has changed. Yet, my dear friend, she still believes in people. You told him that I'm powerful for a werewolf that is like a drug. Of course he is going to change. He is going to lure me into becoming his mate, but once he gets what he wants, the act is over. That is the harsh reality. When I was weak, no one wanted me, Now that I'm strong, they want to use me. Didn't think of that, Esmeralda murmured. Of course she didn't. She doesn't know the nature of some people. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as she is. So now you see why we have to leave. She looked defeated. I knew she wanted to save me, but that wasn't going to happen. Mate? No, I have to hurry. Esmeralda, let's go. She hesitated once again, leading to a meeting that I didn't want to happen. No one is leaving. Not until we speak properly, Ivy. No, this can't be happening. Please let the earth swallow me whole. Yay, we are leaving. Who's gonna stop me? You? I laughed at him, but, contrary to last time, he didn't react like I expected him to. He looked sad. I'm not gonna force you, Ivy. I'm asking you to speak to me. If you are not convinced after we talk, then I will accept your rejection. Oh crap. You rejected him? Oh, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh crap, I didn't tell Esmeralda what I did. Shush your mouth, Esmeralda, I whispered to her, but of course the freaking Alpha King had to hear me. What happens if I accept her rejection? Esmeralda is your name? My fiend nodded her head and looked at me with fury. Crap. If you accept her rejection, she could die. What? Cade roared, and with that, I knew that I would never be free from him. When Esmeralda told me what could happen to Ivy if I accepted the rejection, I saw red. Didn't she care about her life at all? What was wrong with her? I took deep breaths to keep Atlas at bay. I knew that he wanted to turn and run into the woods, but now it was not the time to lose my mind. I looked at her to confirm what the witch called Esmeralda had just told me. She didn't make eye contact, but the fact that she was covering herself and looked angrily at the witch answered my question. I know you want to lose it, but control yourself. If you don't, then she can vanish once again. Andrew told me through the mind link. I know, don't worry, I won't mess this up. I tried to reassure him. Is it true, Ivy? If I accept the rejection, you're going to die? I asked her. Well, it could, but it could not. She was being cryptic once again for Goda's sake. I heard her friend try to contain a laugh and then look at her once again. Before I could ask her, she had already started speaking. I really doubt that you have a third chance, mate Ivy. You survived your first rejection because it wasn't meant to be, and because you had another mate on the line. Then it didn't affect you. That means that if the rejection between you and the king is completed and there isn't another mate bond on a line, you will die. Esmeralda stated. Wait, what? Second chance, mate? Huh. So that is why I didn't die back then. Well, we could see if I become a legend and have a third chance, mate. Ivy stated like it was the most normal thing, like we weren't discussing her freaking life right now. You don't care about your life? What is it with you? I asked her out of desperation. What is so bad about death? It is inevitable, it happens to everyone. Her friend wanted to interrupt her, but the deathly stare that Ivy gave her was enough to keep her at bay. So, you just gave up? You don't want to try to save your life? I asked her. I truly wanted to make things better between us. I still didn't know what happened back then when I felt the cheating pains, but I knew I had to ask her instead of just assuming the worst. Yet no, I didn't just give up. What do you think I've been doing all these years? I have looked for ways to avoid this fate. I found it unfair that I had to pay for you being a freaking asshole. Why did my life depend on a man? But every lead that I followed, every book that I read or person that I met has the same answer. This destiny is inevitable. Ivy's eyes watered when she spoke. She had fought and lost. It wasn't that she didn't care, she had just accepted her fate. But I hadn't. Now it was my turn to help Ivy. I can help you, Ivy. Even if you went all around the world to look for answers, I'm still the Alpha King and can get you better resources. I hope she accepts my help. We had a lot to talk about. But first, we had to find a way to save her. I already know how to save myself. I don't want that option. And why are you going to help me? So that you can scheme your way into my heart. What's your plan, huh? Of course, she wouldn't trust me. I haven't earned it. You just want to make me to become stronger. I know what you alphas want. I refuse to be used. I don't want to use you, Ivy. I want to help you find a way to save your life without being obligated to become my mate. She looked at me, puzzled. Please, Andrew and Esmeralda, could you leave the room? I needed to speak some things to Ivy, but I knew that there should be no interruptions. This time I was going to speak to her properly. After our friends left, I gestured Ivy to take a seat on one of the chairs that were in the room. She looked at me with caution as she took a seat. "You have 10 minutes, she stated, making me smirk. Her bossy attitude was funny. She looked so strong now, there was almost nothing left of the Ivy that I met 4 years ago. "I would like to speak with you for more than 10 minutes. I think that we have a lot to clarify." I looked at her mesmerizing green eyes. A hint of magenta popped, showing me that both her and her wolf were listening. "I have made some terrible mistakes that made you lose your trust in me. Right now, I know you don't believe me, but I truly want to help you. Nothing in exchange." "So you don't want us to be mates?" she asked, and I swear I heard a bit of disappointment in her voice, which made me happy. Was there still a chance of her wanting to preserve the bond? "Don't get me wrong, I want you to be my mate, but not by force or because that comes with a power-up. I want you to choose to be my mate because you believe in us. I will help you find a way out of this curse, and then win you over." I looked directly at her eyes as I tried getting closer to her. I missed her scent, but that didn't stop me from finding her beautiful. Her rosy, plump lips called me. "And if I decide to leave after you break this curse?" she asked me, looking directly into my eyes. "Then I would let you leave, but I will try everything in my power for you to accept the bond." Saying that made Atlas howl in pain. Just the thought that Qingqi might leave again was something that he didn't stand. "Fine, I will let you help me. Thank you, Moon Goddess." "Ivy, I needed to ask you something. It's about..." I was suddenly interrupted by Andrew, who knocked on the door. "I'm going to kill you, Andrew," I said through the mind link, but what he answered out loud made me realize that this conversation had to wait once again. "The northern border is being attacked, Alpha." When I heard that the border was under attack, I knew that this conversation would have to occur at another time. Was I ready to explain everything that has happened during the years? Not in the slightest, but I need to build up courage. Talking was the first step into healing. At least that was what my therapist said to me before I had to leave town. The only person that knows what happened is Esmeralda, not because I told her, but because she was the one to save me. That is why I trust her. I reassured Kaid that this conversation would continue once he finished with this attack, but I also wanted to help. I had to fight in my human form. I couldn't risk people seeing my wolf. Athena was unique. Well, at least that was a way to sum up her appearance. She is completely white, but when the moon touches our fur it becomes silver. Her size is also something extraordinary. She is big, like huge, even bigger than an alpha. I haven't seen the king's wolf, but I suspect that Athena is even bigger. Athena told me that this one wasn't her true form, that we had to wait until everything is clarified with our mate, and if we accepted him, I would become a Lycan. She also explained that a Lycan is a wolf that can stand on 2 paws, can speak, and is even stronger than what we are right now. Great perks if you ask me. Kite, of course, didn't want me to join the battle. He wanted me to stay behind in the room, but I reassured him that I had fought several battles in the past. He asked to treat me like an equal, not like I'm made of glass. In the end, he agrees only if I agreed to stay close to him. I was fine with it, because if people smelled me, they may think I'm the enemy, as I'm human for them. When we reached the battlefield, I smelled something familiar. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was or who it was, but I knew I had met that person before. I looked at Kaid, who was assessing the picture before him. The smell of rogues was potent, but if my intuition was right, then this wasn't just a simple attack. "Kid, they are not only rogues, someone powerful is behind them. I think they are using the rogues as bait, but the real attack is not happening yet." Kaid looked at me with surprise. It seemed like he was thinking the same thing. "Yeah, they are too organized to be something that rogues would do." Maybe they are looking for me. Why else would they attack a pack that has nothing to do with them? I looked at Kaid once again. He looked conflicted. He wanted to transform into his wolf, but I was stopping him. Well, his desire to protect me. "Kaid, I can protect myself. Just do what you have to do." He looks at me once again, still doubting if he should leave me alone. "Just go." With that, he changed into a beautiful black wolf with golden eyes. So this is Atlas. I wanted to touch him, but before I could, he ran onto the battlefield. He was humongous. He may be the only wolf that surpasses Athena's height. I was mesmerized seeing him run. He was quick, and every enemy that came into his view ended up death. The power of a true king. That's true, Athena. Okay, let's snap out of it. We have work to do. I quickly run to the smell that seemed familiar. I had to dodge several times to avoid being harmed. The smell became stronger, but as I was becoming closer, more wolves were coming my way. I took out a knife from my belt, which I always keep hidden in case of an emergency. A small, dirty brown wolf lunged at me. With a quick moment, I eluded his attack. I was just behind him and was about to stab him in the neck when Athena spoke to me. Don't kill him. What? When no response was given by her, I growled in frustration. Hey you! The brown wolf looked ready to attack me once again. You could attack me, but I can assure you that you will die if you try it. His confusion was evident in his eyes. Athena, a hint could be nice. I needed to know why my wolf considered keeping this rogue alive. She barely intervenes when I fought, but when she did it, it was because she had an ulterior motive. Look, something tells me that you are being forced into fighting. If that is true, I can help you. I just need a few answers. The wolf kept looking at me. His uncertainty was evident in his eyes. Other rogues were approaching us to aid him. He looked at them and howled. Weird. They are not the enemy, Ivy. They are being forced to fight. You'll see. Now you come up. The brown wolf approached me cautiously. He then transformed into a young man, probably 16 years old. That meant that he had just gained his wolf. He looked embarrassed as he was butt naked in front of me. For wolves, it is common to see nakedness. We are used to it. So to see him being so uncomfortable only meant one thing. You were not a wolf from birth, were you? I asked the young kid. I suspected that I was not going to like the answer he was about to tell me. No, a lot of us were human just a few months ago. We just found out about this whole world. My wolf told me to trust you. Athena, did you speak with his wolf? Yes, Ivy, you are not going to like it. Do I want to know? Not really, but we need to help them. Is it what I think it is? When Athena assured me that my worst nightmare was just around the corner, I just had one thing to ask this poor guy. Do you know who transformed you? Hey, what's your name? Chase. And he presented himself as Lord Hunter. When he said that, I felt my heartbeat start to rise. How can that bastard still be alive? I was soaked in blood from all the wolves that I had killed. Some rogues were extremely inexperienced, like they had just started training. I asked Andrew if he had noticed the same thing, and he confirmed it. In every single pack, at least the men are trained from a young age. In some out-of-date packs they don't let the females train, but the males have the obligation to. I roared loudly to make the rogues stop for a moment. I wanted to avoid attacking innocent wolves that might be coerced into fighting. I had transformed back and was about to speak when I saw Ivy approaching me. Behind her were several rogues in wolf form, including a dirty brown wolf. She walked like a queen, her head held high and her walking steady. She was fully clothed thanks to the goddess, because I don't know how Atlas would react if he saw other wolves looking at her, but naked. I was about to approach her when I heard one of the guards yell at the top of his lungs. Watch out, he said. I looked at the guard and realized that one of the rogues had transformed back and had a gun with him. He pointed directly at Ivy and pulled the trigger before anyone could stop him. I tried to run to her to stop the bullet from reaching Ivy, but I wasn't fast enough. I saw how the bullet pierced through her chest. She looked at the wound that the bullet had caused. Surprisingly, she held her ground. She didn't fall. That showed everyone there that she was strong. I stopped for a second to register what had happened. Seconds became hours as I saw her cough blood. That made me break the trance in which I was, and made me run as fast as I could to her. Her knees became weak. I could see that the wolves that were behind her started transforming so they could help her. The growl that erupted from my chest couldn't be stopped as Atlas didn't want another male touching her. I reached her before she became weaker and carried her in my arms so that she didn't fall to the ground. Ivy, please stay awake, please. Don't leave me, please. We are going to the pack clinic. I started to mind-link the doctor, asking him to have everything ready. I started running to the clinic when Ivy spoke to me. Don't. I'm... She stopped talking and coughed more blood. I needed to move faster. If not, I may lose her forever. I smelt the scent of wolfsbane, meaning that the bullet was poisoned. Also, I suspected that it wasn't an ordinary bullet, it must have been a silver one, meaning that the chances of Ivy surviving were slim. Don't talk, I'm going as fast as I can, just stay awake please, I pleaded to her. She needed to save her energy, not waste it by speaking to me. Kate, I'm alright. Is she crazy? You were shot, Ivy, you need treatment. I didn't want to say anything else as I concentrated on reaching the clinic. I dodged trees and everything that came in my way. Just make sure that they remove the BB bullet, she said one last time before passing out. Atlas helps me to run faster as we are a few meters away from the clinic. Our wolves can lend some of their strength when we are in human form. That can make us heal faster, become stronger, or run further. It kind of boosts our stamina. I entered the clinic when I heard her heart come to a full stop. A piercing pain came next that made me fall to my knees. I didn't let Ivy go. I continued holding her as tears started coming out. No, please no, Ivy, wake up please. I begged her as if that could revive her somehow. The pain spread through my body, but I didn't care. I just wanted to see her green eyes look at me once again. She is gone. Atlas howled painfully in my mind. We lost her, we truly lost her. I should have been more careful, I should not have turned and left her alone. This is all my fault. Kide, please let the doctor examine her. Andrew came to my side. He tried to take Ivy from my embrace, but I was not going to let him. Thus these last few moments with her were all I had, and no one was going to take her away from me. She is gone, Andrew. What is the doctor going to do? Unless he has the ability to revive death people, there is nothing he can do. Why can't they let me mourn in peace? I just wanted to hold her for a few minutes before we had to proceed with everything else. Kide, look at her. That I could do, seeing her face right now and imagining that she was just sleeping to later face the ugly truth. I opened my eyes and to my utter surprise I saw that the bleeding had stopped on its own. What the? I started saying when I felt her jerk in my arms. She gasped as she opened her eyes. What the hell was that? Ivy's POV. I was surrounded by darkness, which only meant one thing. I died again and it hurts. Rogue that shot me. I was too focused on looking at Cade to realize that a rogue had aimed at me with a gun. Silver and wolfsbane don't work on me, but they sting. So when the bullet entered my body, it was like a wasp stinging you in the bloody lung. I hoped that Cade remembered to take out the bullet, otherwise it was going to be a pain in the ass to extract it. I knew I had to wait until my body recovered so that I could wake up. This one was the second time that I died. The first time it took me a while to come back, but it was because my whole heart was literally ripped out from my body. Now I died from the blood loss. The bullet pierced my lung and I suspect the subclavian artery, but the damage wasn't extensive, so I should wake up soon. The last time I just stayed in the darkness until my body recovered and I just woke up. This time, however, I found myself in a forest. The moon shone up in the sky, giving the trees a magnificent glow. The smell of fresh pine trees and grass filled my nostrils, giving me a sense of calm. I walked through the forest until I saw a woman standing near a pond. I should have my guard up, but she gives me such serenity and familiarity that I feel all my barriers falling. I approached the strange woman that is in the limbo between life and death. If she is here, she must be one of the gods. Before I reached her, she turned around, showing her ethereal beauty. She had long, straight black hair that sparkled with the moonlight, white porcelain skin with rosy cheeks, gray eyes that mimicked the moon. You are the moon goddess, I stated. Na asked, it was obvious. Yes, my child, we need to have a chat. Her voice was sweet, it reminded me of a mother who talks to their kid. Something I never had but always wanted. I'm all ears, but do we have time? I was worried that our talk would be cut short because of me resuscitating. Time works differently in this realm, Ivy. Come, I need to show you something. And with that she showed what I had to know to face the dangers that will soon come. I saw how the king took off with that human. Everyone on the field realized how important she was to him. He never retreats from battle, he sends someone else when someone gets injured. But today, he didn't care that he was at the peak of the battle. The human, on the other hand, was becoming a nuisance for my master. He has tried to kill her for a while but has never achieved his goal. I came today with his scent to lure her out. Our plan was to kidnap her during the chaos of the battle, but once again she was lucky. I also saw that some of the turned wolves were turning themselves in. She must have told them something to make them betray us. But they would soon regret it. My mission here had failed. We had to retreat before the king's guards captured us. I just wanted to see if we could capture the witch that was always near humans, but I couldn't see her anywhere. My master is going to be extremely mad at me, and I will have to face his fury. I gave the signal so that my men could retreat. The newly transformed wolves will probably stay. I knew they weren't reliable, but we needed to have more soldiers. We left the royal pack's land and reached a clearing where a crystalline pond reflected the sun. The sunset was approaching, and we needed to leave as soon as possible. My master must have seen what happened on the battlefield and would expect a report on what happened. I approached a large pine tree that may look like any other, but this one had a small sign that you could only find if you were looking for it. I waited for all my men to gather around the tree and pressed the sign to allow the hidden paths to open. All these years we have had to scheme a complex plan to make the current king fall from his throne. We have built our hideout underground. That way we can move across the state without being detected. The king has no idea that all the problems that he has faced were all created by the same group of people. As soon as the passage opened, one of the warlocks that worked with my master came into view. He is waiting for you. I have to bring you there myself. Also, he is not happy. He wasn't telling me something that I didn't expect, but still facing the wrath of my master was something that I wasn't so keen on experiencing. I cursed that human. She got me into this trouble. The warlock created a portal and signaled me to enter it first. I crossed it and found myself in the middle of the office of my masters. This one was the only room that had access to the outside, as it had a small window. The rest of the office was made of stone and covered with paintings portraying various agonizing deaths. The red carpet gave the entire place a medieval theme. It also possessed a fireplace, just at the right end of the room. It gave the place a little bit of warmth, especially considering that, because we were underground, it was usually cold. My master was looking at the fireplace. The instant I saw him, I dropped to my knees to show him respect and ask for mercy. I knew that I had to wait until he spoke. He hated being interrupted. "So anything that you want to tell me?" he asked in a low, calm and steady voice. The fear inside of me grew as I knew that the calmness that he portrayed at that instant was only a facade of his true emotions. "Master, I wanted to apologize for my incompetence on the mission. The human wasn't brought to you as you desired. Nevertheless, she was neutralized and, according to the king's reaction, she could be his mate. I hoped that he accepted my apology and comprehended that we tried to at least weaken the king. If his mate died, then that would affect him profoundly, giving us the perfect opportunity to attack. I waited patiently for my master's answer, but as time continued passing, I started sweating. The room wasn't hot, but the anxiety building up inside me was making my heart rate race like I was running a marathon. "And who told you that I wanted her death?" His voice changed, his fury now evident. "Was I wrong? I always thought that he wanted to kill the human." "Your last plan consisted of us harming her to the point of no return. We considered." I was suddenly interrupted by the sound of glass breaking. That was a clear sign that I had failed miserably. "I don't want you to think. I want you to execute the orders that I give you exactly as I give them to you. And stop calling her human. She is not human. Why would I tell you to mask my scent if she was human?" Why didn't I think of that? So was she a werewolf? What was so special about her? As you can see, your thinking is defective. You can't understand the bigger picture that I'm going after, nor do I want you to understand. Just follow your orders next time. "Yes, master. It won't happen again." I had to gather more information to please my master the next time. No errors can be committed again. "How did you neutralize her?" "Oh no, if I tell him that the bullet meant for the king hit her, I'm as good as dead. Tell me at this instant, or I'm going to rip your head off your body." The silver bullet made for the king reached her. I believe it hit a vital organ. If she was human, then it wouldn't be a problem, but if she was a werewolf, she must be dead. Very well. We have to wait and plan a new attack. Get some spies to give us information on the girl. If she is his mate, I want to know. What? I thought he was going to kill me. Wasn't he worried that the bullet had killed her? Master, if I may say, I don't think she is alive. He looked at me, his eyes with a hint of amusement. Of course she is. Stop thinking and just follow orders. Is that clear? With that, I knew that my master would not disclose further information to me. If I wanted to find out more about her, I would have to look for the information by myself. Who or what are you, Ivy Summers? I was processing what the moon goddess told me. I looked through the window and saw the wind move the pine trees, giving me a sense of calmness. She has given me a lot of information, and I don't know how to use it to my advantage just yet. When I woke up, I remained silent. They wanted me to stay at the hospital, but I hate hospitals. The smell of alcohol and disinfectant makes me nauseous. After I told them I would rather jump out of the window before I stayed in the hospital, they took me to a room in the pack house. From what I heard, this one was the Luna suite, but I haven't seen the room with much detail. Before I could get here, they had to remove the bullet through surgery since my skin had already covered it. I didn't hold Kite accountable, although I did tell him to extract the bullet. He was too shocked to think. The pain from cheating was extreme, so I couldn't imagine how worse the pain of your mate dying would be. Esmeralda tried to talk to me, but I told her to give me a moment. They would all know what happened during my death, but I needed to organize everything that I was going to tell them. Athena was helping me make sense of everything to make the task easier and faster. I heard some knocking and instantly knew that it was Cade who was looking for me. I told him to come in, but I was going to ask for a little more time. When I saw his face, I knew that what he wanted to tell me was important. Ivy, I'm sorry to disturb you, but the rogues that were by your side are asking for you and think that we did something to you. They are becoming agitated, so if you could calm them, I would really appreciate it. It looked like he had aged during the past few hours. He had baggy eyes, his hair was a mess, and I could swear I saw some wrinkles around his eyes. He is 10 years older than you, Ivy. What? When did he tell you that? Before you escaped almost 4 years ago. He told us he was 28 and we were almost 18. Just do the math. Don't be rude, I didn't remember that. Athena chuckled in my mind. I had one crazy wolf, that was for sure. They are my responsibility after all. Where are they? Cade let out a breath that I didn't know he was holding. Did he think I would leave him with this problem alone? Cade, what were you worried about? You are just recovering from literally being deaf. I don't want you to rush your recovery and that you may become sick. He looked mortified, like he was interrupting something sacred. My heart warmed as I saw his preoccupation for my recovery. I'm okay. I know you saw me dying, but I can assure you that nothing happened. I said to him. I hope that my words gave him a bit of peace. Then why did you lock yourself? I thought you wanted to overcome some kind of trauma. I need to work on my social skills. The thing about being on the run is that you don't interact much with people. My only friend apart from Sylvia was Esmeralda, and the only one with whom I have had contact with is the latter. Esmeralda is also weird herself, so I don't think our friendship counts as a normal one. Well, not everyone has a friend that dies and comes back to life, or that can control elements. Some magic has the same strength as an alpha. Okay, Athena, I got it. We are not exactly normal and I know that. I have been an outcast my entire life, so yes, I know I don't have the ability to interact with people like the rest. I didn't realize that it looked like that. I'm not traumatized if that is what you are worried about. I needed to process some information that was given to me by the moon goddess. I wanted to piece everything together and then speak to all of you to form a plan. He looked at me like I had grown another head. Well, if it was someone else telling me this story, I would think that they were crazy. You kind of are. Why do you always bully me, Athena? What else can I do? I don't have a mate just yet, so I'm bored. You have a mate, he is right in front of us, and regarding his wolf, you can literally enter his mind and speak with him without the mate bond. Don't play the victim, it doesn't suit you. Athena chuckled and retreated to the back of my mind. Even my wolf is missing a bolt or two. Just great. Why did you choose me, moon goddess, to carry this huge burden? Before Athena could say anything else, Kaid started speaking. I'm not going to question what you tell me, because you came back from death, and that is something that I don't think has ever happened before. But don't you think you hit your head or something when you were shot? Wonderful. Now Kaid thinks I'm crazy. I know it sounds like I lost my mind, but believe me, I spoke with her. I was surprised myself. Last time I died it was all black. This time she called me, and we were in the forest. You what? Kaid roared. Oh right, he doesn't know I died. Haha, my bad. I will explain everything, I swear. Let's just resolve the matter at hand, okay? With that I expected that he calmed down. I knew I had to tell him some things that were going to be difficult to swallow, but they had to wait. He showed me the way to a huge living room that was on the first floor. As we descended the stairs I saw that the rogues were sitting there. Some of them were calm, especially Chase. I guess that my talk with him and his friends did have an impact on him. The other rogues were anxious. I could notice that as I saw them playing with their hands or moving their legs up and down repeatedly to control themselves. Everybody, I know that you were waiting for her, but she had to recover from her injury. She is Ivy, my friend. He was about to call me his mate, so I poked him. It was not the time to announce ourselves as mates. The enemy that was behind us wanted to kill both of us. If he knew that we were mates, he just had to kill one of us to drive the other one mad. Or capture me and wait for me to die so that Kaid goes insane. Either way, we had to be careful. Hello everyone. A few of you know me. I have already spoken to Chase and some of his friends. They have explained to me that you were forced to fight a battle that isn't yours. Furthermore, I also know that you were turned against your will. If you are worried about your families, give us a little bit of time. We are looking for ways to help you out, I said with a calm but firm voice. Can we go back to our families? One of the rogues asked. It saddens me that they were ripped from their loved ones to never return. I'm sorry, but we can't let you do that. The supernatural is unknown to humans. If you go back, then they may chase you and harm you and your families. For now, you can stay in my pack. I will teach you everything that you need to know and make some alliances with the other packs. If they agree, then you can go to other packs if you want. Kaid said to them. I have arranged some rooms for you to stay in. If you need anything, just ask us. My Beta Andrew and Gamma Steven will show you the way. With that, the rogues started exiting the living room. Some of them approached us to thank us. You know that they have to pledge an alliance to you, so they become pack members. Right? I reminded Kaid. I know, you need to do it as well, if you want to belong to this pack, of course. I froze for a second. Did I want to belong to this pack? I was going to give him an answer when a feminine voice got my attention. If I want to speak with the king, I can speak to him. I'm his fiancé, and if you don't get out of my way, I'm going to get you banished. Her voice was too high-pitched for my liking. And did she just call herself Kaid's fiancé? I was going to ask Kaid, but his face gave away the answer. He looked pale as a ghost. Fiancé, huh? Then ta-ta, I'm leaving right now. And with that, I started going to the room where Esmeralda was staying. We were out of here. My biggest mistake literally came to bang at my door. I was petrified. I didn't react fast because the woman that came clamoring to be my fiancé was indeed my fiancé. She was supposed to be part of an alliance, and I should have told Ivy as soon as possible, but with everything that happened, I forgot. I saw how Ivy went upstairs, probably to gather her friend and leave the pack. I couldn't let that happen, so I mind-linked Sylvia to help me. She was the only one that could keep Ivy there until I explained everything to her. I was going behind her when my arm was caught by none other than Sophia, the daughter of the Alpha of the Red Moon Pack. Her touch made Atlas become mad in my head. He wanted to rip the arm of her body, a little bit exaggerated if you ask me. Sophia, let me go, I need to speak to someone. I didn't want to tell her that Ivy was my mate. For starters, it seemed that Ivy didn't want to disclose that information yet, and in second place, I didn't have the time to explain to Sophia why we weren't engaged anymore. I had to talk to her, but right now Ivy was way more important and I had to catch her before she disappeared again. And I need to speak to you at this instant. You have been ignoring me. I'm your fiancé. You can't do this to me. Is that how you treat your queen? I started hearing some rumbling from upstairs. I had to go there quickly. Sophia, release my arm. I don't want to harm you, but if you continue this, I'm going to. She gasped in surprise. Although I wasn't too affectionate with her, I don't treat her like I'm doing it right now, but my desperation to get to Ivy was strong. Is it because of some that you have upstairs? She said while her eyes watered. For fuck's sake. She called Ivy a Cade. If you don't put her in her place, I will. I know, Atlas, I just want to focus on getting to Ivy. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I can't hold Ivy much longer. Sylvia mind-linked me. We are going to lose her, Cade. Do something. Release me now. I roared, and Sophia let me go as fear became evident in her eyes. I almost never lose control. I always try to treat everyone fairly, but at that moment, it was the only way for her to let go of my arm. I ran upstairs as fast as I could. The door of Esmeralda's room was closed, but I could hear them talking on the inside. Ivy was definitely angry, and both Sylvia and Esmeralda were trying to calm her and to get her to stay. No, I won't be staying, and if you don't go with me, Esmeralda, that is your problem. He is a prick and a man whore. I won't be listening to him. He's only going to feed me more lies. Oh, crap, she is angry. Okay, Cade, man up, you just have to tell the truth. Before she could continue insulting me or her friends, say anything else, I entered the room. Sylvia and Esmeralda released a breath as they no longer had to contain my angry mate. The look Ivy gave me made goosebumps erupt from my skin. She was damn scary when she was mad. Her eyes were a mixture of hers and Athena's, showing the power that they both possessed. To be able to have the same control as your wolf is a task that not everyone can do. I could do it because I'm king, but for her to have that ability meant that she was on the same level of control and power as me. Taking into account that I had training and she did not, it was a great accomplishment what she had done. Leave, I will not repeat myself. Go back to your fiancé and leave me alone. I will be departing in the next few minutes. Ivy said. She was fuming. Every time she said fiancé, her eyes became more magenta, showing that her wolf was mad as well. Seeing her reaction made me chuckle, earning a death stare from her and her friends. I cleared my throat before they decided to kill me, to ask both Esmeralda and Sylvia to leave Ivy and me alone. No, they are not leaving. Esmeralda, let's go. She almost yelled at me, but Esmeralda didn't move. Are you coming or not? I needed to control the situation, or she was going to explode. Ivy, please, let me explain, and then you can leave. You don't have to teleport or whatever it is that you do. I will provide you with a vehicle so you can leave in peace. Alel, do you agree? She shifted her gaze from Esmeralda to me. She seemed to be having some conversation with her wolf. I didn't know how much her wolf would be on my side, so I spoke again. I don't know your name, but Atlas would like to talk to you as well if you allow us. I spoke to her wolf this time. The magenta in her eyes vanished, showing me that at least her wolf had calmed down. When Esmeralda and Sylvia saw that Ivy was not going to rip off my head, they left the room. Talk, and fast, she said. I knew that I had a few minutes before she exploded again. Okay, Sophia is my fiancé. That is true. I made that alliance when I thought that you cheated on me. It was a terrible mistake that I made out of anger and jealousy. Her father proposed that alliance as he possesses several ships that could be used for commerce. I already had something, let's say physical with Sophia, so I saw it as an opportunity. But as soon as I saw you, that alliance wasn't even on my mind. She still looked pissed. I knew that all my mistakes would haunt me now. Sue, how many of these physical girls do you have? I'm a dead man. I told you to keep it in your pants. Help me, please. Now you are on your own. I don't want my mate to be mad at me. I also tried to stop you and warn you, but you didn't listen. I know. What do I do now? I was desperate, and Ivy was definitely going to chop my head off. So that many, huh? Oh crap. Now look, I'm really sorry. I did all those things without thinking. I'm ashamed to say that I don't recall the exact number, and even if I did, I really don't want to tell you. I'm afraid you are going to separate my head from my body. She gave me a small smile. At least she didn't look that mad anymore. Which head do you prefer me chopping in? What? Kate, is she going to? I hope not. She looked dead serious. Her stare was making my blood pressure drop. I was thinking if she really meant to cut my little friend when she burst into laughter. You should have seen your face. Oh my goddess, it was priceless. At least she is not mad at me anymore. I smirked when I saw that she continued laughing. So she thought that making fun of me was hilarious. I approached her fast so she didn't notice my movements and pinned her against the wall. Her laughter had died down, and now she looked at me with surprise. What do you think you're doing? She stuttered. Something that I've wanted to do since I first saw you. My heart rate started to rise. He had me pinned against the wall, and the contact of his skin with mine was making tingles erupt from all over my body. We have never been this close. Everything inside me was telling me to kiss him, to get on my tiptoes so I could reach his lips. Athena was also telling me to undress him. But she was one crazy wolf. He looked directly at my eyes. They had a hint of amusement and lust in them. Should I give in? Should I forget all the pain that he caused me? No, I shouldn't. He didn't care about my pain at that moment. I knew what he was doing, but he just assumed what happened back then. He never considered that the pain that he felt only happened once while he did it several times. If my count is correct, then it was almost 100 times. That made me sick. I felt the pain and sadness engulf me once again. I hate feeling this way. It makes me weak. I stomped on his foot, making him growl in pain. He retreated, so now I had enough space to escape him. Ivy, please, no, enough of this. He needed to hear me out. You thought I'd cheated on you, once. You felt the pain once. And for that you made me pay every single freaking day. You only stopped once or twice a week. Meanwhile, I was experiencing pain almost daily, and for revenge? You wanted to get revenge on me? Didn't it seem odd to you that I never did it again? Tears started falling from my eyes. Everything that I had bottled up in these last years was coming out. You didn't care. You never asked what happened. Why did I escape? No, you didn't care at all what was happening in my life. You only cared about your stupid pride in getting vengeance because I cheated on you. Ivy, I know I messed up. I don't know what to do so that you can forgive me. He tried to take my hand, but I slapped him. I was not going to let the bond confuse me. Then tell me, Kaid, what would happen if I did the same thing that you did? I could see how his muscles tensed. Of course he wouldn't agree with that. It is only fair that I did the same thing that you did. I may even get a fiancé as well. The roar that he emitted was one of pure jealousy. Ivy, stop it. Atlas is going to lose it. Then we fight him, Athena. Being strong means that we can fight. You are not going to back down just because he is your mate. But what if we harm mate? Then we harm him. He didn't care much when he was hurting us. Remember that he would cause us pain just in the middle of a fight, making us almost die a few times? With that, Athena retreated to the back of my mind. I knew it hurt her to inflict any pain on Kaid, but I hated the fact that this mate bond makes us obligated to be with someone. It doesn't matter if that person is good or bad. If you are linked to them, then you have to respect the bond. I won't allow it to control me. I need to think with my mind and not with my hormones or destiny or whatever you want to call it. He is not a bad person. He was hurt and didn't think of the consequences of his actions. Well, what he did doesn't make him a good person either. Tell me, mate, would you like to see how much it hurts to be cheated on a daily basis? Ivy, stop. I could see he was trying to control himself. Atlas was trying to come out. So I decided to do something that I hadn't done in a while. Hello, Atlas. I could talk with other wolves directly, but it drained my energy, so I chose to avoid it. How is this possible? Atlas was surprised to witness another one of our powers. I'm amazing, I know, but that isn't what I want to talk about. I wanted to ask Atlas one simple question. Who told Kaid that it was cheating pain? I have had this question since he accused me of cheating on him. What happened back then should have caused him pain, but not to the extent that it did. The pack's doctor did. That doesn't sound right. Someone must be behind all this. And you believed him. That was a question that Athena wanted an answer to. She wanted to know if her mate also doubted her. No, I also told Kaid this. I felt the bond snap, like you had died, but at that moment it seemed impossible. Now it is a different story. So Atlas knew what happened. Well, partially. Thank you, Atlas, for believing in me. for trusting that I wouldn't do that to the bond. With that, I said my goodbyes to him. Wolves are primal creatures. They are highly impulsive. The human part is the one that controls them. Sadly, humans can be evil. Did you just have a conversation with my wolf? The surprise in his face was obvious, but the tiredness in my body was beginning to become evident. My eyes felt heavy. If I wanted to go, I had to use my last reserve of energy. Yes, now I need to leave. But I couldn't complete my sentence as I felt darkness engulf me. Looks like I have to stay here a little longer. Athena's POV. Ivy lost consciousness, meaning that I could take control of her body and do something to amend her relationship with Kaid. Everything that has happened between the two was because of the lack of communication. The problem was that Ivy is too hard-headed and holds grudges for a long time. Kaid, on the other hand, doesn't go straight into the problem. He beats around the bushes too much. I opened my eyes for the first time in human form. I've never tried to take the power from Ivy before, but now it was a must. Hello, Kaid. My voice was similar to hers but a little bit deeper. Are you Ivy's wolf? He asked me. The only difference right now is probably my eyes. Yes, my name is Athena, and we have to talk quickly. I can't hold this form for long. Clock was ticking, and I had to get everything straight. Ivy has been through a lot. When you cheated on her a few times, we were in the middle of fighting and almost lost our lives again because of the lack of concentration. Again, when did you lose it the first time? He reached my hand to bring me a sense of comfort. The sparkles erupted in my skin. It was a sensation that brought peace to me. The time you felt that severe pain? Part of it was because of me dying. The other part is something that Ivy doesn't like to talk about. But what? I was going to tell him what happened, but he stopped me. If Ivy doesn't want to know, then you shouldn't break her trust. I will wait until she tells me herself. Interesting. Okay, the other thing is that the person that is behind Ivy is also trying to harm you. We suspect that they are working with people from your pack. In fact, they have spies all over the country, so beware. All these years we have met with two sides. One wants to kill us to avoid the resurrection of the Lycans. The other side wants to use us to have the Lycan power at their mercy. And please tell Ivy about everything that you did. If she finds one more surprise, she is going to kill you herself, and I'm not going to stop her. I looked into his eyes to speak to Atlas as well. He reassured me that he was going to try to get his humans on his best behavior. You have my word, Athena. I will not disappoint you. I'll listen more to Atlas, Kaid said. I smiled, knowing that maybe this time Ivy had a chance of happiness, and then I let the darkness engulf me as well. After I spoke with Athena, I saw how Ivy's body went limp. I caught her just before she hit the ground and carried her to the room that she was staying in. I mind-linked Sylvia so that she could bring Esmeralda to keep Ivy company. I had to solve the Sophie problem, or it was going to become a thorn in my side. I descended the stairs once again to ask the guard where she was. I didn't tell them what to do with her, so they could have sent her to a room or to my office. Thankfully, I had only told Andrew and Stefan about my engagement. The other members of the pack only knew that Sophie came once in a while to, calm my needs. Have shik's Kaid, you can say it. What are you, 10? Shush, Atlas. I'm embarrassed enough that almost caused Ivy to leave me again. In fact, I haven't solved that situation just yet. And you are the only one at fault. Told you to keep it in your pants. Yes, I know. Stop scolding me. The fact that a wolf has more self-control is alarming. Hey, don't put all the blame on me. You wanted it as well. Yes, but with mate. Not all the bimbos that you brought. True. Well, we are one, so instead of lecturing me, please help me solve this whole situation. Fine, he growled. At least he is on my side now. The guard was waiting for me downstairs. From his face, it looked like Sophia definitely had him a hard time. Your Majesty, he said as he bowed. The guards were always formal with me. Even though I had told them to drop the formalities if there weren't any visitors, they still followed all the protocols. You weren't exactly in the best mood, said. They were afraid that you would kill them if they offended you in any way. Better safe than sorry. Geez, I know I was an asshole, okay? You don't have to remind me every single time. You weren't exactly in the best mood either. True, but I only make your life impossible like not everyone else's. It's the same. You know what, save it for later. I blocked Atlas. I needed to focus and he wasn't helping. There is no need for formalities, Matthew. Could you tell me where Sophia is? I asked him. I remembered what Atlas told me. I have been a complete jerk to all my people. That was going to change. Yes, she was escorted to a room on the second floor, Your Majesty. If I go to her room and for whatever reason Ivy wakes up, I'm a dead man. Please, escort her to my office. I will be waiting for her there. Matthew nodded and went straight up to get Sophie. The pack house was designed so that everyone could have their privacy, and the pack members could enter it as well. On the first floor there was the main dining room, where we tried to accommodate a portion of the pack members when there was something to celebrate. The kitchen, which was also open to anyone that may need food at any moment, the game room where the teenagers could go to hang out, had a pool table, TV, video games, a bowling area, and a relaxation zone. There was also a living room that connected with the dining area and the entrance hall. On the second floor, we accommodated our guests when they came. Usually, when there was a significant event and other packs were invited, they stayed there or in the cottages near the pack house. The third floor was for the royal guards who didn't have a mate or family. The fourth floor was for my gamma, Stephen, and his future family. His parents lived in a small house as they wanted to have some privacy. Only his sister lived with him, but would move when she finds her mate. The fifth floor belonged to my beta, and also was the place where his office and mine were. And finally, the sixth floor was for me and my mate. My father lived outside the pack with my mother. They returned to my mother's birth country to retire. My father fought hard to get the crown and did an amazing job as king. But being in this position can be too overwhelming sometimes. I wanted to tell them about Ivy, but the moment I mentioned my mate, my mom was going to go overboard. She is going to book the next flight and come here to meet her, so the first thing was to gain Ivy's forgiveness. I entered my office. To get to the higher floors, we had an elevator. I used it sometimes because the stairs weren't really a problem for me. It was there mostly for when someone gets pregnant. I sat on my chair and waited for Sophie to enter my office. I was sure her entrance was not going to be a quiet one. She liked to be noticed. Leave me alone, I know where his office is. I heard her from outside my door. I decided to make the task a little bit easier for Matthew. I opened the door and looked at the scene in front of me. Sophia was behind him and trying to move him, while Mather looked like he was about to knock on the door. Don't worry, Matthew, I'm going to take it from here. You can go now. I saw Sophie smirk. She must think that we are going to talk alone. No way. If I learned something in these days, it was to avoid getting Ivy mad. Andrew, please come to my office, ASAP. I mind-linked my beta. This action proved to be the best because as soon as I closed the door behind me, Sophia tried to kiss me. I moved away from her instantly. I gestured her to the place where she could take a seat. Kide, why don't we have some fun? You look stressed. She purred, trying to sound seductive. Before Ivy came back, I even found her seductive, but now I felt nothing towards her. In fact, it was making me nauseous. Sophia, please take a seat. I gestured to her once again where she could sit, place far, far away from me. We need to discuss some matters regarding our engagement, I said to her. She was about to tell me something when I heard a knock on the door. I should have noticed then. The lack of scent gave it away. But I realized too late that the person behind the door wasn't Andrew, it was Ivy. And when she looked at Sophia and me, she was furious. At least she didn't see us in her room, or I'm sure I would be a dead man. I woke up after a quick slumber. During the time that I was sleeping, I had come to a conclusion. I can't die just yet. The information revealed to me showed me a world that I didn't want to become true. It was away from the moon goddess to help their children again. Why did she give me such a heavy burden? I don't know, but it wasn't the time to question her actions. It was time for me to do what I was supposed to do. I wanted to talk to Cade. He could help me with my plan. I still wanted to find a way around this curse, but if there wasn't one, I needed a plan B. Before this new information was revealed to me, I didn't care about dying. But now it isn't an option anymore. That meant that I had to retract my rejection as well. You are going to suck your pride for the first time? Yes, Athena, the fate of the whole supernatural world seems like a good reason to suck my pride. Why are you mad at me? I know you said something to Kaid while I was blackout. Don't try to deny it. I wasn't. Besides, he surprised me as well. I was going to tell him everything, but he said to leave out the parts that you didn't want him to know. He wants you to tell him yourself. My heart faltered. I wanted to continue hating him, but some of his actions were making it difficult. He behaved like the mate that I once dreamed of having. But what if it isn't true? Like back then when he said one thing to me and another to Alexander and Bianca. I trusted him once, not completely, but I was beginning to open my heart to him, and he broke that trust. You don't know that for sure. Both of you have something in common, and that is that you just assume things. You don't ask them. What if what happened all those years ago was just a plan of his? Have you thought of that? I have. If that is true, then I have to apologize, but that doesn't change the fact about the other things that he did. It doesn't, but he did the same as you did. He assumed you had cheated on him. You assumed he was buying you like a piece of meat. Damn wolf. She was right. One of my biggest defects was being impulsive. I try to control it, but sometimes it gets the best of me. Okay, then I needed to talk about this with Kaid and clear up that situation. Then let's go. Yes, Athena, give me a second to wake up completely. As I opened my eyes, I could see that both Sylvia and Esmeralda were in the room. Sylvia looked worried, while Esmeralda was playing something on her phone. Aren't you worried about her? Sylvia asked Esmeralda. I could see that she just shrugged, making Sylvia angrier. I have seen Ivy like this probably, like 10 times, so no, I'm not that worried anymore. Sylvia opened her mouth in surprise. I should make them notice my presence before they continue arguing. Good morning, my friends. How are we today? They both jumped. I guess they expected me to be out for a few more hours. Since I've been here, my abilities have become better. Geez, Ivy, don't do that, Sylvia said to me. Her reaction made me laugh. It was fun to do these kinds of things. At least once in a while. Sorry you were talking too loud. You woke me up. I was just messing with them, but they both had their cheeks red, showing their embarrassment. Just kidding, you guys. Where's Kaid? I need to speak to him. Esmeralda just shrugged. Sylvia, on the other hand, avoided eye contact. Sylvia, what is going on? She still tried to avoid my gaze, meaning not only that she knew where he was, but that if I went there, I was not going to like what I saw. Last chance. If you don't tell me, I'm going to start looking through all the rooms. He is in his office. Andrew just told me to keep you here until he is done. He said what? To say that I'm furious is an understatement. If he wasn't doing anything wrong, then why did he want me to stay in the room? Look, Sylvia, if I go where he is and he is behaving, then the relationship could have a future. If I stay here, I'm going to stop believing in him. He has to treat me like his damn mate, and not a child. Sylvia let out a breath, then her eyes glazed. She was probably asking Andrew to tell her where my bloody mate was. He is in his office. I'll show you the way. She opened the door when I stopped her. Tell me where it is. His scent will guide me if I'm close enough. Thanks to my senses, it was easier to locate my mate than it would be for other wolves. Just go to the floor below this one. It's the second room on the right. I huffed. It seemed that she didn't believe that I could smell his scent only by being on the same floor as him. Thank you, you are staying here. If something goes wrong, we will leave immediately, Esmeralda. With that, I left the room and started descending the stairs. As soon as I got onto the 5th floor, I smelled Kaid's scent. But it wasn't the only one. The smell of lilacs was also there. It was a foreign one. Nobody in the pack that I had met had that scent. Andrew was also coming to his office. I stopped him. I'm entering before you, I stated. I had a big suspicion that the lilac scent came from Sophia. Be my guest, Ivy. You are scary when you are mad, he said and laughed. It was a good sign that he didn't try to stop me, but then I heard something that made my blood boil. Kaid, why don't we have some fun? You look stressed, she said to Kaid. And even though he behaved himself, the fact that they were intimate once, and she was trying to do that again, was a no on my list. I decided to open the door to stop that bloody she-wolf, and when I did, I saw the relief on Kaid's face. but the expression that she had was the complete opposite. If we were in a cartoon, then smoke would have come out of Ivy's ears. Thanks to the goddess, we were in the office, and she was far away from me. Andrew came just behind her, showing that I wasn't going to meet Sophia alone. At least this time I didn't mess it up. Why is this kid, Cade? This is a private conversation between a couple. My anger rises. Atlas becomes crazy in my head. To hear another person insult our mate was preposterous. If that is the case, then I'm leaving the two lovebirds alone. Ivy was giving a huge smile, but her tone showed that she wanted to behead Sophia. No, Ivy, please stay. I wanted to make this as private as possible for your sake, Sophia, but since you have been rude to everyone here, then the considerations given to you out of kindness are done. She looked at me with surprise, and her eyes started tearing. Although I don't feel anything for her, I never intend to make anyone cry. Still, I reminded myself of showing sympathy. I didn't want Ivy to misunderstand me. Why are you treating me this way? She started crying, making Ivy huff. That made Sophia turn her head to look at her. I already told you, we need to discuss our engagement. I tried to maintain my calm to prevent any conflict between both of them. Then, why is she here? This should be between us, we can make this work. She tried reaching me, but the growl that Ivy emitted stopped her. Her aura was slipping away, and even though it was a fraction of it, it was making an alpha daughter succumb to her. Yes, Cade. Why am I here? Ivy said to me, her defiance evident. I wanted to tell everyone that she was my mate. She was the one that stopped me. Mate is jealous. I know Atlas, but I don't want her to make an irrational decision only because she is mad. You can make her sweat under the king's command. Even if she wanted, she couldn't tell anyone that Ivy is our mate. That could work. Then I need to clarify the situation with Ivy. She told me she needed to tell all of us something, so I just had to call whoever she needed here as well. Ivy is my mate, Sophia, I said, and both of them gasped. I guess Ivy didn't expect me to recognize her as my mate. Your mate? But you told me that she had died, Sophia screamed. Damn it. I hope she doesn't make Ivy mad at me once again. Ivy was about to answer when I interrupted. It was a mistake of mine to say that about my mate. We have had some misunderstandings that we are figuring out. That doesn't change the fact that she is my mate, that if she wishes, then one day she will be queen. You disrespected my mate twice, so I expect an apology from you. I breathed to give Sophia a chance to digest all the information given. I apologize for giving you hopes of occupying the place of queen, but from now on the engagement and alliance is broken between us. My voice was firm, it showed no hesitation, so though that there wasn't an ounce of doubt that the one that I wanted to be by my side would be Ivy. Sophia kept opening and closing her mouth. I know the news may be too much for her, but she owed Ivy an apology. I'm waiting for the apology, Sophia. I growled at her, and let a little bit of my aura slip as well to show her that I wasn't joking around. No need, I get how she may feel. It wasn't her fault, Ivy said first. I didn't get her, before it looked like she was about to kill Sophia and now she doesn't accept her apology? Ivy, she must apologize. She has a right to be mad, but to insult you, well, that is another thing. She looked at me in a way that told me to just listen to her. If I was in her place, I would have acted in the same way. If she leaves me alone, then we can leave it at that. I nodded, showing that I respect her opinion, and also proved that we accepted the bond. Hearing my queen's advice was a way of supporting her, as well as giving her the same importance that I have. Sophia had stopped crying, and was staring daggers at Ivy. I was about to scold her when I heard Atlas's voice. Remember that mate can hear thoughts. She has a plan. Okay, then let's follow it. Anything else that I should know? For now, just dismiss her. She is going to ask you to stay here, and you are going to agree. Got it. If Athena says something else, tell me immediately. What is your answer, Sophia? Your queen is showing you kindness. Her eyes looked at me. She seemed defeated. But then I saw a hint of something else. So that is what Ivy sees. She is up to something. Thank you, my queen, Sophia answered. She looked directly into Ivy's eyes like she was challenging her. I'd like to ask for refugee at the king's house. Since we announced our engagement in my pack, I have received several threats against me. Just like Ivy said. Your request is granted. It is the least we could do. Now Andrew will take you to the room that you are going to be provided with. If you need anything else, then you can ask any of the maids. I gestured to Andrew so that he could approach us to take Sophia to her room. Thank you, my king and queen. And with that, Sophia left the room. I let out a breath and a growl. This whole situation was starting to become more and more complicated. If it were up to me, I wanted Sophia gone by tomorrow, but I had to trust Ivy. You know she is going to be troublesome, right? I said to Ivy. Of course, I knew that Sophia wasn't going to back down that easily. She was whimsical, and being queen was her dream. It was every single she-wolf's dream. I know, but from her thoughts she is working with the enemy. Now you need to call Andrew and Stefan. I will get Sylvia and Esmeralda. We need to talk. She stated and quickly left the office. At least this meant that she was going to stay in the pack. But who could have guessed everything that awaited us in the future? Trigger warning. This chapter may contain scenes that suggest violence and other contents that may be disturbing for some readers. Discretion is advised. I found both Sylvia and Esmeralda in the same room that I had left them. I told them to come to the office with me, as we needed to design a plan, after I told them some important information. When I arrived at the office with them, I saw that only Andrew was missing. He was probably dealing with Sophia. We need to be careful around her. Athena reminded me. The perk of hearing people's thoughts in conversations with their wolves is that I could know what they would do before they even tried it. Sophia wanted to get rid of me. At first, I wanted her to leave the pack as soon as possible, but then I heard an interesting conversation between her and her wolf. She was mad at Sophia because she rejected her mate to be the queen. She then told her that she should stop doing nonsense like helping Lord Hunter capture the Lunas of the northern packs. Lord Hunter has tried to capture me since I started showing my abilities. At first, I didn't know how to control them, and that led to small power surges that couldn't be disguised. I didn't have the help of a witch either, as I met Esmeralda later, so I was doing everything on my own. I committed several mistakes because of that. He captured me twice. But each time he underestimated me and I escaped him. His objective was to harness my power to overthrow Kaid. He had the crazy idea that he could become like him. That is why each time he captured me, he experimented on me. I decided to stop remembering what had happened all those years ago. I needed to tell them, not torture myself with those memories. Okay, now that we are all here, I need to reveal some facts about myself. I know Esmeralda told Kaid and Andrew part of the story, but what she told you wasn't the complete truth. I took a deep breath. It was the first time in years that I had talked to anyone regarding what had happened all those years ago. I'm the reincarnation of the Lycans, but I'm the last reincarnation, meaning that if I fail, then there isn't going to be a next cursed one. Now, to understand what is going on, I need to tell you a few things that occurred as soon as I escaped back then. I looked at Kaid. He was going to understand what made me leave all those years ago, and depending on his reaction, I will probably have to apologize. I heard what you told Alexander and Bianca back then. You denied being my mate and referred to me only as a breeder. I couldn't stay where they only saw me as an object and decided to leave. Kaid looked surprised. Back then, people thought that my wolf was still dormant, meaning that my hearing abilities should be the ones of a human. How? We spoke far away from your room. I frowned, so he only cared that I heard him. Athena was already awake, but the day that I met you, my abilities became sharper. I stopped looking at him as I felt a sting in my heart. His answer wasn't the one I was expecting or hoping for. No, you got it all wrong, Ivy. I said that to them, but it was to protect you. I even brought Sylvia back before we knew she was Andrew's mate, because I didn't want them to have any leverage on you. To say that I was surprised would be an understatement. I always thought that he only saw me as merchandise. Now it turns out that he was just protecting me. I needed to apologize to him when I finished telling my story. Anyway, when I left the pack, I didn't have Athena yet, so I had to survive on my own for a few months. I stayed in the woods and only went out to get some money so I could eat. It was easy. I was caught a few times, but I managed to escape. The problem came when I first turned. It was 6 months after my 18th birthday. Turning into Athena rang some bells for some people. Warlocks, witches, vampires, rogues, they were all after me. I needed to learn how to fight in my human form. Athena always got rid of them for me, but transforming into my wolf also made her power surge and give away my location. I met a warlock in Louisiana. Apparently he was looking for me as he wanted to stop a so-called Lord Hunter, who was the one that sent rogues in my way. So, as we had a common enemy, he decided to help me. Like they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Esmeralda looked at me. She knew what happened next. I decided to ask Athena to tell Andrew to be ready. Kaid may lose his mind once I reach that part. His name is Jonathan. He took me to his coven where they taught me everything that I needed to know. They teach self-defense. They even showed me how to protect myself from some spells. And we even found out that I can use a small amount of light magic. I was with them for about a year and 3 months. That meant that I had been away from my pack for 2 years now, and I thought that I was safe. I took a deep breath, trying to avoid the feelings that were beginning to surge. Esmeralda came to my side and took my hand. Kaid looked confused and Andrew was slowly approaching him. It is now or never, Ivy. You have to be strong. I thought that I could live a normal life. They told me about the prophecy, but we were investigating ways to avoid my imminent death. I got too comfortable and I decided to go out to a club to celebrate my 20th birthday. It was the worst mistake that I could commit. Ivy, if you want, I can continue. Esmeralda came to my side to give me comfort. No, I need to do it. I smiled at her, to reassure her and myself. I looked at Andrew to give him a hint to get ready. We just went to a club to have some fun. I left early and didn't drink anything but a cup of water. I tried to be careful, but it wasn't enough. Someone spiked my drink, but it took some time to have an effect. I was reaching the coven when I started to feel dizzy, and I realized that someone had followed me. They were waiting for me to collapse, but I tried to stay awake as much as possible. My second error was to leave alone. I told Esmeralda and the rest to stay in the club. Fortunately, Esmeralda didn't listen to me, but still she couldn't avoid what happened. I started shaking. I felt dirty, and even more as I was telling my mate the truth regarding the pain he felt back then. Ivy, what did they do to you? Kaid said with rage evident in his voice. They tried to rape me. I finally confessed what happened all those years ago, the truth about my nightmares and panic attacks. And when they couldn't, they ripped my heart out of my chest. This one was the truth behind the immense pain that Kaid felt in his heart, and the first time that I learned that I could survive dead. I avoided looking at Kaid. I knew that it wasn't my fault, but still I felt dirty. I can still remember their hands trying to rip my clothes, my screams asking them to stop, the punches that they delivered to several parts of my body, and when I bit the ear off one of those animals, how they ripped my heart out of my chest. I closed my eyes to contain my tears when I heard some rumble. When I opened my eyes, I saw how Andrew was trying to contain Kaid, and how Kaid's eyes looked like the ones of a madman. Get out now! I can't contain him anymore. Andrew yelled at us. Even if he was a beta, he could not restrain an angry alpha. I was going to say something when I saw Kaid get free from Andrew's hold and run through the window. I was fuming. When I heard what had happened to Ivy 2 years ago, I lost it. Atlas was furious as well. And to avoid doing any harm to the people that were in the office, we jumped out of the window and ran into the woods. I had judged her based on the pain that I felt one time. I told her that she cheated on me when I couldn't have been more wrong. No words can describe what I am feeling right now. The impotence of not being able to protect your mate was eating me alive. The fact that someone hurt Ivy and I couldn't defend her, not only that, I added to her pain. Now I could understand why she didn't want to become my mate. I hurt her deeply. I had to investigate what happened back then, and if anyone that hurt her were still alive, I'm going to make them wish they weren't. I swear to avenge Ivy in any way that I can. After an hour of running, I stopped at a lake. The calm water was reflecting the moonlight, giving the whole scene an ethereal beauty. I needed to think how I was going to ask Ivy for forgiveness. She went through so much without us. Yes, she did, Atlas. She is a strong woman, but even the strongest people need a break from time to time. We need to be that for her, her safe place. Do you think those bastards are still alive? I hope they are. And what are you going to do to them? You and I share a mind, Atlas. You know what I'm going to do. I smirked when I thought once again of all the pain that I was going to cause them. I do, but I love hearing it. Atlas was usually a calm wolf, but when he needed to protect the people he loved, he could become quite sadistic. I let the water carry my thoughts. The moon is the one to give me guidance. I closed my eyes for a moment to breathe in the air, mixed with the scent of pine trees. That was when I felt a presence, and when I opened my eyes, I met a pair of gray ones. A woman was standing next to me. She seemed to have an aura surrounding her, like she was reflecting the moon's light as well. She was a stranger, but for some reason I was calm next to her. The only way I can describe the sensation of being next to her would be like when you are next to your mother. Like all the evil in the world, it can't reach you. Hello, my child. Her voice was sweet, each word like music to my ears. Her presence, although foreign, could only mean one thing, and so I already knew who she was. You are the moon goddess. I was mesmerized by her presence. The only person that has had any interaction with her before was Ivy, and although I believed her when she told me, I still had a tiny doubt about it. Now she was before me. Yes, me child, we need to talk as well. That confirmed that the previous person to have contact with her was Ivy. What can I do for you? If you are talking to me, it means that something important is happening. She nodded and deviated her eyes from mine to the lake. Something is happening, but I'm not the person to deliver that message. That person is waiting for you at the pack house. I'm here to show you something else, she stated. When I looked at her, she seemed sad. Was it because of Ivy? I give my children life so that they can flourish. Sadly, the world is full of evil creatures. I didn't know if I should answer. It looked like she was having a kind of monologue and didn't want to disturb her. The bond that you have with Ivy wasn't meant to be, because I can't interfere with her mate bond. What? Then my bond was fake. Then why do I feel the mate bond either her? I was truly curious. I wanted to understand. I told you it wasn't meant to be, not that it wasn't real. You intervened, right? But if the moon goddess wasn't the one to create our bond, who was it? Yes, Ivy's mate is decided by the other gods. That was part of the curse as well. They always choose the worst mate for these poor girls. I had enough of that. Seeing each of them perish in horrible ways, mistreated, beaten, cheated on. I had enough. That is why I blessed Ivy with you. She looked at me once again. Her eyes now looked like the moon itself. It was a magnificent sight. That means that she was supposed to die when she rejected that alpha? She deviated her sight from me once again. Yes, and that is the reason I decided to join you two, but things didn't go exactly as planned. I knew I had committed several mistakes, and now Ivy's life was at risk. But that is not what I want to tell you either. I know Ivy told you part of her story. There was more? What more is there to say? My anger started rising once again. What Ivy told me made me go insane. If there was something worse, I didn't know how I was going to react. Yes and no. From Ivy's point of view, that was all. But someone was lurking in the shadows' breath. That is what I need to show you. The problem is what you will have to, well, see what happened to Ivy. I counted to 10 to calm myself. If hearing what she suffered made me this mad, how would seeing it affect me? But if the moon goddess thought that I needed to see it, then it was necessary to do it. Show me whatever I can do to help Ivy, I will do it. Determination filled my veins. I was going to help Ivy in any way that I could. No more lies, no more secrets, no more half-truths. It was time for me to change, to give Ivy the life she deserved, even if that meant that she lived a life without me. Is there any way to avoid the curse that she has? If there was a way for her to avoid being linked to me by force, I would help her achieve that. Unfortunately, no. I didn't determine the curse that Ivy has. The fact that I intervened to make you her mate was already a huge challenge. Knowing that I could never know if the bond that we might share was an obligation to her or not was killing me inside. Are you ready, Kaid? Yes, I said with determination. The moon goddess extended her hand and touched my forehead. Then I blacked out. Ivy stood frozen in her spot when Kaid suddenly left the room. She looked mortified. To open up about her past was not something easy to do. I still remember when I found her, she was just a few miles from the coven. When those bastards decided to, I can't even say it. The fact that someone is so evil and cruel as to do something like that made me nauseous. I killed them with my magic, but not before one of them stuck his hand in Ivy's chest, ripping her heart. The moment I saw her heart beating out of her body, my blood froze. I thought that she had died. I cried next to her, well, what I thought was her corpse, and then called my superiors so they could help me with the burial. In my coven, we burn the dead so that they can reach the afterlife in an easier way. Thank goodness we have a day to mourn. I don't fully understand Ivy's ability, but to construct yourself back from literal ashes can't be easy. She was dead for a day. I escaped my room that night to go to her coven and speak to my friend. I've always been the weird one, the outcast. Ivy was the first one to make me feel like I had a home. I was pouring my heart out when I heard her gasp. At first I couldn't believe my eyes. To see someone literally come back from the dead was unheard of. I started walking around and talking to myself to make some sense of what I had just seen. Ivy said it was kind of funny to see me in that state. Funny, my left cheek. I was scared as hell. I thought zombies were going to attack us. When I finally calmed down, I realized that Ivy literally had come back from the dead. There wasn't even a scar left on her chest. It was like nothing happened. We celebrated her return, but something had changed inside of her. She stated having nightmares, panic attacks. Her power was all over the place. The thing with her is that her emotions are the bridge to her powers. Though the most intense emotions can create huge power surges. All the time she had been in the coven, she used it to learn to control her gifts. Now it seemed that all that time was useless. Even the simplest spell could end up in disaster because she couldn't focus correctly. It was a hard time. Ivy didn't want other people to know what had happened. In fact, she made me lie about that night. The only people that knew the truth were our superiors, because I had to explain why I had killed the rogues. Apart from them, everyone thought that they had tried to rob Ivy, and because she fought back, she was killed. That part we couldn't hide, as she took a day to revive, and no one knew that coming back from the dead was an ability of hers. As her power lost more and more control, people in my coven started fearing her. They thought that she would injure them or even kill them. Ivy heard the comments but decided to ignore them. She tried to live her life to the fullest. We continued going on missions to find a way to break her curse. She was the first one to reject her first mate and still be alive. The fact that she was the oldest one also meant that her powers were something that no one could decipher. I was the only one that accompanied Ivy as I wasn't afraid of my friend. Even though Ivy told me that she didn't care what the rest thought of her, I could see that it took a toll on her. After a month, she asked our superiors to leave the coven. She wanted to go to another place to train. Which place, you may ask? Only to bloody Alaska, where one of the most brutal training packs is located. In fact, only a few people venture into this pack, as the majority usually die during their stay there. Ivy didn't say a thing to me. I had to hear it from another source. When I found out, I tried to convince her not to go there. It was a suicide mission, but she refused to stay in the coven. That day, I decided to follow her wherever she could go, and also ask my superiors to leave the coven to accompany Ivy. Of course, they let me. It was a way to still have some control over the cursed one. The coven helped Ivy a lot, but they were not her friends. They just had a common enemy, but couldn't rely on them. They only let her leave because they needed her to be stronger. It was a win-win situation. If Ivy perished, then the Lord couldn't get a hold of her powers. If she succeeded, she would be strong enough to kill Lord Hunter. We arrived to Alaska. To say that it was hard would minimize their training sessions. The pain was excruciating, and they didn't let you go to the doctor. You have to manage it yourself and be ready for the next one. They burn you, stab you, whip you, made you escape different ferocious, wild animals. The other people also tried to harm you because only 1% of all the recruits graduated. Ivy excelled in every single task she was given, and she did it without using her gifts. She couldn't let anyone know who she was, so she had to fight in her human form all the time. She was hurt a few times, but even if she was in pain, she continued training. After 6 months of being in that frozen hell, we finally graduated. We are considered to be one of the best fighters in the world. Ivy didn't get her resistance and skills out of nowhere. Yes, she has powers, but they mean nothing if your body is weak. Her determination was the one to help her though, all adversities. But all that hard work in her physical body did not help her mind. I suspected that she wanted to be strong, so that what happened back then didn't occur again. Sadly, that is not how our minds work right now. Ivy was probably having a panic attack. It was hard to see her in that state. If I approached her too quickly, it was going to set her off more. If I don't, she is going to pass out from hyperventilating. I saw how everyone in the room tried to reach her, so I lifted an invisible wall with my magic. They were surprised, probably even thought that I was going to cause her harm, but they couldn't be further from the truth. I started approaching Ivy slowly. I could hear how Sylvia and her mate started asking me questions, but I ignored them. Right now, the important person in the room was Ivy. She was the only one that mattered. Ivy, listen to me, okay? I said slowly and with the calmest voice I had. Let's count to 10, focus on your breathing. I approached her step by step. It seemed that she wasn't hearing me. Her eyes were closed, and she was moving her head from side to side. Ivy, do you hear me? She continued to be in that state. I didn't know what else to do. The only thing was to reach for her hand so that she felt some kind of contact from the outside. The problem was that if I startled her, she could blast the whole room, so first I needed to do a protection spell around everyone to avoid any harm. Ivy, please try to breathe. She continued to move her head from side to side, but now she was whispering, no, no, no. That wasn't a good sign. I had to act quickly. I put up a barrier with a protection spell around myself and Ivy. I approached her slowly, and when I finally reached her hand, she opened her eyes. I had never seen her in that state. Her eyes were almost white, like she wasn't even there. She tried to blast me with her powers, but I soon touched her forehead, casting a sleeping spell, making Ivy go limp. I caught her in my arms and quickly lifted the spells so that I could take her to her room. Oh my goddess, is she all right? Sylvia came first and tried to take Ivy away from me. I lifted my hand to gesture to her to stop. Yes, she is. I just put her under a sleeping spell. It will wear off in a few hours. Let's hope that by then brings his ass back here. With that, I dragged Ivy to her room. I really hoped Cade would come back soon. Ivy needed him right now. The sun was beginning to rise when I arrived at the pack house. Everything was in complete silence, meaning that they were probably asleep. Andrew had tried to mind link me a few times, but I blocked him. If something was going on, Atlas would be on edge. He was probably worried about where I had run off to. After I spoke to the moon goddess, I had some clarity about what was going on. But to have the full picture, I needed to speak to Ivy. When I was shown what happened all those years ago, I almost lost control again. But Celine scolded me like I was a child and told me to keep my emotions in check. I've never been good at controlling them, but she explained to me the importance of self-control and that a good leader is the one that thinks things through, not just act out of impulse. As I reached my floor, I could see that a few guards were posted outside of Ivy's room. Did something happen to her while I was out? Cade, we are fucked. Atlas said to me. I could feel his fear. Why didn't he feel anything yesterday? Ivy is okay, at least in the physical part, but something did happen and Athena is mad at me. Great. Well, we need to face whatever happened and try to solve what we can. I approached the guards. They bowed when they saw me, and the youngest one, his name, if I remember correctly, is Sebastian, spoke to inform me of the situation. Your Majesty, Beta Andrew posted us here since midnight. Miss Ivy and Miss Esmeralda are in the room. Miss Ivy woke up 4 hours ago screaming, and Miss Esmeralda used the sleeping spell again. Nothing else has happened. Again? How many times did Esmeralda have to put Ivy to sleep? Thank you. Your name is Sebastian, right? He nodded. I tried to remember all the names that I could. It was hard considering that the pack was the biggest in the US. I tried to do it because they deserved the recognition of at least me remembering their name. I entered the room to find Esmeralda sitting next to Ivy's bed while she held her hand. She was asleep as her head hung. I supposed she didn't want to disturb Ivy by using space in the bed. She is a good friend to my mate. Yes, she is. At least something good came out of all her suffering. I approached Esmeralda and moved her softly to avoid startling her. She started to stir and then quickly woke up. She started scanning the room like she was trying to analyze if there was any danger that she should fight. After she scanned the place for any danger and couldn't find anything, she let out a breath and looked at me. Sup, King? She is kinda weird, but who am I to judge? Her voice though showed that she was angry at me. Could you tell me what happened after I left? I whispered. I didn't want to wake Ivy up. You can talk freely, she is out cold. She will probably wake up in an hour or two. That meant that she had used another sleeping spell not long ago. And to sum up, Ivy had a panic attack. Does she have those frequently? I still tried to whisper. She was so peaceful in her slumber that I didn't want to disturb her. Esmeralda rolled her eyes when she realized that I was not going to listen to what she had just told me. If it was anyone else, I would probably scold them. But she was Ivy's friend, probably tired from helping her all night, so I couldn't blame her. She was a witch, a species that didn't work with us. The fact that she had stayed and helped Ivy several times meant that she was loyal to her. Finding someone like that was rare. Not anymore. They are usually not as bad as the one that she experienced yesterday. I couldn't imagine what they had to go through. I wanted to ask Andrew for his side as well, but it would have to wait. I can take it from here. You can go rest. I tried to put my hand on her shoulder to reassure her, but the look she gave me was like I had grown a second head. No offense, Your Majesty, but yesterday you didn't stay with her. You didn't even think of her. She told you her deepest secret, and yet you run. She paused for a second to look at Ivy. What she said was true. Of course she couldn't trust me. She must think that I'm going to leave at any moment. I know. I'm trying to become a better mate. I will not leave this room under any circumstances. But you need to rest. This suite has a connection with a room next to this one. It is supposed to be an office, but I can arrange so they put a bed right now. You would stay close to Ivy in case that she needs something. She looked at me once again. She was fighting an internal battle of whether to trust me with Ivy or not. Fine, I'll follow your idea. Just please stay here, and if she wakes up screaming again or you see her struggling in her sleep, call me. I nodded at her, and Mind linked the guards outside the room so that they could prepare the office to be a small room. After 30 minutes, they told me that everything was done, and I showed Esmeralda the way to the small room. I sat next to Ivy's bed. She looked so beautiful in her sleep, like she was an angel. I hoped that the bond gave her some sense of peace so that she could wake up calmly. I held her hand and waited for her to wake up. The sparkles that erupted from our skin showed that the bond was present, and each passing day it was becoming stronger. My eyelids became heavy. It usually takes me a while to fall asleep, but Ivy's touch was making it easier. I tried to fight it, but eventually fell asleep next to my mate. It was the best sleep that I have had in years, at least the last few hours. At first I had nightmares. My memory is foggy, but I can remember Esmeralda putting a sleeping spell on me several times. Then I felt something, like the sun was enveloping my skin, and finally the nightmares were gone. That hasn't happened. Well, never. I usually have nightmares, and I have to fight them. Yesterday they were worse because of my panic attack. That was why I woke up screaming several times. My memory was coming back slowly. I just needed to wait for a moment. That was when I felt it. The sparks that erupted from my skin, the weight in my hand, and the smell of lemon and pine indicated me that my mate was touching my hand. At first, I felt comfortable, but then I remember that he left right after I told them my secret. Something that only a few people knew. Something that made me feel like I was weak. Ivy, I'm mad as well, but please hear him out first, then decide what to do. Athena, I've learned from my mistakes. Don't worry, I'm mad, I'm not going to deny that, but I will hear him out, okay? I was debating on whether I should let him sleep or to wake him up and go straight to the point. Patience is a virtue that I don't possess, and so I shake him a bit to wake him up. He growled, not a menacing growl, but one of someone who didn't want to be woken up. 5 more minutes. He said that, and it earned him a chuckle from me. He was behaving like a 5-year-old. The big mighty king was asking for 5 more minutes. "Wake up, sleepy boy, we need to have a long chat," I said to him and shook him once again. He opened his eyes and looked at me. He didn't react at first. I suspected that he thought that he was still dreaming. When he finally woke up, he jumped out of his seat and started touching me like he was looking for any hidden wounds or something like that. "Kide, stop, I'm fine. Nothing happened yesterday." He looked at me like I was crazy. "Nothing happened. According to my beta, you created a hurricane in my office. Esmeralda told me you had to be put to sleep like 4 times. Huh, so that is what happened." "Yes, that happened." Damn it, I said it out loud. I couldn't remember what happened. I had flashes, I just recalled the panic attack and the sensation that it gave me, not everything else that Cad was telling me. "Well, I don't remember all the details." I shrugged. "Anyway, we need to discuss some things." I tried to forget the sting of pain of him leaving the night before. Before that, I wanted to apologize for leaving that abruptly. When you told me what happened, it made Atlas lose his mind. I couldn't control him because I was angry as well. I felt like I had failed you. That is why I left the office. To calm myself, but when I was going to return, the moon goddess approached me. I looked at him. If Selena approached him, then it meant that we had to come up with a plan, and fast. "All is forgiven, Kide. Just next time, try to be at least my friend. If you leave me alone after I told you my biggest secret, well, it is not a good thing to do." I deviated my eyes from his. I felt a few tears trying to come out, but I controlled them. "Now I'm going to tell you what she showed me." Flashback, third-person point of view. The man was looking at the birds in the sky. He yearned to be free someday, but his disease was making it impossible for him to live. He was the werewolf king, but his health was precarious. He had searched far and wide for a cure to his illness, but it seemed like there wasn't a solution to his problem. It all started when he was 25 years old. He started feeling weak, he couldn't transform into his wolf, and right now, it seemed like he went dormant. He had to stay in the palace in a wheelchair. A freaking wheelchair for the mighty werewolf king. If he didn't find a solution to his problem within a month, he was going to lose his position. The king couldn't be someone weak, it had to be the strongest wolf. And right now he wasn't the leader that he once was. He prayed to the goddess every single day. He asked her for her help so that he could overcome whatever was happening to his body. But it was all in vain. A month later, the elders had called him into a meeting. He knew what was coming. He just refused to admit it. He was once someone that even the elders feared, but now they thought of him as a joke. When he approached the meeting area, he found his brother in the middle of the room. The inevitable. "King Hunter, we called you to this meeting to discuss some matters that have caught our attention," one of the elders said as he stood stoic. "Let me guess, you want to remove me from the throne, right?" The rest of the elders nodded. They once respected the king, but now his disease had driven him mad. He didn't realize it, but his obsession with being the strongest one and the throne was the cause of his demise. "Yes, your majesty, we have discussed this matter for some time, and the best candidate to continue your ruling." But the elder couldn't finish as the enraged ex-king interrupted him. My brother is a freaking joke, don't you see?" He looked at all the elders for support, but all they could see was a madman. "You will regret this. You conspired against me, right? You wanted me out of the throne." The ex-king tried to attack his brother. He launched at him, but his legs failed and he ended up on the floor. "That shows that you are incapable of ruling. Please, guards, escort the king to his palace so that he can take his things," the elder said, and 2 guards approached him, helping him to get to his chair. He was humiliated and swore to get vengeance on those who betrayed him. A year later, he was living in poverty. All the money that he had, he used it to search for his cure. Sadly, it was all in vain. Now only one path was left. He played with fire and got what he wanted. He contacted a demon, Astaroth, and made a deal with him. The only way in which he could gain his health once again would be to use the cursed one. He had to find her and drink her blood until she died. Her blood was the cure for his illness, and so he made it his life's mission to find her. And he did. Her blood not only cured his disease, but gave him the gift of immortality. Now the trick was that her blood only functioned for 50 years, so he had to find the new cursed one every time that she emerged. He had a way to distinguish her power to hunt her, and so he did. Year after year, cursed one after cursed one, he waited until their mates rejected them, or did something to them. He also had the help of the gods to capture them. They wanted to end the legacy of the Lycans. He tried to gain that power for himself by mating with one of them. He forced her to accept his mark and to mark him in return. But she perished as he wasn't her fated mate. Everything went smoothly. He tried to take the throne, but it was harder than it looked, so he devised a plan to make the current king fall from the throne. That was until Ivy appeared in his life, and everything took a turn for the worse for him. Ivy became the cursed one that didn't follow the same pattern. In fact, he couldn't sense her the same way that he felt the others. He went to the gods to seek some help, but they had the same information that he did, meaning that Selene was protecting this cursed one. He got her a few times. He even had the opportunity to kill her and her heart. It helped him with slowing down his disease, but his surprise was huge when he found out that she was revived. That was something that he didn't expect, and that complicated all his existence. If he couldn't kill this cursed one, he had to wait until the curse took action, and before she gave her last breath, consume her blood. For his plan to work, he only needed one thing, and that was to capture her. That was the problem. Ivy wasn't like the other ones. She fought, she trained, she didn't stay weak. If someone captured her, she killed them. It was a never-ending persecution. On the other hand, he was working with the rogues to become king once again. For that, he has several plans, but the current king was a strong one. He was a rival he didn't expect, and had eluded all his plans to capture or kill him. His only option was for him to find his mate and capture her. He could exchange her life for the throne, and if that didn't work, then kill her. The king would become crazy when his mate died, and so he could attack him at any time to get back the throne. Both plans started to become more and more complicated. Getting his hands on Ivy was hard the first time, and because he underestimated her, he lost her. At least he inflicted enough damage on her. Every time he remembered what he did back then, it caused him to smile. The streets were desolated, the only light source the street lights. The poor girl was walking quickly as she felt the drug inside her body take effect. Her vision became blurry and her legs felt heavy. She knew that she was about to collapse, so she forced herself to walk faster. She just needed to get to her coven, then she could lose consciousness if necessary. Those walls were protected by different spells, so they were her safe place. She should have been more alert. She should have heard the footsteps approaching her from behind. But when she finally realized that she had been followed, it was too late. He had reached her. Of course, he didn't approach her directly. He stayed hidden, covered by the shadows of the night, waiting for the perfect opportunity to steal her. He didn't care what happened to her body. He wanted her as broken as possible. He never imagined that she would fight back like she did, and that his people would lose their temper. He started approaching his men to avoid them killing her, when he felt the witch. She was near, so he retreated once again. He saw how his subordinate took Ivy's heart, and how the witch killed them. He just took what he needed and prepared the concoction with her blood. He was certain that she had died, and so his plan was completed, or so he thought. Everything was fine. He felt young again, but a week later he started feeling his disease coming again. He couldn't understand what happened. Ivy was dead. He drank her blood. That was it. Until he heard stories of a silver wolf fighting his rogues, so she was alive. She survived death, and that could only mean that she had met her mate. Only then could her powers awaken. But he never saw a mark on her neck, meaning that something had happened between them. Before, he couldn't risk the cursed one becoming strong because that meant that she wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Ivy was already strong, meaning that he had to change tactics. That was the tedious part, but it also came with a highlight. The fact that she was stronger meant that her blood was going to give him more than just health. He could even acquire some powers himself. Could it be the definite cure that he so desperately sought? Could she be the answer? He wanted to ask the gods, but that could be a problem too. They didn't want him to access more power, so he had to do everything discreetly. When he heard that Ivy and her witch fiend were in the king's pack, he had to do something to lure her out. Also, he needed to get information on why she was there, and so he contacted one of his spies, Sophia. She was perfect for this plan. If Ivy was the king's mate, then he just needed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He could kidnap Ivy and torture her endlessly. He would have his men have their way with her, giving eternal suffering to the king. The fact of hearing her screams, seeing her tears and desperation excited him. Yes, he was a monster, one of the monsters who you wouldn't even imagine. In fact, few people knew of his identity. He just needed to lure her during the chaos of the battle or injure her to know if she was the king's mate. During their encounters, he had experimented on her, or at least told his men to try some things until he got there. He knew that silver and wolfsbane didn't affect Ivy, but if the king didn't know what she could endure, he would be desperate when he saw her injured. His first plan didn't function. He never expected the rogues he transformed to betray him. But the second part went smoothly. He was now certain of the mate bond between his 2 objectives. Victory was just around the corner. He just needed to play his cards carefully, and all would come into place eventually. Sophia was now there to inform him of how strong the bond was, if Ivy had a mark or anything else of interest. Of course, he didn't tell her of Ivy's identity. He just told her that she had to keep an eye on her and inform him of any activity. Another plan that functioned perfectly. Sophia told him that they confirmed the bond, that they didn't have a mark, and that she had successfully entered the king's castle. It sounded weird at first. Knowing her personality, he doubted that Ivy would let the ex-fiancé of the king stay, but then he reminded himself that she always tried to see the good in people. He had seen her believe in people that she shouldn't before. Little did he know that he wasn't aware of one of Ivy's ability.
He underestimated her once again. But would that be enough for them to be victorious? Or were they falling right into a trap? After I spoke with Ivy and I told her what the moon goddess told me, I could see the worry in her face. She was hiding something. I didn't know if it was additional information or her true emotions towards everything that was happening. Ivy, what are you hiding from me? I asked her. The fact that she didn't want to look me in the eyes showed proved my suspicions. Ivy, if you don't share the information that you have, then how can we come up with a plan? I'm not trying to hide anything, but let's just say that she showed me a future if he succeeded. She was trembling, she was strong, so what she saw was really that bad? Ivy, that is not going to happen. We have an advantage over him, we know about his plan and who is one of his spies. With that information, he will make mistakes that he didn't in the future that you saw. I tried to reassure her. I grabbed her hand to give her some comfort through the bond. Even if she didn't want to be my mate, I would still try to help her in any way that I could. She didn't take out my hand. It seemed that the bond was giving her security, and she didn't want to let go of that sensation. It was just a few seconds, but it felt amazing to have her like that. Then she retreated her hand and hid it by crossing her arms. Still, we need to be sure that he won't succeed. I always knew that someone was behind my kidnappings. She started pacing around the room. It seemed that she was talking to herself and was trying to think out loud. I was not going to interrupt her train of thought, so I just let her be. They always experimented on me. Some of those experiments helped me figure out my abilities, like when they injected me with silver and wolfsbane. I couldn't be surprised by the growl that came. To us werewolves, those substances were like poison. I trained to withstand wolfsbane, but it wasn't an easy task. Silver was something that we couldn't touch, as it burned out our skin. And if it came in contact with our blood, it weakened us. It may even kill us, and Ivy was injected with those lethal substances. Don't worry, they don't affect me. They sting a little bit, but they don't delay my abilities. She said confidently, and even if I knew that, it still angered me to think about what she went through, because of that bastard. I know, I saw you being pierced by a silver bullet, remember? I wasn't in the best mood, but when I said this she laughed. I wanted to be mad at her for laughing at something so serious, but I couldn't. She looked so pretty when she laughed that the only thing that I could do was follow her laugh as well. Anyway, as you said, we need to come up with a plan. We have his spy in our house, so even if we decide to mark each other, we need to think of the implications. She looked completely concentrated in her plan, showing her great potential to command any army. I stared at her while she walked around the room and the sunlight filled it. She was reflecting the light like she was an angel. The view was magnificent. "What are you looking at, Cade?" she asked me, putting her hands on her hips. "You," I simply said, and could see how her cheeks became red. "You are just so cute," I chuckled. It was the truth. With that red tint, she looked even cuter. Ivy blushed even more, gaining a laugh from me. "Hey, stop it, we need to focus right now." She turned to look at the window to hide her blushing face from me. I was going to mess with her a little bit more. I felt that someone was trying to mind-link me. "Hi, Cade. I spoke with the guards. They told me that you were still in Ivy's room. Are you okay, man?" Andrew asked me. Right, I needed to speak with him as well. When I talked to him previously, I just asked him what happened after I left, but now Ivy and I, had to go tell the rest what we knew. "Yes, I'm okay. She hasn't killed me yet, but I need you to organize a meeting with Esmeralda, Sylvia, and Steven. Hey, don't joke about that. If you are killed, we don't have a king." With that, Andrew and I closed the mind link. I had to tell Ivy to get ready for another meeting. "Who were you speaking to?" she asked me. "I thought that you could read my mind," I joked. Every minute with her was like a breath of fresh air. I felt like a completely new person. I can, but I try not to. But when I first got this power, I couldn't control it. It gave me a bloody headache for weeks. Now I can choose which thoughts I hear. She shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Did someone train her? Because to manage that would not be easy, and I don't think that any species had that ability. Athena helped me. Did she read my mind? She must have seen the confusion on my face because she laughed. "No, Cade, I didn't read your mind. I can interpret your body language. Athena was the one to help me control my powers. It wasn't easy, but we managed it, and she is a very intelligent wolf." I could feel Atlas wiggling his tail inside my head. To hear about his mate always made him happy. "Ivy, I just called a meeting with everyone that we can trust. They are in my office. Do you mind if we go to tell them what we found out?" "Sure, but first." She approached me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. I was astonished. What was that? Not that I was complaining, but Sophia is nearby. Let's give her a show, shall we? I smiled at her, but in reality I just tried to surprise the sting of pain that was rising in my chest. I wanted her to kiss me because she felt something, not just because of any plan that she may have. "Soon, Cade, you'll see. I hope, Atlas, I really hope that we don't lose her." And with that, we left her room. Now that we had clarified the things that Celine told us, it was time to form a plan. I had a few ideas, but for that, I needed Sophia's collaboration. In the past, she did several things to make the pack hate me, leading them to turn me in. Now I was going to play a different game. I kissed Cade on the cheek, so that my scent would be on him. I wanted to see what she would do to plan my next move. I could hear her thoughts. She was wondering why Lord Hunter wanted her here, if she wasn't going to be queen. Also, he told her to inform him everything about my relationship with Cade. I could tell what she wanted to do next, and that was to turn the pack against me. Cade and I left the room and could see her just 2 rooms from where we were. She looked at us and smiled politely. Of course, it was all a facade to her true thoughts. I smiled at her and continued walking with Cade as I grabbed his hand. When we entered the office, we could see that everyone was already there. We told them everything from the origin of the past werewolf king to his plan, and the need to avoid his plans to succeed. Andrew shared information about the Luna's kidnapping in the north. We have worked in the same case for years but for different motives, and came to the same conclusion. They were a way to discredit Cade as a king, and they succeeded. The people in the north didn't trust the king. During my travels there I had heard from several people, heard their thoughts, and most of them were against Cade, stating clearly their dislike and portraying him as weak. "Wait, which pack does Sophia belong to?" I asked everyone. I had a suspicion but needed to confirm it. "Black Claw pack. It is in the east, near the ocean," Cade answered. So, maybe I was wrong, or maybe I needed to investigate further. Why do you ask? Suspicion of mine, but it doesn't matter. They nodded their heads and we continued to devise a plan. After a few hours we each had a task to fulfill. I would not show the rest of my abilities, I would just use my capacity of reading thoughts, and would try to keep it open at all times to catch other spies. Also, I will appear as wolfless. On the battlefield, they saw me fighting in human form, so I could go with that story, and no one would suspect a thing. I want to run Ivy. I know, Athena, now is not the time, but I will ask Kate if there is any place that we can go, okay? Okay, Ivy. Let's go. You know what will happen next. Yes. Sadly, I did. When we left the office, I asked Sylvia to give Esmeralda and I a tour. I wanted to meet as many pack members as possible. The pack was huge, it even had a mall inside of it. Well, Sylvia explained that humans could access some areas too, but they didn't know anything about the supernatural. It was a deal that Cade made with the mayor to keep expanding the pack. Sylvia also explained to me that in a month the winter moon celebration will take place, so we need to search for possible dresses. To say that I was exhausted at the end of the day would be false. My muscles did ache for carrying all the bags of clothes that they forced me to buy, but I had some fun with my friends.
That was until we entered the pack house and found Sophia right at the entrance. She was talking with some Omegas and a beta wolf. Probably Andrew's sister, as their scent was similar. Oh, hi Ivy, did you enjoy your shopping spree? Sophia was playing the role of being nice while showing that I didn't care about money. Nice play, but you'll see who plays better. Yes, I enjoyed my time with my friends. Also, I had worked for so long that I didn't have a single piece of clothing to wear. I could borrow some of Cade's shirts, but I wanted something of my own. Some of the Omegas gasped. As we hadn't made the announcement yet, I was sure that she had told them that she was his fiancée, but with my statement it proved that we had something between us. I held her hand and let my acting skills show like they have never before. I'm so sorry about what happened between you and Cade. I know you must hate me, but fate can be tricky, and I hope that you don't resent me. I gave my best puppy eyes and let one tear slip, as if I was truly hurt by her situation. She is so considerate. She isn't someone full of herself. It seemed that she didn't want to hurt Lady Sophia. I didn't want her to become Luna, but she seems like a nice person. The thoughts of the Omegas showed that my plan had worked perfectly. In the vision that I was shown, I decided not to answer her. I hated having to act in front of someone, but now I'm going to win the damn Oscar if I have to. All is forgiven and forgotten. I hope we can become friends, as I will be staying here until the issues with my pack are resolved. She tried to give the biggest, of course, hypocritical, smile. It was like two besties talking. Thank you for your kindness, Sophia. Could you introduce me to your friends? Another mistake that I committed was to avoid talking to people. That made me seem like I was full of myself. In reality, I didn't want to talk to anyone. Sure, this is Michelle, Andrew's sister, and this, Gotcha. My name is Alexandra, this is Mary and Stella. One of the Omegas introduced herself and her friends, and they were not happy that Sophia didn't remember their names. Pleasure to meet you, this is Esmeralda, a friend of mine. Sylvia didn't need introductions as she was the beta's wife, but Esmeralda was a whole different story as she was not only new, but also a witch. Michelle growled at Esmeralda like she was pissed about something. Probably because she wasn't a wolf. Until I heard her thoughts. Mate, what? Since when was Esmeralda into girls? Wolves are the only species that can detect their mates, so if we don't acknowledge them, then they won't know. I know she is a witch, but she is my friend and has helped me a lot. Since I don't have a wolf, I need all the help I can get. I heard some gasps, not only from the group, but for other members of the pack that were roaming around the house. It's not my place to say anything, Ivy. If Cade thought that she was no threat, then I can only agree with him. I nodded to what she just said, like I appreciated her generosity. I needed the rumor of me being a wolfless to spread like wildfire. I knew that the information of me not having a wolf was of no use to Lord Hunter. He already knew that I had my wolf, or else I couldn't have awakened my power. This plan was devised for other people. I wanted the rats to come out of the sewers by themselves. Thank you again for your kindness, Sophia. I'm a bit tired, I don't have the same resistance that you have. I laughed. I'm going to my room now. Goodbye, ladies, I said and started going up the stairs. I could sense that Sylvia had stood behind to speak with Michelle. I heard that she wanted her to follow us so that she could properly introduce us, but she said she had other things to do. She's avoiding the mate bond. Even her wolf is torn. I think it is the first time that a bond between a wolf and a witch has been formed. Not exactly, you are part witch. What? And why didn't you tell me sooner? Didn't you find it weird that you could do magic? Even if it is in small portions, I can't do that. You could have mentioned this before, so I could ask the moon goddess. My father is not going to tell me the truth, but I'm sure he is no warlock, so it must be my mom's side. I guess, either way, hope that she comes to her senses. I hope so too. Esmeralda deserves to be happy. Oh, Ivy, I forgot. Sophia said to me. I turned around and gave her the biggest smile I could, even if bile was staring to climb up my throat. There are training sessions in the morning if you want to assist. Of course, they are optional if you don't feel comfortable. I didn't let her finish, she had fallen right into my trap. Oh, I would love to go. I can learn a thing or two to keep myself safe. Thank you for the offer. She looked surprised. Her plan was simple. If I didn't accept, I would seem weak. If I accept, then she will try to make me seem weak in the field. As I turned around, I could see an evil smirk appear in her face. She quickly covered it though, and I continued to ascend the stairs. Tomorrow we will see who is better in this game. Watch out, Sophia. You have no idea who you are dealing with. I woke up at 5 in the morning. I started running around the pack house. Until I met the members of the pack, I couldn't run around. I hid my scent, so they wouldn't mistake me for a rogue, but that made me even more suspicious, so I preferred to stay far away from any additional problems. After I finished some laps, I decided to look for Kaid. I needed to ask him a few things before the day started. Every pack had their laws, and I didn't ask him if I needed to avoid certain things. It could become quite problematic if I did something that broke any of them, and Sophia could take advantage of my ignorance. I arrived in the kitchen to get a glass of water. I wanted to refresh myself before looking for Kaid. When I arrived, I could see that Sophia was sitting at the counter. She was playing with her glass as she stared at the window. I looked around to see if someone was there, depending on whether Sophia would act one way or another. Hello, Sophia, nice day to train, right? She looked at me, but she wasn't smiling as she did last night, so she was going to show her true colors then. Cut the crap. What do I need to do for you to leave Kaid? Straight to the point, I see. At least she doesn't beat around the bushes. I don't understand what you are saying. I'm his mate, it is normal for us to be together. I was going to play the victim to see how much information I could obtain from her words or her thoughts. I'm not stupid. Kaid had a before and after. I have known him since we were teens. He never dated anyone. He had flings here and there, but he was waiting for his mate. Suddenly he changes his mind and starts everything he sees? So she is clever. She knows we have met before. She may even infer that we had a fight. She just doesn't know the reason why we were on bad terms. We met, yes. I got scared that he would reject me and tried to hide. He found me and we talked about our differences. That's it. I hope she buys this story. It sounded believable. I was going to say that I was kidnapped, but it wouldn't make any sense since in theory, I'm just a weak wolf. So you are not going to back down. I could give you money, get you a house so you disappear from my life. I can even give you a monthly allowance. The only thing you have to do is to leave the pack and never show your face again. She approached me and pointed directly at my face. She was about to touch me when I heard someone approaching. She quickly moved and started crying. You just want Kaid for his money and power. How could you be so cruel? She continued crying and moving her head side to side. Fortunately, I could smell the scent of the person approaching. She thought that she was so smart to make me look like a gold digger. Unfortunately for her, my senses are keener. She continued crying and saying things like, I was looking to bring down the pack and that all I wanted was to use his power to do horrible things. So that is what Ivy wants to do? Kaid said as he entered the kitchen with Andrew and Sylvia. Sophia looked like she had seen a ghost. No, I was just kidding, she stuttered. It was obvious that she was lying. Really? I don't see Ivy laughing. Either you have a horrible taste in humor, or you think we are stupid. Cade was serious, like dead serious. He looked at her straight in the eye, and Sophia was shaking. I'm sorry, Ivy, I shouldn't have done that, she finally said. Haha, round 2 was a complete success. I heard footsteps approaching. It was the cook and some Omegas that helped in the kitchen. I get that you don't like me. I know that I'm a nobody. I know I'm not worthy of Kaid because I'm weak, but I don't decide the mate bonds. I let a tear slide. My voice was cracking like I was really hurt. Ivy love, don't cry. The goddess paired us for a reason. Don't let other people interfere with divine choices. Kaid hugged me and put my head on his chest. The intimate contact made my cheeks burn. I was sure I looked like a tomato. The pack will know that he acknowledges you as his mate. That is great. Yes, but he is distracting me right now, and I need to put the cherry on the top. I moved my head to look at Kaid, his eyes like an endless ocean. They were so beautiful, and his lips, I wanted to give them a little peck. But first, I needed one last thing for this performance to go perfectly. I know that I'm weak, Kaid. We can't deny that, but I will train to be worthy of being your mate. He gulped. It was clear that the bond was doing its magic as he held me in his arms. I could hear the murmurs of the people that arrived. Some supported me, others questioned the fact that the king's mate wasn't an alpha or a beta daughter. Ahem. Andrew cleared his throat to gain our attention. I know you want to be all cuddles and love, but we need to go to the training area, he stated. Kaid and I separated but held hands to keep appearances. Sophia's thoughts revealed her desire to get rid of me. She was thinking of bringing out an old law to try to get the queen's position. This could cause a change of plans, so I needed to hear everything that she thought. 50 or 70 years ago, not only the king had to prove his worth. The Luna also had to show that she was the best of the best. But, contrary to the king, they didn't have several tests to show that she was worthy. No. They were challenged. If someone thought that they could defeat the king's mate, then they challenged the soon-to-be Luna. Usually it doesn't happen. It was common knowledge that the king's mate was someone strong. The times that it did happen, well, it wasn't a nice ending for the people that challenged the incoming Luna. Also, this challenge occurred previously at the Luna ceremony, when a month had passed of the king acknowledging his mate. Eventually, this practice was forgotten. Nobody wanted to challenge the Luna as it was a certain death. But now Sophia had the false perception that I was weak, and it had to stay that way. Ivy, we have a problem. What happened, Athena? Rogues again? No, Ivy, but we need to find the young rogues. Huh, why? Do you sense that they are in trouble or something like that? Damn it, no, Ivy. They know that you can fight. You killed and incapacitated several wolves during the battle. They saw it. Oh, right. Yes, that might be a problem. Let me see if Kaid can organize a quick meeting after the training session. And if they are there as well? Didn't think of that. Let me solve it. Kaid love, could you help me with something that I left in the room? I need to take my vitamins to help me stay strong. Kaid looked at me like I was crazy. I tried to give him a subtle hint that I needed him to just say yes. Fortunately, he got it. We let the others go to the training grounds while Kaid and I went to my room. When we entered my room, I let go of his hand and closed the door. I need your help, I quickly said to him. Sure, what happened? You were fine and then you invented this lame excuse. Do you want to seduce me, mate? The last part he said with a husky voice. My heart picked up, my breathing became agitated. I had to close my eyes and concentrate to focus on what we came for. You wish. I tried to sound confident, but the fact that he laughed in my face meant that it didn't come that way. Anyway, I need you to talk with the rogues that we rescued from the battlefield. He gave me a surprised look. Did they do something to you? Even if you want to help them, if they do something they have to attain to our laws. He grabbed my hands once again to show his concern. No, they didn't do anything, but I need them to keep quiet about what happened in the battle. Pack members can't know that I can fight. And why is that? Eventually they will know your true strength. He was going to continue speaking, so I knew I had to tell him what I had heard. Sophia is going to challenge me for the Luna's position. His fist clenched, showing his anger clearly. Okay. But you can beat her in battle, and if she sees you fight, then she might even back down. I knew he was worried. No one wanted to see their mate fight if it wasn't a life or death situation. No, we need to stop her. Also, she is not going to be happy with only challenging me. She is going to try to kill me. When I said this, Kaid punched a wall. I got his anger, so I let him vent in any way that he found therapeutic. He then looked at me, and the smirk that he had on his face showed that he might have another plan. I like your idea, but just let me add a few details to give her a better surprise, Kaid said, and with that I realized that his imagination was better than mine when he wanted to hurt someone. Beware, Sophia, you'll have to be very, very careful to keep your life. I called the guard that was in charge of the new rogues to tell them to wait for me in my office and to not attend the training session of that day. We usually let them train with the pack since they got here, but first we needed to ask them to keep the secret of Ivy's true strength. Luckily, they felt in debt with her, so it was going to be easy to convince them. After I reassured her that only pack members would assist on the training grounds, we walked out of the office holding hands. Before we arrived, I could hear the people talking among themselves. Some of them were asking where the rogues were, and a guard told them that they needed an induction to the pack. At least he came up with a good excuse and reminded me of something that I had to do. As soon as we finished this training session, I needed to talk to the rogues and ask them to join my pack for the time being. If not, they could be mistakenly attacked by my members. My pack had over 1,000 members last time I checked, so I couldn't notify all of them of rogues roaming my territory. It was better to let them join the pack and later present them at one of the events that we hosted. When we arrived at the training grounds, everyone went silent. Ivy let go of my hand and moved forward to where Sylvia was. Andrew came next to me to explain how the pairs would be formed. Also, I was going to introduce Ivy, and like she told me, present her as a weak, almost human mate. I have to admit that I was scared. I had a few of my booty calls in this area. They were going to come after Ivy and she couldn't answer them like she normally would. Good morning, everyone, I said loud and clear. They were listening to me. No one dared to whisper while I talked. Today we are going to do a circuit. Everyone will form groups of 4. After you finish all the exercises, we will start some-on-one sparring. People started nodding and looking around the area to see the challenges ahead. Now, you may be wondering who the person is that I came with. Some nodded, others just looked at me. Please, Ivy, if you could come here to present you to the pack. She came to my side and gave me a half smile. She felt uncomfortable, probably because of all the attention she was receiving. Training is obligatory in the pack. You can choose to train more or less, but basic skills are a must. Even pups start training at 10 years old. Their training is less demanding, but it allows them to build certain skills that come in handy. Everyone, this is Ivy Summers, my mate. She can't turn into a wolf, so for this session we will not use our wolf form in the sparring. I hope that you give her a warm welcome. Some people cheered at the fact that I had found my mate, mostly warriors and mated couples. The least amused by the news were the unmated females, especially the ones that I had sex with. I could also sense that some males didn't like the fact that Ivy was my mate, and their interest in her was evident. Of course, no one would try to challenge me for Ivy, but to see the lust in those men's eyes made my blood boil. I cleared my throat to show those men that I didn't like the way they were looking at my mate. Okay, everyone. Let's start the training session. Andrew, Stephen and I will be watching you and giving advice from time to time. With that, Andrew started a clock and everyone scattered to form their respective groups. Sylvia and Ivy paired with 2 Omegas that I didn't recognize. Sophia was also here and she paired up with Andrew's sister and 2 Omegas who were a nightmare for me. Charlotte and Sandra. They tried to get inside my bed, separately and even proposing a threesome. I didn't accept any of their propositions, but they insisted whenever they could. Those 4 are trouble. Keep an eye on them. I mind-linked Andrew. I could see him nod and continue to watch over the groups. Watching Ivy holding back was hilarious. I knew that this was just child play for her, and the faces she made to make it seem like she was struggling made me laugh. Man, try to control your laugh, or everyone will know that she is faking it. I was really trying, but she was just trying too hard. When they were doing laps, she tried to stay behind, but to do so she almost had to walk. Furthermore, even if she made it look like she was tired, she couldn't change the fact that she wasn't even sweating. When you get to a certain level of endurance, it is hard to mimic people that aren't on that level. Your body is already used to a certain level of exercise, so this child's play wasn't doing anything for her. After 45 minutes of them doing the various exercises that we had left out, we called them to start the sparring. The rules were simple. There were 3 arenas, so only 3 sparring could take place. We would wait for volunteers, and if no one came forward, we decided the pairs for the matches. They could fight in human or wolf form. Not today, because of my previous announcement, but usually they could. No use of any weapon was allowed, and they fought until the opponent retreated from battle or couldn't continue fighting. I waited until everyone arrived to ask if there were any volunteers. I wished I hadn't done that and would have just formed random pairs, because the person that volunteered was Sophia, and of course she wanted to fight Ivy. If there were normal circumstances, I wouldn't have been worried, but the fact that Ivy was trying everything to seem weak meant that she was not going to use her full strength. I just hoped that she would refuse the challenge. If she did it, she might be judged, but other members would support her. To them, she was almost human and struggled during training. Ivy Summers, accept the challenge. Damn it, what was she going to do? Andrew seemed to be thinking the same thing as me, but then I could see how his eyes fogged, meaning that Sylvia was probably telling him something. Don't worry about your mate, man. Sylvia just told me that she has a plan. I hope it is a good one, or I'm going to stop the fight. I hope she knows what she is doing, I answered him. My nerves couldn't calm down. Not until the spar ended and Ivy was okay. Okay, the first couple is Ivy Summers and Sophia Valencia. They will fight in the first arena. Please go there with Kincaid. He will referee the fight. Andrew quickly said when he saw that I was frozen in my spot. Sophia wasn't a bad fighter. She was pretty good as she had been trained since she was little. I can't say that she was the best warrior, but she could incapacitate several wolves if needed. Ivy was more than capable of beating her ass, but she was controlling her strength, meaning that she wasn't going to give her full potential. Before we arrived at the arena, I grabbed Ivy's hand. I wanted to know what she would do. Ivy, please tell me you won't get hurt. I know you want your plan to function, but please use your strength if needed. I whispered to her. My mouth was on her ear so that people couldn't hear us. If you see us from afar, we will look like a loving couple. Like I was encouraging before her fight, like a good mate would do. Don't worry, trust me, okay? She whispered back, and then gave me the most beautiful smile I had ever seen. That made all the fear inside my body vanish. I nodded at her, and she gave me a quick peck on the lips. I felt my face become red. Her lips left a tingling sensation on my lips. If that was a peck, how would a kiss feel? Okay, you know the rules. If the opponent retreats or you incapacitate them, then you win the battle. Ready? They both nodded. Fight! I yelled and saw how Sophia immediately went to Ivy. She clearly wanted to hurt her. The thing about these sessions is that the other pack members could see the people that sparred if they weren't fighting, and it seemed that no one was interested in the other fights. The speed Sophia used was a way to not let Ivy react. I was about to stop the fight because at that speed and with her strength, it could really hurt Ivy. Just millimeters away from Sophia's punch to hit Ivy, she quickly dodged it by stepping aside, making Sue stumble and look surprised that she hadn't hit her opponent. The whole fight was Sophia trying to tackle Ivy while she dodged her attacks. Sophia was becoming more and more frustrated, so she decided to play dirty. She grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it straight at Ivy's eyes, blinding her and letting her hit her straight in the stomach. Ivy fell to the ground like she was in pain, but before I approached her, she grabbed Sonia's leg and made her fall. That was enough. Sophia, you used a dirty tactic to attack Ivy. The sparring session is over. No, you can't do this to me. I'm strong, fit to be Luna and Queen. She is almost human. She won't fit her role. Sophia started screaming. I could see people moving their heads in disapproval. Sophia started shaking and turned into her wolf right next to Ivy. She clawed her side, making her cry in pain. I'm gonna kill her. Atlas, take control then. Sophia went too far this time. The times I have cried out loud because of pain can be counted with my fingers. I endured a lot of pain. I was used to the abuse that my pack inflicted on me. Later, I withstood the most difficult training sessions in Alaska. But this glazed her fingers with some kind of venom that was slowing down my healing, and that gave a burning sensation. She also got me good. I could feel that a chunk of my stomach was hanging because of her. I had to remind myself to not kill her to avoid turning back and letting Athena take control. She is weak. A strong warrior doesn't use those tricks. Yeah, I know. The good thing is that now the pack knows it too. My plan was to show her true colors to the pack, while showing that even without a wolf, I was strong. Maybe not to directly fight, but my dodging skills were on point. Furthermore, to prove that a queen would hurt a weak member meant that she didn't care about the pack at all. I could feel my blood oozing from the wound. Whatever she had used was meant to kill me, and even with the pressure that I was applying, the wound wasn't healing. I heard Kaid. His tone showed his anger. I couldn't understand what he was saying because I was concentrating on not dying. Sophia had turned into her wolf and was approaching me to deliver the final blow. I can't take the poison out of your body, but a spell may do the trick. Luckily, I know the perfect spell for this case, and it didn't need the use of much power, so no one will notice. I concentrated my magic on the hand that was covering my wound. Spells release a certain color depending on the magic that you possess. In my case, I emit a white light. Esmeralda's magic emits a red one. The strength of the spell also determines the amount of light emitted. Thankfully, this was a simple spell, so it could go unnoticed. I looked up to see where Sophia's wolf was. She couldn't see what I was about to do, and I also needed to keep my guard up in case she attacked me. I was surprised to see that Kaid had transformed into Atlas, and they were looking very angrily at Sophia. I took that opportunity to heal myself. The scent of my blood couldn't be masked, and so it was driving Atlas mad. Atlas emitted a powerful roar, showing that he wanted Sophia to turn back into her human self, or else he was going to attack her. It was a clear order from the king, but she was fighting it. I had to give it to her. She had a strong will. During their stare battle, I stopped the bleeding. I could feel my body becoming stronger, but for this whole charade to be convincing, I had to stay on the ground. Athena, please tell Atlas that we are okay. Will do. Also, you can stop healing yourself. I can take it from here. Thanks, Athena. We still need to lay low. If not, people will suspect that we are not as fragile as we made it seem. The tension was evident as the king started growling once again. His anger rose as the minutes passed. Sophia was fighting his command. Her wolf snarled and whimpered at the same time. It seemed that her wolf was fighting for control with Sophia. Stop fighting, Sophia. His command is hurting us. Shut up, Camilla. It is the only time we will be able to fight that bitch. You think that if you kill his mate he will want you? Are you delusional? At least he will see how weak she is. And you will lose your life. Stop being stupid, leave her alone, and ask for forgiveness. At least her wolf had some common sense. I retreated slowly so that Sophia wouldn't attack me again. Kaid roared once again and started approaching her. She continued snarling until he was just a few feet away from her. Sophia finally submitted and transformed back to her human form. Kaid did the same and told the guards to take her to a cell. I was your fiancé and you broke your promise. She is just a rogue. She will be your demise. What does she have to offer? Nothing. Some of the people that were watching the whole ordeal moved their heads in approval. Some remained silent and others disagreed. The people that were in my favor were the mated couples. It made sense. They had felt the bond. They knew that it was a divine gift that should be treasured. Other people thought that Sophia was the best choice. She was an alpha daughter. She had money. She and connections that could make Kaid's pack stronger. I, on the other hand, was a wolf-less female that couldn't even defend myself. Truth be told, I felt self-conscious about Kaid's decision. I had nothing to bring to this mate relationship. I was strong, yes, but that made me a target for a lot of people. I was bringing danger by staying in the pack. They don't support you, Ivy, because of the image that we are portraying. They think that only the king can defend them. If they knew that you are also a source of protection, then they would not be so against you. I hope you are right, Athena. I looked at Cade, his nostrils flared, showing his obvious humor. The guards were taking Sophia to the dungeon when I decided to use all this to my advantage. I still felt that this mate bond didn't benefit Cade at all, but I knew that if Sophia became queen, then all the kingdom would suffer. Your Majesty, if I may speak with you before they take her, I carefully said. I used the sweetest tone that I could to show that I was still in pain. Cade looked at me, trying to understand what I wanted to do. Tell me, Ivy, what can I do for you, or do you want to discuss this in private? No, Your Majesty. I just wanted to ask if you could spare Sophia. His muscles tensed, and Sophia looked at me like I had grown two heads. She tried to kill you. She knows your healing abilities are not the best, but she attacked you in wolf form. Even the fact that she turned when you are incapable of doing so is a crime. His eyes started changing colors. I needed to control the situation and fast. I know, Your Majesty, but as you can see, I'm no longer hurt. She didn't think her actions through. She is mad and feels betrayed. I think we should show some leniency to her. That also shows an act of goodwill on our part. I expected Cade to understand that Sophia could be of more use in the house than in a dungeon. I could hear from the thoughts of almost all the people present that they couldn't expect such a selfish action from me. They were impressed by my way of managing things, meaning that this time I had won as well. Sophia would not get people to support her from my pack, and if they did, then they were as rotten as she was. You were going to be part of the pack? Damn it, I didn't realize that I was not part of a pack. I'm still a rogue. Cade seemed to understand what I meant. He still didn't want her to be let off the hook. That also sent a message to the pack, meaning that I had the support of the king. If someone tried to hurt me, they knew the consequences. My mate and future queen showed you mercy. If it was up to me, I would have taken you to the dungeons until your public sentence. They would have ended with your head separated from your body. The whole crowd gasped. I knew that Cade avoided killing any pack members. Unfortunately, attacking the Luna was something that couldn't be overlooked. Kid got closer to Sophia. He lifted her chin with his middle finger. Per Ivy's request, you won't be killed, but you will remain in the dungeons for 3 days without food or water. That will help you meditate on your actions. Sophia's face was red because of her anger. She couldn't believe that she was being punished. She thought that, because of her status, all would be forgotten. My dad will know about this, she finally retorted. Cade smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile, it was a wicked one. I'm counting on it. When he arrives, I will tell him how you tried to kill the future king, meaning that if he supports you, he becomes an enemy of the crown. Sophia's mouth opened and closed like a fish. She knew that if Cade declared that all the packs that wanted their territory could challenge them to get it. Usually packs remained at peace because if they broke it, the king's army will wipe them off the map. With that, the guards took Sophia, but I knew what she had planned. I knew that this wouldn't be the last time that I saw her, and it definitely wasn't the last battle that we fought. I carried Ivy to the pack's clinic. Even if she told me that she was fine, I wanted her to be checked by a doctor. I couldn't smell her blood anymore, but the stain that was left behind clearly showed the injury that she had sustained. Of course, she didn't let me carry her without fighting. She told me several times to drop her and that she would walk by my side, but I was not having it. Heartless howled repeatedly inside my head. He wanted to rip Sophia's throat. If Ivy hadn't intervened, she would be dead by now. I made a mental note to ask her why she let her live. When we arrived at the clinic, I had already informed the staff that I was taking my mate, so they rushed us to one of the rooms to wait for the doctor who was just delivering a baby. I gently placed Ivy on the bed. She looked around the room like she was nervous. I knew that she didn't like hospitals, but I never asked her why. Ivy, if I may ask, why don't you like hospitals? She focused her eyes on me, but didn't answer me straight away. It seemed like she was debating with herself about whether to tell me or not. If you don't feel comfortable telling me, then don't. I won't pressure you. She let out a breath and looked through the window. I guess she wouldn't tell me anything, so I took a seat right in front of her. I don't hate hospitals. In fact, the first time that I went to one was the day that we met. My last pack didn't allow me to get medical help. What? They refused a wolf to get treatment if she was hurt. They used to punch me, whip me, put off cigarettes on my skin. Most of the girls in that pack hated me, my own family hated me, my dad treated me like I was garbage. She took a deep breath. The fact that she was telling me something personal was a great step in our relationship. Now I needed to figure out a way to calm myself while she explained what her old pack did. My sister was always the perfect one. The perfect daughter. The role beta female. She got the best grades and was the prettiest in the pack. I was a slave. They didn't call me that, but they treated me like one. I never graduated because giving me an education was a waste of money. I never had clothes or food. Sylvia was the only one that helped me in that pack. Well, her and her family. But they had to do it quietly. The first time that the alpha found out that they had fed me, he punished them by deducting their salary by half. After that day, I refused their help. Her eyes watered, so she cleaned them with the back of her hand. It showed all the pain that she had gone through. I think that pack needs a little visit from us. Oh yes, they will. Help me make a mental note of all the names we hear. On it, name and torture to be inflicted next to it. Perfect. Years passed. I just hoped to meet my mate and leave that horrible pack. The problem was that I couldn't talk with my wolf, so I always wondered if I had a mate, and if I did, if I could recognize him. My biggest fear was that I had already met my mate, and he decided not to acknowledge me. If I didn't have a wolf, I couldn't know who he was, right? She looked me in the eye. I didn't know if I should answer or not. Her vulnerability was evident. Tears were rolling down her beautiful chest. My heart ached as I saw her. I never wanted to see her cry. I wanted to show her that she could be happy, that life had a bright side. And my worst fear became true. I met my mate, the first one. Alpha Alexander found me while I was watching the moon on my 16th birthday. Athena appeared that day and confirmed me that Alexander knew what we were, he just chose to ignore it. Before he could reject me, I rejected him first. I also discovered that I could hear what he and his wolf talked about. But from that day until we met, no other power appeared. I never told anyone of her existence. No one would have believed me. They might have laughed in my face as I couldn't turn yet. I remained silent until I met you. If I had approached things in a better way, she wouldn't have escaped all those years ago. I could have diminished a portion of her suffering. Instead, I added to it. Don't. What is done is done. I needed to train. I needed to learn and become stronger. Possessing great power means nothing if you don't know how to control it. I cupped her cheeks with my hands. She closed her eyes and leaned towards them. I cleaned the stains that her tears had left with my thumb. I wanted this moment to last forever. I wanted her to feel safe in my arms, but we had to come back to reality. The doctor knocked on the door and entered the room. He came with a nurse that had a small metal cart behind her. Hello, Ivy. My name is Dr. Calthalberto Campos. They told me that you had an incident on the training grounds today. I couldn't remember when this doctor came to the pack. I growled at him. He must have understood that I didn't recognize him. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you. He bowed. My cousin is the main doctor here, but he had to travel because his mother is very sick. He asked me to be in charge of the clinic, and Beta Andrew accepted his request. I backed down and gestured him to continue speaking. So, Miss Ivy, what seems to be the problem? I can see blood, but I don't see an obvious injury. She is not injured anymore, but she had a big wound on her left side. It was bleeding heavily, so I wanted to see if no more damage was done. Ivy believed that she was okay, but until the doctor told me the same thing, I wouldn't rest. Okay, Ivy, can you show me where the injury was? The doctor started approaching the bed carefully. He knew that as wolves we found it hard to contain our possessive nature. Sure, it was right here. Ivy lifted her shirt, exposing her caramel skin. You could only see faint scar tissue in that area, almost like nothing had happened. Thanks to the goddess, the injury was below the level of her ribs, so she didn't have to take her shirt off completely. If I may, Ivy, I want to perform a physical exam to see if any ribs were broken. The doctor approached her even more, and I couldn't control the growl that I emitted. The doctor froze. Of course he would. He was scared of me. Ignore him, Doc. I want to be out as soon as possible, Ivy said to the doctor. He looked at me like asking for permission to continue his exam, so I decided to stand up and go to the bathroom until he finished. That way I wouldn't interrupt his work. I closed the door and looked at myself in the mirror. The time that I waited for Ivy to tell me that the doctor had finished became eternal. I ran my fingers through my hair until I heard a scream coming from the room. I quickly opened the door and got into a fighting position in case any danger entered her ward, but it was only the doctor that was touching Ivy's skin. That sight had Atlas ragging. He is hurting, mate. Go to him. He is examining her. Calm yourself, Atlas. We are done here, Your Majesty. Her ribs aren't broken, but there is a lot of swelling around the area where she sustained her injury. No stitches will be needed as it is not bleeding, but I suggest resting and taking pain medication if needed. Ivy nodded and lowered her shirt. Please refrain from any physical activity for at least 3 days. We thanked the doctor. I grabbed Ivy's arm and guided her through the clinic. We went back to the pack house, straight to her room. Esmeralda and Sylvia were already there, so I let them be and just told them to keep an eye on her. I gave them the indications that the doctor told us, and that if she tried to perform any kind of physical activity they should call me. I went to my office to sort some papers, but I couldn't concentrate. Something was irking the back of my mind. It felt like I had something to solve and couldn't remember what exactly. Ahem, the Sophia issue, Clyde. You have to call her father. Right. Thank you, Atlas. If it were up to me, we would be in the dungeon having some fun. I know, but we are restraining ourselves because of Ivy. Shh. What? Is something wrong? I forgot to ask her why she spared Sophia. I'll have to wait until her friends leave. I cited. So many things had happened. A lot of information was uncovered. At least it seemed that I had gained some points with Ivy, and that was all that mattered. With new determination in my mind, I continued to work. I called Sophia's father. I informed him of the broken engagement and what Sophia had done. Of course he was mad. He told me to forget about the deal that we had established. And I told him that I already knew that would happen. He also requested for her daughter's return. But I refused his request until he came here to take her back. I didn't tell him what she told me about the threats against her. I already knew they were a lie, and it would be better to confront her in front of her father. I also wanted to know if she was the only one trying to kill Ivy, or if her father would join her evil plan as well. I was completely concentrated on working that I didn't realize that someone had entered my office. That was until her chocolate and strawberry scent hit my nose. I loved that she was here. But why wasn't she resting? Hello, love. What can I help you? When I looked at her in the eyes, she looked beautiful. You didn't come for lunch and now you are skipping dinner. I came here to remind you that you have to eat. She was nervous, and that was evident by her constant movement of her leg. I didn't realize that it was so late. I had to check some papers that were left behind. She nodded in understanding. I stood from my chair to grab her hand, so we headed to her room. Hey, aren't we eating? She protested when she saw I was taking her upstairs. Yes, love, but you need to rest, so I'm asking the maids to bring the food to your room. I hope you don't mind, but I didn't think you would be comfortable in my room. She looked at me and giggled. That was the most amazing noise that I have ever heard. Okay, but where are we going to eat? She giggled once again. What do you suggest? I asked her. We could eat in the bed while we watch a movie. Does she know what she is doing? When we finally reached our floor, I pinned her softly against the wall. I wasn't using much pressure, just enough to trap her. If we get in your bed, I will eat, but it won't be food, my love. Atlas was present as well, so my voice became deeper and huskier. I let her go and continued walking to her room. It was going to be a fun night. My body felt like it was on fire. Stupid Cade, stupid mate Bond. When he spoke to me like that, it was like every fiber of my being wanted to kiss him, and the stupid king just let me go. We entered my room, and he took 2 chairs from an apparent office that was connected to the room. He told me to get in bed until the food arrived and that he would sit on one of the chairs and use the other to support his feet. He turned on the TV, and that was it. He just stared at it while he held my hand. Meanwhile, I felt horny. Like super horny. Because of what happened to me, I didn't explore my sexuality. I became too scared of it. That is why I went to a psychologist. She helped me with some of the problems, but my interest in anything shkal seemed to be lost. That was until stupid freaking Cade decided to talk in that husky voice. Damn it. To be fair, you were provoking him. Me? You were the one that told me what to say. Athena laughed in my mind. She freaking laughed. She freaking knew what she was doing, and I was stupid enough to trust her. Damn it. Hey. You loved it. Yeah, the problem is that I loved it too much, and now I want to know what it tastes like. Oh, I should remind you that you are not masking your scent at the moment.
What?
Why isn't my scent masked? Since when? Since we left the hospital? And why didn't you tell me sooner? For one, you needed to heal, and you also used magic when you were weak. Your body can't keep a spell to mask your scent if you are weak. Fair point, but if you noticed it, you should have told me. Well, it is affecting Kaid, so if you think you are not able to concentrate, then you should read his mind. No, thank you, he has experience, thus his thoughts are not going to help my current situation. Boring. Hey, I'm not boring. I masked my scent once again. I hope that no one aside from Cade and my friends picked up my scent. Even if I was a rogue, you could clearly tell that I was a strong beta based on my scent. Damn Athena, she is always playing games. I used my magic to cover my scent, as I had done for years. I can't understand why I didn't realize that I wasn't covering it. Why didn't Esmeralda tell me anything? We were together all afternoon. Anyway, I can't dwell on what happened. I just had to hope that everyone still saw me as the poor mate who wasn't strong enough. As soon as I concealed my scent, Cade's eyes found mine. He looked confused. Why did you cover your scent? Right, he would notice as soon as I turned it off. I've done it for a long time, I'm used to it. Then why didn't you put it off earlier? I had to heal first. I feel stronger, so I can now use a little bit of magic to mask my scent. I lied, well, not entirely, I had to heal, but while I didn't notice, I did not mask it. You are a terrible liar, I frowned. They had taught me how to lie in case I was ever abducted. How dare he? I had training. That is not true. You know, I went through vigorous training that included being able to conceal information. He smiled at me and started to laugh. Was he mocking me? Hey, don't laugh at me. He just laughed louder. I was trying to stay mad at him, but his laughter was contagious and I ended up laughing as well. If you would have entered the room at that moment, we would look like two mad people. After our laughter died down, we stared at each other's eyes. He gulped, and watching his Adam apple go up and down made me lick my lips. His eyes became darker, his pupils dilated. He approached me like a hunter who was catching his prey. I became nervous, but I didn't want him to know the extent of how he was affecting me. So instead of backing down, I stood on my spot, looking directly into his eyes, showing him that I was just as strong as he was. He was already towering over me, so I had to lift my head to see him. He closed his eyes for a second and opened them once again. I miss your scent. Why don't you keep it? The tension that was building between us increased every second. The air felt electrifying. Because I still smell like a rogue. That was a half-truth, but if I was accepted into a pack, I could conceal just enough of my scent to keep my true breed hidden. We could change that, you know. Right now, you literally have the alpha at your mercy, he said while he lifted my chin even more with one of his fingers. I opened my mouth as I was feeling extremely hot at the moment. I wanted to lean forward so that he knew that I want to kiss him. Nevertheless, I controlled my urges. I will wait until he gives in. I've never sworn an alliance with a pack before my king. What would we have to do? I purred. Why did I purr? I hated it when other females did that. The mate bond, Ivy. You find it annoying because those wolves use it to catch men that are not their mates. True, I hate it when I see wolves trying to climb up the ladder by sleeping with others. Cade started getting closer, our breaths mixed with each other. His scent was intoxicating, making my senses null. I could swear that I could feel like my body was on fire, like I had a fever. Everything started to get blurry. I wanted to be bolder. Ivy, this is not the bond. Something is wrong. Then why does it feel so good? Ivy, I think you're in heat. Who is saying that? I just feel so hot right now. I hear someone talking to me, but I can't tell who that person is. Cade's POV. Everything was fine. We were having a wonderful time. Ivy started taunting me, causing Atlas to come to the surface. She liked her lips, and that made me want to kiss her. I asked her why she hid her scent. It bothers me because even though I know she is my mate, I can't scent her. The sparkles are there, but when that mixes with her scent, it becomes an incredible sensation. She started becoming bolder and bolder. I knew we had to stop. I still don't know how her past trauma had affected her, but she was becoming more sensual, and I was slowly losing my self-control. That was until I felt the heat radiating from her body. It's her heat, Kide. But we haven't even mated yet. She has no mark, so why is her heat suddenly triggered? I don't know, but soon she will lose control of her masking abilities. Damn it. A wolf's scent during heat attracts all the males that are unmated in a specific area. Right now I couldn't smell her scent, so my brain continued to work, but if I smelled it, they would have to restrain me. How do we help her, Cade? I don't know. Cold water? That one was my best guess. I know that there are some pills to avoid the heat, but I don't know if there was something to control it once it started. Ivy was clinging to me. She kept blabbering and trying to touch me. I tried to talk to her, but it was like she wasn't even listening to me. I mind-linked Sylvia so that she could manage something with Andrew or the doctor. I didn't care what they did as long as they brought me something that could help her. The thing about the heat is that after some time it started to hurt. Women needed to have some sort of release to diminish the pain. But right now I couldn't help Ivy like that. Whatever we did would be without her consent. So it wasn't an option for me. I took her in my arms and went to the bathroom. I opened the shower with the coldest water possible and took us in. It was freezing cold, making Ivy release a huge gasp. I guess the water helped her. She wasn't babbling anymore, so I needed to explain what I was doing. Ivy, love, you are in heat. I have asked Sylvia to bring you something to help with the pain, but I needed to make you aware of the situation. How am I in heat when we haven't marked each other? She now looked pissed as she tried to fight the shivering that came because of the cold water. I have no idea, love, but your pain will start very soon. And you can't stay here because I won't be able to hide my scent. She interrupted me, and she sounded disappointed. Did she want me to stay here to help her? I couldn't possibly do that, though, or could I? I could stay if you need me to. No, I know how a mate's scent affects the counterpart. Even if you try to control your wolf, it is only going to become harder and painful for you too. Shoot. I took her out of the water. I grabbed a towel and wrapped her gently around it. Let's make a deal, okay? She looked at me with curiosity. I desperately needed her touch, to feel her lips, to mark her eventually. Shoot. I grabbed her hands and looked her straight in the eye. If Sylvia has something to help with the heat, then I'll stay with you. If she doesn't, then I'll leave. She smiled brightly like she liked the idea. But then she started growling. The pain was starting. Thankfully, we heard a knock on the door. Let's see if I stay with you, love, or if I have to leave, okay? And with that, I opened the door, hoping that Sylvia had a solution to Ivy's problem. Sylvia arrived with Andrew. They had several things in their hands, including food and water. Andrew wouldn't harm me because he is marked and my heat doesn't affect him. The foggy state had already passed thanks to the cold bath that Kide gave me, but now I felt pain in my core. It was like burning coal was put on me and the heat was beginning to spread once again. Esmeralda is on her way. She told us that she had a solution to your heat, but that she needed some materials. At least I knew that help was coming. Esmeralda was a really foolish person, but as a witch she was one of the best. She didn't have a higher position in her coven because she chose not to ascend. As she told me previously, she hated the paperwork that came with the job. I felt another wave of pain. At the same time my magic was becoming weaker, and I knew that I just had a couple of minutes before Cade smelled my scent. Andrew, please take Kite out of here until Esmeralda arrives with the medicine, I said through gritted teeth. The pain was excruciating, and together with the heat it felt like torture. I couldn't concentrate much longer on my magic. I would soon lose control and Kaid would lose it too. I'm here. I'm here. Where is she? Esmeralda's voice came just in time, thankfully. I have never been happier about seeing her. She saw me and ran straight towards me. She had a small glass bottle in her hand with a green liquid in it. It didn't look tasty at all. Here, drink this. I'm going to do a spell to help ease the pain, but I need your maid out. She looked dead serious, meaning that her spell was going to hurt like a bloody hell. Why? I'm not leaving her. Kaid instantly came forward with his protective side. Look, Wolf, I know you are her mate, but this spell is not going to be pretty. I don't like people attacking me behind my back or having to concentrate my power on two things. So you either leave or I make you leave. Understand? Her eyes started to glow, showing that she was mad and wouldn't hesitate on using her magic on Kaid. My friend could be damn scary when she wanted to. While they stared at each other, I felt the worst pain in my lower half of my body. I tried to suppress the scream, but it came as a whimper. Fine, just don't hurt her, he said to Esmeralda, but one thing he would learn was that she has the same sharp tongue that I have. Or worse. I'm not you, I haven't, and would never hurt her. Can you say that? No, right? Now leave. Kaid instantly looked at the floor. It was obvious that her words hurt him. I couldn't even defend him because it was the truth and my friend had more guts than me to tell him out. Now, Sylvia and Andrew prepare to grab her, okay? What the hell is she going to do? I can withstand a lot of pain on my own. Is her spell that strong? She didn't explain further. Sylvia was at the level of my hands and Andrew at the level of my legs. Esmeralda indicated me to drink her potion and I did so. I wanted to puke. I can't even describe the taste of that thing, because it was awful. After that, Esmeralda closed her eyes to concentrate on the spell. Solum et lunam ad astra acteos, ut hic calor volcanorum, huc indenti dolora, relinquent corpus lupum, qui non volt donum tum fertilitatis. Ode lunae, serva libidinum, serva hinc, nexus nec desiderator nec cupitor. Estis hinc exire nung. Translation, by the sun and the moon, for the stars and the gods, that this heat of the volcanoes, that this incandescent pain, leave the body of this wolf, who does not want your gift of fertility. O goddess of the moon, keep lust away, keep it away from here. The link is neither desired nor wanted. Sweltering heat leave her body now. As she enchanted her spell, I could feel the heat inside my body spread through all my organs. It felt like it was melting me from the inside out. It seemed that instead of blood, I had lava inside my veins. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Even though I tried to control the pain, it was impossible. It was too much. After what seemed hours, I felt the pain subside. But I felt exhausted. All the energy was drained from my body. All I wanted to do was sleep. My wet clothes had dried from the heat that I suppose I radiated. You'll be fine, Ivy, you just need to rest. You'll probably wake up tomorrow afternoon. I have to prepare another potion before you wake up, so you take it as soon as your eyes open, okay? Esmeralda told me. So I had to drink that thing again. Great. Can you make it taste any better? I've drank a lot of things, but that potion was disgusting. Don't be such a baby, it is not that bad. She had no idea how bad it was, but now I didn't feel any pain, so it meant it worked, and that was all that mattered. Thank you, Esmeralda, you are a lifesaver. I didn't hear her response as I drifted to sleep. The last thing I remembered was hearing the door burst open and Kaid's voice, but I couldn't tell what he said. I was too tired to care, so I welcomed sleep with open arms. Kaid's POV. What Esmeralda said was true. I'd hurt Ivy, she hadn't. She helped her a lot, in fact. From the vision that Celine showed me, I could see that she was the one to kill the people that had hurt Ivy. I had no reason to doubt her, but when she told me to leave my maid alone, I couldn't help being protective. She got us good. She looks like a goofy person. I never imagined that she would stand up to you. I hurt her friend and implied that she could hurt her. Of course, she got mad. Before I could say anything else to Atlas, as I was pacing around my office, I felt the most intense pain in my lower half of my body. It was like hot charcoal had been put on me. I knew it wasn't my pain, it was Ivy's pain, but the intensity was enormous, meaning that what she was feeling was much worse. I tried to go back to her room, but my eyes started to water from the pain. What the hell is happening there? What is Esmeralda doing? Mate, hurt kid, go to mate. Atlas practically roared to me in my head. I exited the office, trying to keep my balance. As I had sent every mail away from the last 2 floors of the pack house, there was no one to help me. My sight started to become blurry, meaning that I was about to faint from the pain. I couldn't imagine what Ivy was feeling. I was going to interrupt whatever Esmeralda was doing to her. Even if it helped her, it shouldn't hurt that much. Then the pain finally stopped. I hurried to her room and burst the door open. What the hell is going on in here? I yelled at them. Ivy was drifting to sleep when I arrived. Of course, she was exhausted. She dealt with a pain that no one should have to. Calm down, Wolf. Nothing is wrong, that is why I told you to leave. Nothing is wrong? What does she think Ivy is? That was too much for her. What you did was inhumane. The pain for me almost caused me to faint. For her, it would have been 10 times worse. She is your friend, how could you do this to her? Esmeralda's eyes started to glow. Her hair started to float. Her hands glowed as well. I've never seen a witch angry. Seeing Esmeralda pissed was scary, I had to admit. You? You are the one to tell me that I don't care about Ivy? You? The one who kept hurting her for years? Years. Do you know how much pain she has endured? She stated, approaching me. As she walked, the things in the room started flying. Now you want to act like her mate, when from the beginning, you treated her like she was a baby. You didn't tell her what was happening or why she had to pretend not to be your mate. If you didn't know that she was abused by her previous pack, you should have at least guessed that she wasn't being treated well as she was practically sold to you. Her words pierced me like swords. The thing about the truth is that it hurt. Especially when you know you were the one that committed several mistakes. I only reached out to you because my friend's life is at stake. You may have changed, but that doesn't mean that what you did didn't cause her harm. The proof is that, because of your daily gifts, she can withstand a lot of pain before even emitting a sound. You felt like you wanted to faint because of that? Then tell her to kiss another male, or better yet, to fuck another one, and when you experience true cheating pains, you tell me how they are, okay? With that, she stormed out of the room. Andrew tried to talk to me, but I couldn't say anything to him right now. I felt like a complete piece of shit. I was a complete piece of shit. I'm a king, I'm supposed to be the most powerful werewolf, and yet I couldn't protect my mate from harm, and that was because I was the one to cause it. Esmeralda's words echoed inside my head. Even Atlas went silent since the confrontation. That day I promised myself to be a better man, to become what Ivy deserved, to gain her forgiveness even if I didn't deserve it. It was a silent promise that I made to her while she slept peacefully. Lord Hunter, I'm coming for you. You'll pay for the damage that you did to her. And you'll pay for it with your life. Who does that asshole think he is? I know he is the king, but that doesn't give him the right to accuse me of being inhumane. I have been taking care of Ivy and the damage that he has done for years. I was the one that heard her cry every single time he cheated on her. At least until she stopped crying. That girl had gone through so much because of that piece of crap, and now he acts like the mate that cares about her. Even if he did care about her, he had to be held accountable for all the damage he did. He has to assume the consequences of his actions. He is no Prince Charming. I knew that Ivy wasn't a white dove either. She committed several mistakes, but she was 17. Clyde should have been more mature. He is 10 years older than her, and he expected a teen to act like an adult when he didn't even behave like one. I went to the room that they provided me with. I knew that he would stay with her, and I didn't want to be in the same room as him. I hated to leave my friend alone, but if he dared to hurt her again, I would end him myself. I have always been a prodigy with spells. I was offered the position of High Priestess a long time ago. When people saw me, they often thought that I was in my mid-20s, but truth be told, I'm almost 200 years old. When you gain enough control of your body, you can stop its aging. Most witches stay young for centuries, unless they find their mates or chose to be with someone that isn't a witch and decide to continue their aging process. Ivy was my only friend outside the witch world, and she was supposed to become a Lycan. She wouldn't live forever, but she couldn't be killed either, meaning that she would roam this earth for a long time. When she passes, I'll reconsider my time here, but right now I still want to pause my aging process. Because I've been alive for so long, I have seen a lot of things. At first, when I met Ivy, and she told me what happened to her mate, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I could see that Ivy had been impulsive, and I even told her that she could have asked him what he meant before running. I even encouraged her to talk to the asshole. That was until the incident. I've never been so afraid of losing someone. I thought she was dead, and that broke me as well. When she woke up, it was obvious that she had experienced severe trauma. I helped her through it as best as I could, but then the pain started. Of course, we knew that it was, and that only made it worse. It wasn't immediately after the incident, and that made it worse. It meant that he had thought about it and had come to a certain conclusion. At the same time, he also decided to cause Ivy pain, even though he wasn't exactly sure of what had happened. Imagine trying to recover from the worst experience possible, to fight nightmares, panic attacks, and so on, only to later endure the worst pain possible because your so-called mate couldn't keep it in his pants. That was what pissed me off the most. I was trying to control my anger, but every now or then a flash of red light came from my hands. Damn it. I had to breathe, or I would lose control and harm someone. As I counted to 10, I heard a knock on the door. I thought that it was Sylvia. I didn't know anyone else in the pack apart from her, Ivy, the Beta and Gamma. Sylvia, if you are coming here, because that asshole did something to Ivy, I must. As I opened the door, I was surprised to see that it wasn't Sylvia. It was Michelle, Andrew's sister. She had short brown hair with golden stripes, her eyes were honey brown, her lips rose and plump. She had beautiful porcelain white skin. She and Andrew were alike, but she was way more beautiful, and for some strange reason I felt a certain attraction towards her. I have had 3 previous relationships. My first one was with a guy that I met in Europe. We didn't last long because we couldn't comprehend each other. He didn't understand me. He wanted to control me. But I am and will always be a free spirit. Then I found out that I liked girls the same way that I like boys, so my 2 other relationships were with girls. They both ended up because they found out that I was too extravagant for them. In summary, I wasn't the one for them. After my last breakup, I decided to give up on dating. I decided to concentrate on other things like perfecting my magic. It was almost 30 years since I was ever attracted to someone. Why did that change? I've met countless people, very attractive ones, and none of them caused the feeling that I was having right now towards the little wolf that was in front of me. It scared me. I didn't and wouldn't let my heart get hurt again. How may I help you, Michelle? She smelled like blueberries, my favorite fruit. She looked shy for some reason. Hi, Esmeralda. I saw my brother go to your friend's room. He was in a hurry, so I wanted to ask if everything was all right. Even if I felt some kind of attraction towards her, I didn't trust her. I've only met her once, and she was next to Sophia. She could be gathering information for her, and if she wanted to know something, she could ask her brother. You can ask your brother. If he tells you, then you have your answer. If he doesn't, I'm not going to tell you either. She frowned, so she didn't like my answer. For some reason I felt weird. Seeing her mad was having an impact on me, which was strange. I know she went into heat. It was pretty obvious when they asked all the men from the last 2 floors to leave unless they are marked and mated. I just want to know why she went into heat if she is not marked. Well, so she is gathering information. I don't know the answer, but even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. I barely know you. Why would I reveal anything related to my friend? Her eyes flashed green for a second, meaning her wolf was angry as well. That is weird. Why do you protect her so much? Do you like her? What the? Look, little wolf. What I like and don't like isn't your problem. Ivy is my friend, has been for years. She is the only reason why I'm here. Why? Because I care for her. It is not my fault that you have crappy friends like Sophia, who wouldn't care if you jumped off a cliff if they got something in return. Her eyes were changing color back and forth. I wasn't really in the mood to deal with an emotional wolf, even if I found her attractive or whatever. I would look into Ivy's heat. It was strange indeed. Females go into heat when they are marked to increase their chances of getting pregnant after they meet their mate. That is why wolves have kids in their early 20s. Very promiscuous for my liking. Having a child so young was never on my plans. Don't call me little wolf, we are the same age, and why are you assuming that Sophia and I are friends? They weren't friends? I hardly doubt that we are the same age. What do you know about witches, huh? She diverted her gaze from mine. Exactly nothing, you just know that we control magic and that is it. I hated the fact that wolves were so full of themselves. They never learned anything about other species. For years their species has prospered, but it wasn't like that at the beginning. But as they obtained more and more power, they tried to control the other species. When they didn't let them do whatever they wanted, they attacked us, causing our numbers to drop significantly. That was until the council was attacked. Some witches, vampires, warlocks, fairies, demons, and angels joined forces and killed half the council. They left the rest alive, but with the condition that they would ensure that the wolves would behave and stop attacking other creatures. We never knew who our saviors were. They became a legend in all the supernatural world, except in the werewolf kingdom. They couldn't admit what really happened, so they just created the law avoiding wolves from attacking other creatures, but omitted the part where half the council was killed. Since then, the wolves haven't learned a thing about another species, making them completely ignorant. If you were to ask me what made Ivy and I friend, it was the fact that she wanted to learn. She didn't believe she was the best in the world. Even if she is, she treated everyone fairly and also took no shit from anyone. She still needed to learn a lot, but she knew that. She also helped people that were weak. She defended them like a true Luna would. I saw her in the coven. She always helped the younger witches when they tried to mock them. Even if she can't use a lot of magic, she still protected them. Now, if you don't have anything else to say apart from nonsense, I'm going to ask you to leave. She looked at me, like I had hurt her deeply. I knew that my words could hurt her, but I've never cared what people thought. Right now I did. She turned around and left. I felt the urge to follow her, but restrained myself from doing that. I closed the door and made some calls. I had to know what had happened to Ivy. Was it part of her curse, or did someone spike her food with some drug? I have heard of some drugs that can induce the female into heat. They were used to trap higher-ranking wolves, so it was weird that someone would try to poison Ivy. Either way, I will find out what happened, and if someone was behind it, then I will let Cade handle it. He was an asshole, but he was starting to care for Ivy. Furthermore, he was the king and alpha of this pack, so I couldn't do anything against his members unless I wanted to start a war. Ivy was out for the whole night. I couldn't sleep though. What Esmeralda told me resonated inside my head. Also, I couldn't understand why she had gone into heat. It was completely unheard of. Some females tried to spike my drink in theirs so that we would both go into heating and they could get pregnant. You can't go into heat, Cade. You are a male. Or you are supposed to be. Damn it, Atlas, okay. I explained myself wrong. When a female goes into heat, it activates a certain desire from the male. That is so that they maintain sex for several hours or days to ensure a pregnancy. That was what they wanted to get from me. Luckily, I could catch many scents that other wolves couldn't, so I figured out their plan in time. The thing was, with Ivy, I didn't detect an odd scent. Not in her food or water. Meaning that it was either a new drug or something else. The sun's rays started to enter her room and illuminate everything in it. I didn't know how long she would stay asleep, maybe until noon, so I had to do a couple of things before she woke up. I didn't want to leave her alone, so I asked Sylvia to come and inform me if there was any change in her level of consciousness. I also told her to see if Esmeralda was available, so that they would both accompany Ivy. I waited while I observed Ivy. She looked peaceful in her sleep. I guess that the spell took a toll on her. Yesterday she looked exhausted, and taking into account the great training that she had used an excessive amount of energy to see her like that. I heard a knock on the door. It was Andrew and Sylvia. Before I could ask about Esmeralda, they started speaking. Esmeralda said that she needed to do some things. She is looking for information regarding Ivy's heat. Sylvia said. So she also thought that it was weird. I wanted to ask Sylvia if Ivy had eaten or drunk something before she came to my office. That would explain why I never got a scent of any drug near her. I had the food that we had eaten yesterday analyzed. Even though I didn't smell anything wrong with it, the laboratory results will confirm it. Sylvia, did Ivy eat or drink something with you? She moved her head indicating a no. Then she paused like she remembered something, but let out a breath like it wasn't useful. I don't think it has anything to do with what happened yesterday. She drank some water, but Esmeralda drank from her glass as well. If there was some kind of drug, wouldn't she be affected as well? It was a good thought to believe that if only Ivy was affected, then there wasn't anything in the water or the cup. But Esmeralda was a witch. They don't get affected the same way that we do. They have more resistance than we do. From what I've heard, some witches have mastered their magic to the point that they can suppress any drug that enters their system, like they have an antivirus but for poisons or drugs. I didn't know how strong she was, but the fact that she didn't care that I was a king as she said all those things to me proves that she has way more power than we could infer. Andrew, are you staying here or are you coming with me? He looked at Sylvia like asking for permission. That was the thing with your mate. You change completely when you meet them. Andrew wasn't a bad person, but he didn't care much about any woman apart from his sister. Someone is whipped. Who, you? Yeah, we are. Atlas hated it when I reminded him that he was also in Ivy's hands. He didn't want to admit it, since he is an alpha wolf, but he was. You don't have to remind me like that. You got your pride hurt? I started mocking him. He was my best friend, but it was once in a while that I messed with him. I'm an alpha wolf, of course my pride got hurt. You do know that she could beat our ass, right? I know, you don't have to remind me of that either. Ha ha ha, well let's hope we never get her angry again. Atlas laughed as well. Even if it was true that Ivy was stronger, he still loved her the same. Hey, Earth to Kide! Andrew was waving his hand in front of my face. Huh? Sorry, I was talking to Atlas, let's go. Andrew laughed. Then he approached Sylvia and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Then he dashed, like a teenager, making her and me laugh as well. I missed this having fun with my friends. The time that Ivy disappeared, I became the worst version of myself, and it showed. Now I was coming back to the person that I once was. I made calls throughout the day. I called the council so that they could gather as much information about Ivy's curse as possible. I had to reveal that she was with me. They all wanted to get their hands on her, but when I told them that she was my mate, they backed down. Some of them wanted her to come to the council to be protected, but I was adamant to that request. The best place for her to stay was here in the pack. Atlas told me that he had a bad feeling about the council members, and I did too. I have known for a while that they have tried to take the throne from me. Now I was telling them that I had the most powerful soon-to-be Lycan in my pack, and they didn't want me to have more power. Other members of the council favored me and congratulated me on finding my mate. The thing is that when you try to change how things were, you get supporters but also people that hate you to their guts. I have tried to change the laws for a while to let the packs be more respectful of their members so that women can have a voice and not just be a trophy wife. They all sound like good changes, but some people don't think like that. They love power, and these new policies take some of that power back. At noon, Sylvia mind-linked me to tell me that Ivy was waking up. I ran as fast as I could to her room to find that Esmeralda was there as well. Ivy was moving slightly, meaning that she was going to wake up soon. I approached her bead and took her hand in mine. I wanted to transmit peace and calmness to her, so when she woke up, she wasn't startled. Kide, I need a word with you, Esmeralda said to me. I nodded and let go of Ivy's hand. I wished that it wasn't a long talk, since I wanted to be right next to her when she woke up. Before we say anything else, Esmeralda, I'm sorry for what I implied yesterday. I shouldn't have made it seem like I doubted you, or that you could hurt Ivy. She looked at me like she wasn't impressed by my apology. About time someone humbled you. If Ivy had a sharp tongue before, I was sure that the person that made her bolder was definitely Esmeralda. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about her heat. To confirm something, I need to ask you if you felt affected by it. I couldn't smell her scent. We are affected by the heat because of the female scent and pheromones. It was true. Our nature depends a lot on sense. If I couldn't smell her, then it couldn't affect me. I felt attraction towards her, but I have heard that the heat is a completely different thing from what I felt. Damn it, that's right. She covers her scent. Well, I can tell you that I haven't found evidence of any spell, or drug, or magic. Damn it, then what? But we have found information regarding a past cursed one. Apparently, she went into heat as well a month before her dying date. It seems, or at least I infer, that it is a last resort to get the mates to couple. That makes sense, but that also means we need to either find a solution soon, or Ivy is going to die. The revelation hit me like a wall of bricks. I thought we had more time, but it seemed that we didn't. Or you mark her and mate with her soon, or she dies. Exactly. Oh goddess, please no. I was once again surrounded by darkness. I dreamed for a while, but then it was quickly replaced by the darkness. It meant that the moon goddess wanted to say something to me. Hello, Ivy. We are meeting once again, she said to me as the scenery changed. We were now in a forest, the sun shining up in the sky, the birds chirping, and a waterfall behind her. She always appeared next to water bodies. Hi, Celine. To what do I owe the pleasure? She approached me and signaled me to look behind her, where the waterfall was. The wind was carrying droplets of water, and as they touched my skin it gave me a sensation of calmness. I'm here to stop your heat. What happened yesterday was a way to help the cursed ones. The heat made their partners go crazy. It was a safety measure to ensure that their partners marked and mated them. Huh, so that was why I went into heat. For a moment I believed someone had drugged me. So that means that I'm about to die, right? I never realized that a month from today it was my birthday. I'm afraid so, my child. She looked sad, of course she was. She knew my inner struggles and all that I had to endure, and now it may all come to an end. I am not ready to be marked by Kaid. He had changed, but I paused. I didn't know the words that could describe my emotions right now. Fear? Probably. I know, my child, you don't have to justify yourself. I'm here to explain to you what happened and to stop it. You don't know what to drink, what Esmeralda has for you. At least Celine could joke at times like this. Truth be told, I don't want to die, but something in the back of my mind didn't let me accept Kaid fully. If you don't mind me asking, was it his fault or mine? She looked at me, her eyes filled with concern. It was nobody's fault, but at the same time you are both responsible. Huh? What I mean, my child, is that you didn't commit the action of trying to harm him, and he didn't either in the beginning. You both have terrible communication skills, and you both need to improve that. That was true. My impulsiveness has got me into trouble. I was impulsive and reckless. A combination that could end up in disaster, easily. So when I return, I won't be in heat anymore, right? I didn't want to go through all the pain again. That spell made me feel like I was burning alive. Exactly, my child. In fact, you have to return now. They are waiting for you. The darkness appeared once again. Celine was still here, but now Athena was by her side. Go now. Wait, I need to ask you something. I remembered what Athena told me about me of being part witch. I wanted to ask her if my mother was one, or what happened to me, so that I was part witch. I know what you want to know, Ivy. The answers will come soon. And with that, she vanished. I started to hear the voices of Esmeralda and Kaid. I couldn't distinguish what they were saying. I hoped that they weren't fighting. I knew Esmeralda. I knew her personality. I loved her, but sometimes she didn't know when to zip it. Her tongue was as sharp as a knife. She told you things straight and didn't care if they hurt or not. That was why we got on so well. She wasn't a hypocrite, and I wasn't one either. We protected each other, but that also meant that if someone hurt her, I would mop the floor with them. The problem was that she would too, and Kaid hurt me. Esmeralda advocated for Kaid in the beginning, but then the pain started, and I had to stop her a couple of times from coming to this pack and burning his ass. She was the big sister I wished I had. Bianca only looked for a way to damage me, to make me look bad in front of the pack, to make me look like a loser. Esmeralda, on the other hand, protected me against the bloody king. I also loved Sylvia, but she was always the quiet type. She avoided confrontation, she tried to fight the minimum. I am like a Molotov bomb. If you light me enough, I will explode. Esmeralda is that way too. The voices became clear. Kaid was apologizing to her, and even if it seemed like she was waiting for the apology, I could read her thoughts and she was surprised to see such humility in Kaid. Then they discussed the reason for the start of my heat. They thought that I might be poisoned or drugged. Then they spoke about the possibility of it being part of the curse. I was surprised to hear that another female experimented with the heat as well just before she died. From what I understood, no females were successful in breaking the curse, and for a male to resist heat was unheard of. I could feel my muscles answering me. My head was pounding, my lips were dry, and my whole body felt stiff. That spell definitely beat the shit out of me. I felt worse than when I died. And I've died 2 times, but it was like a truck had run over me several times. I let out a groan as I tried to move my muscles. That got everyone's attention. And soon Kaid was next to me and holding my hand. What Celine told me came back to my mind. He didn't try to hurt me at the beginning. We just didn't communicate from the start. Then, why was it so hard for me to forgive him? Because he hurt you, Ivy. Even if it wasn't intentional, you are afraid that he may do it again. Then how do I fight this fear? If I can't overcome it, we are going to die, Athena. It is going to take time, but the easiest and fastest way is to actually talk with the person to try to understand them. Easy for you to say. I'm part of you, remember? I know why it is so hard to trust him again. And why is that? Because people have let you down since you were little. Your sister, your parents, your alpha, your first mate. Everyone that was supposed to be close to you harm you, and that is not something easy to forget. Exactly, he could hurt me again. What if he uses me? What if he finds someone that he likes more? What if... You'll never know if you don't try. You have to allow yourself to give another chance, or else you'll live in the what-ifs and not of reality. I stayed silent. I didn't know what else to say. It was true that everyone in my life had let me down. The people that I could trust could be counted with one of my hands, and I had space to spare. Being lonely was hard, but trying to let someone in was even harder. I sometimes preferred to be alone than to be hurt once again. Ivy, are you okay? Do you need something? Water? Kaid's voice reached my ears. The worry was evident in his voice. I opened my eyes so that they would know that I was waking up, just that it hurt to move at that moment. Please, someone bring me a glass of water and a straw, he ordered too. I suppose a maid, maybe? I still couldn't move my head a lot, so I stayed in one position. Wait, she has to drink this. This time it was Esmeralda, so I knew what she was talking about. I loved my friend, but that thing that she gave me yesterday tasted horrible. No, I'm fine, I said, but my throat felt dry as a desert. You have to, or your heat will come again, she quickly said. She knew I hated drinking her potions. I have to admit that Esmeralda was a powerful witch, but her ability to make something taste good was limited. Say Celine helped me. Kaid had met her before, so now he wouldn't doubt my word when I was telling him that the moon goddess had told me something. Okay, so then water, Esmeralda said, and went somewhere as I lost her from my visual field. Kaid approached me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. You really scared us. Seeing you in pain was the worst for us. We will help you now, okay? He smiled at me. Esmeralda appeared once again and handed something to Kaid. It was the glass of water that I desperately needed. I tried to lift my arms, but they felt extremely heavy, so I couldn't reach the glass. Don't worry, my love. Just open your mouth and drink slowly, okay? When I felt the liquid hit my mouth, I tried to drink it desperately, but Kaid reminded me of doing it slowly, or else I might puke. Your body is going to be sore for a day or two. It was a powerful spell that I had to use, so bed rest, Ivy? Esmeralda intervened. Thank you. Even if I feel like an elephant stomped over me, you helped me suppress the heat. I answered her once I felt my throat hydrated. Don't mention it. Just rest, okay? They were about to leave, but I asked them to hear me out quickly. I know that you find it weird that I went into heat. I think that you all had the theory that it was a drug or something that they put on my food or water. But it wasn't. Celine told me that it is part of the curse. It is a sort of backup plan to make the cursed one mark and mate to avoid their death. They all looked surprised. Also, Esmeralda and Kaid looked sad. They understood that if this card was activated, it was because I had little time left. The thing is that it only activates when the date is near, 1 month to be exact. Sylvia gasped. I knew that this news would come to her like a bucket of ice water. So, in a month, Sylvia started speaking, but I interrupted her. In a month it is my birthday, meaning that the curse could be complete. If we don't find a solution unit, then I'm going to die. But we have the solution, you just have to mark and mate with Kai. Sylvia was begging to agitate. Knowing that you may lose your best friend when the solution was in the same room can't be easy. She couldn't understand that accepting Cade was not feasible at the moment. It is not that simple, Sylvia. Let's see what happens until then. I didn't want to start a fight, but Sylvia got mad and slammed the door as she left. Soon after, Esmeralda left the room too, and I was once again left alone with Cade. It was time to understand him. It was time to listen to his side of the story and try to forgive him. After all, he may be my only chance of surviving. Ivy confirmed what Esmeralda and I suspected. Her life could be at risk, and I couldn't find a way to convince her to accept my mark. I knew that for the curse to be broken we needed to mate, and it could be too soon for that. But time was catching up with us, and so we needed to make a decision quickly. It seemed that Ivy caught my restlessness because she caught my hand. The sparks instantly calmed me down, letting a sensation of calmness wash over me. Cade, we need to talk. I know that what happened shows that time is catching up. But for me to give us a chance, I need you to understand me, and I understand you. I agreed with her completely. Talking is the only way to solve problems. It wasn't a strong aspect of mine, but with her by my side, I would change that. Would you like to go first, or do you prefer that I do it? I didn't know if she was ready to open up her heart, so if I did it first, it might encourage her. You go first. Okay, here it goes. I was going to tell her what happened back then, why the first misunderstanding happened. I took a deep breath and started explaining myself. When I discovered that you were my mate, I was over the moon. I was already 28 years old, and I supposed that my mate had died. I wanted to yell to everyone that you were my mate, to mark you so that everyone would know that we were together. I didn't care if you had or didn't have a wolf, although I could sense that your wolf was there. I believed that she was dormant. I didn't tell you this because I didn't want to give you hope in case your wolf never woke up. That being said, if you didn't have your wolf, that made you an easy prey for everyone who wanted to hurt me, meaning that I had to protect you better. She looked pissed, and I knew it may sound bad, but if she was weak, it was easier for them to get to me, so I thought that my strategy was better to keep her out of harm's way. Before you get mad at me, please just let me finish. She gestured me to continue speaking. This was my side of the story, so I knew that she might not like some things. When I arrived at your pack, it was evident that they didn't treat you well. I wanted to rip them apart, to kill your alpha for mistreating and selling a pack member, but for some time we heard some rumors that they were trafficking women. So when you went to my pack, it wasn't just to meet your breeder? She asked me. No, I launched that announcement because I needed a breeder, but I told the people that were sorting candidates to tell me if something seemed off. And what got your attention from my profile? I had to tell her the truth. And that was that I didn't see her profile or know who the breeder would be until I literally got in my car to go to her pack. I didn't know who you were. Andrew was the one to tell me that a breeder had been found. From my understanding, they found it odd that a pack would send a beta female as a breeder. They thought that I was being trafficked. She interrupted me. That was one of the many options that crossed through my mind. That or that they wanted to exchange you for power. Now the question here was, were you in that plan or not? That's why I went to your pack. But truth be told, as soon as I saw your picture, I felt a connection. She looked at me with surprise, considering that she is 10 years younger. It would be weird for me to feel any kind of attraction towards a 17 years old at that moment. When we found out we were mates, I wanted to know exactly what happened in your pack. It was clear you were part of it. Your sister was the soon-to-be Luna, but the treatment of the pack towards you was illegal. Slaves don't exist anymore, and if they didn't consider you a wolf for whatever reason, they could have called the council to take you with them. They didn't have the right to mistreat you, and even worse, to force you to mate with someone. So the story where you took my child. If I needed a breeder, I would have made her sign a deal where she couldn't gain any political power out of the deal. If, for some reason, we caught feelings for one another, I would have married her. But I wanted that person to want to be with me because of who I was and not because of the title. Ivy's POV. As Cade explained himself, I could finally understand some things from his perspective. Still, there was a subject that was nagging me, and that I wanted him to clarify. If that was your plan from the beginning, then why didn't you tell me? I knew I was young. Well, I am young, but if I had known what was going on, then I wouldn't have escaped. When I arrived at your pack, an elder came. Do you remember? Yeah, that was weird now that I think about it. I found it odd at that time as well, but later I just assumed that he wanted to speak to the king, and that was why he came. I nodded to him to let him know that I remembered. Well, he came that day to tell me that another Luna had been missing. We didn't know who was kidnapping, raping, and killing Lunas in the north. We just knew that they did it to make the alphas go mad. If they were doing that to control a few packs, what would they have done if they knew that my mate was a wolf, an almost human mate? So he did it to protect me. Told ya. Yes, Athena, you were right, but shush, I want to hear him. I wanted to take you here, and once all protection was up, I would announce it to everyone. I just wanted to leave your pack because I couldn't control what might happen there. My guards weren't with me, and, from what I gathered, the pack didn't like you either. Well, that was the truth. If my previous pack had known that I was his mate, then who knows what they would have tried to do. At least the first misunderstanding was cleared up. The one that led to me fleeing, and the beginning of the chain of disaster. If only I had heard Athena, I would have waited until he came back to then talk to him. It would have saved us a lot of trouble and pain. I'm thankful that you recognize that you should have listened to my advice, but you also acted based on what you have lived. What do you mean by that? Well, everyone in your pack tried to harm you as much as possible. They used you as a punching bag. They even tricked you into believing that they wanted to be your friends so that you trusted them. And then they kicked you or did something terrible. Yes, I was betrayed before, but no buts, Ivy. Accept the mistake you committed and move on. Yes, I have to move on. Whatever happened, it was in the past. Now, we had to think of the future. But to do that, I needed to tell Cade why it affected me so much to the point where I ran from my pack. I should have told you what was happening. That was the plan at the beginning, but then it all became complicated, and I just wanted to leave that pack so that you could be safe. Later on, when you disappeared, they wanted to use Sylvia to lure you out. Wait, she didn't tell me anything about that. From the look on your face, I'm going to assume that she never told you anything. I moved my head, signaling a clear no. I was too shocked to pronounce any words. When I went to the hospital and found out you weren't there, someone had already informed the Alpha of your disappearance. They thought that the deal was off, so they wanted to lure you back. I didn't understand exactly what they wanted to do, but they needed Sylvia to be harmed, so it looked real. They wanted to hurt my friend. They tried to hurt her. They are rotten to the bloody core, but one day I'm going to show them. Of course, they didn't tell me that they were going to do that. They just told me to stay there and that they would fix it. The good thing is that, because Sylvia heard about your disappearance, she went to the hospital. Andrew was with me all the time, so as soon as they saw each other, they declared each other as their mates, and our previous pack couldn't touch her anymore. Thankfully, she didn't have to suffer. She found her mate and was happy for all these years. If they didn't tell you anything about their plan, then how did you know that they wanted to do something to Sylvia? I didn't doubt his words. I knew that the people in that pack were mostly evil. I just wanted to understand who told Cade or what happened. No one. The perks of being king is that your senses are better than the normal werewolf. Bianca slipped her tongue near me, letting me know what they were thinking. Thanks to the goddess that my sister was dumb enough to discuss her plan next to the king. Now it was my turn to clarify things and accept Cade as my mate. Cade's POV. I was finishing planning Ivy's surprise. I haven't gone on a date with her, so I wanted it to be special. The thing was that I didn't know exactly where to take her or how to hide it from her. When we talked, I tried to think of something other than a surprise. I knew she controlled her power and chose when and who to listen to, but I never knew when she started using it, so better safe than sorry. I had the help of Sylvia and Esmeralda. It took a lot of convincing for Esmeralda to help me, but after I bribed her with letting her take a look at the books that the council had about magic, she gave me a few tips to make Ivy's night unforgettable. One day she is going to get access to everything if those bargains with her continue. I hope that in the future she does it on her own free will and doesn't need anything in exchange. Doubt it, she hates you to her gut. Oh, I thought she was beginning to like me. Note the sarcasm. Even if Esmeralda hated me now, the surprise that I prepared for Ivy was worth all the bargains with the witch. I ended my last call to have everything in position, and then I went to her room. She was sitting on the table in the middle of her room while she typed something on her computer. She was concentrating on whatever she was doing, as she didn't tell me anything when I entered her room. I didn't want to startle her, so I gently knocked at the door. She looked at me and gave me a little smile. Even if it was small, it made my heart rate rise. She was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, and right now her beauty was breathtaking. "Hi, Kide, what's up?" She said it causally, but I could hear that her heart rate was also rising. Was she nervous that I was here? Was she doing something important, or was she hiding something? "Hi, beautiful, what are you doing?" She deviated her eyes from mine to close the laptop. That seemed like a weird action to me. The thoughts of her hiding something from me were becoming more and more intrusive. I didn't like the feeling. Nothing. Just research. She was never this vague about anything. If she was looking for information, she told me about the subject that she was researching, but right now she was trying her best to make it seem like there was nothing important inside her computer. I didn't want the surprise to be ruined. Even if it nagged me that she was hiding something from me, I would let it slide. Just this one time. "Love, I want to take you somewhere. Could you come with me?" She nodded, but then she stopped for a second. "Am I good to go, or do I need to change?" I looked at her. She was wearing high-waisted blue jeans, a green top and sneakers. It was perfect for where we were going, but just in case, she had to bring a swimsuit and some spare clothes. Lucky I already had those packed. "You are fantastic, my love, let's go." I gave her my hand and she happily took it. We walked out of her room, hand by hand. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a warrior who was waiting for us. Even if I wanted to get a romantic gateway, we needed to bring protection with us. "Like that guard is stronger than our mate, what is he going to do? We can protect our mate better. He is going just in case something happens." He bowed to us. Ivy wasn't used to formalities, so she looked awkward when he did that. I tried not to laugh as she looked adorable, as I knew she hated it when people mocked her. I gestured her to follow me to one of my cars. It was an SUV as we needed to go to the forest, so we needed a car that could stand the trip. Also, I wanted her to be comfortable. It wasn't too far from where we were, but it was a couple of hours away. The guard got into another car as he was going in front of us. I considered bringing more protection, but Atlas was right. Ivy and I were strong enough to handle any threats. The guard was just to calm my nerves. As the trip started, I asked Ivy if she wanted to put some music on. She told me that she didn't care what I put, so I just turned on the radio while I made small talk with her. "So where are we going?" she asked. "It's a surprise, love, you'll see." She looked at her phone like something was wrong. Is something wrong? Had something happened back in the pack? No. I just wanted to ask you if we're going far away from the pack. Why? Do you have something to do there? She started looking out the window. No, are we going to stop for lunch? She tried to initiate the conversation several times, but the thought of her doing something behind my back was constantly nagging me. After she tried, and I responded with monosyllables, she stopped and fell asleep. When we arrived at the place, I parked the car and tried to wake her up. "Ivy, love, we are here." She opened her eyes slowly. A small path of saliva had gone down to her chin. She looked adorable. The sight made me forget what I was feeling and brought calmness to my heart. "We are there?" she asked while she rubbed her eyes. "Well, not yet, we have to walk, but the car can only access up to here." The part where I wanted to take her was up in the hill and deep in the forest, so we needed to arrive by foot. The guard went there first to prepare everything for us. I didn't want her to know what was going to happen. "We are going to walk?" she complained. I laughed at her as she was behaving like a little kid. "Yes, you have elite training. Are you telling me that a short walk is too much for you?" She huffed and started walking, but she was going in the wrong direction. "Princess, wrong way," I laughed, and she looked at me like she was angry, but soon she started laughing as well. "Let's go." We walked for 30 minutes. I stopped and asked her to cover her eyes with a blindfold. "Are you going to kill me in the middle of the forest?" she joked. I reassured her that it wasn't in my plans to spend time in prison, and we both burst out laughing. When they tell you that you become stupid when you fall in love, it is true. It is not actual stupidity. It is the fact that you feel happy all the time and want to laugh constantly, making you look stupid. I didn't care what other people thought of me. I was happy. I put on the blindfold and assured that Ivy couldn't see a thing. Then we walked towards my surprise. Ivy's POV. I was worried because the surprise that I had for Cade was going to arrive at the pack house. I asked Esmeralda to receive it since I wasn't going to be there. But as the hours passed, I started to worry if it was all going to work out or not. I didn't want Cade to find out that I had planned something for him. I wanted it to be a surprise as well, but if we didn't go back soon, then I'd have to tell him and teleport us there. I tried not to think about it, but I think that my anxiety was showing as he looked pissed during the drive. I knew what he was thinking, and that he was imagining all the possible scenarios of why I was hiding something from him. That is why I tried to make small talk so that we would deviate his attention from that matter, but it seemed impossible, so I went to sleep. Cade woke me up when we arrived at the place, and after we joked around, we went for a walk. He then covered my eyes with a blindfold. Anxiety was present in every fiber of my being. I've never been on a date, so I didn't know what to expect. I've read about romantic dates in books, but if you ask me to picture what my perfect date would be, it would be easy. I loved romantic diners. Having a nice diner in the open with the moon shining bright in the dark sky, candlelight that gives the perfect environment, even some fireflies so that they look like small stars in the forest. I was daydreaming when Cade asked me to remove the blindfold and close my eyes. I did what he asked and felt him position right behind me. "Okay, princess, open your eyes," he said in my ear, letting a shiver run up my spine. His voice could light up every fiber of my being, especially if he talked so close to me. I opened my eyes to the most beautiful scene. There was a path of small candles from where we were to a tablecloth that was near the lake. The moon was beginning to rise and it reflected its light on the lake. The scenery was mesmerizing. It was what I had dreamed of. The only thing missing was the fireflies, but the rest was perfect. I opened my mouth in awe. How could Cade have known my dream date? Before you ask, Esmeralda helped me out, so that is why he knew, and she was trying to sabotage it by surprise. Now I get why what I was planning didn't seem to work. He looked at me in surprise. I had just revealed that I wanted to plan something for him too. "So you were hiding something from me, little mate," he said while he approached me in a hug. He kissed the top of my head and looked straight into my eyes. "The intention that you wanted to do something for me is all that matters. I love you, Ivy. I want to tell you right now that I love you and that is all that matters. You are my mate, the love of my life. I'll always try to make you happy, and if I fail you can lit my ass on fire." I laughed. I seemed to be laughing a lot more since we reunited. "You know I can do that for real, right?" He mimicked a gasp like I had offended him in some way, and then again he laughed as well. "I know, love, but I promise you, here with Selena as my witness, I will never let you down." We sealed our declaration of love with a kiss, and soon thousands of fireflies emerged from the forest. It was my perfect date with my perfect mate. Sylvia's POV. I was working with some of the Omegas of the pack house to organize the festival that was approaching soon. Ivy was still new to her future position of Luna, so I did some of the work that was supposed to be Aries until she learned it. I had been doing it for years now, so it didn't bother me to continue doing it. Soon, Andrew and I would celebrate our 4th anniversary, and we always tried to make that date special. When you have so much work as we do, you need to find time to cultivate and nurture your relationship. One mistake that I saw couples committing was to behave like they had the other person guarantee forever. Even if your other half respects you, it is healthy to always make the other person feel special, to make them remember why they fell in love with you. People change, love changes, and even if we were mates, and it was our destiny to stay together, I wanted to have a healthy relationship with my mate. I told Andrew to take the day off, but he reminded me that we had a lot of stuff to do, so we decided to have a nice dinner date, but we would disappear earlier to go to our secret place. When we met, Ivy had disappeared, so I didn't accept our bond until 6 months later after we met. I was just so worried about what may have happened to Ivy that I didn't have the time or mental space to deal with a mate. In fact, my behavior almost caused the break of our bond. That is why I decided to change, and that was the best decision that I could make. When I decided to give him a chance, he gave me enough space to develop my feelings at my own pace. Andrew at the start was also shy. More than shy, he wasn't too keen on expressing his emotions, but throughout the years we have improved and love each other very much. After I finished with everything, I checked the time and saw that I only had 1 hour to pamper myself, so I went to our room and quickly took a shower to clean myself. I chose a beautiful outfit. It was a red lace dress that reached my knees. It had a heart necklace with sleeves. The red color contrasted my skin perfectly. I did a brown smoky eye and braided my hair. I was finishing my makeup when Andrew entered the room. It looked like he had used another room to get ready himself. I looked at him through our vanity's mirror. He opened his mouth in awe. "You look astonishing, Butterfly. If it wasn't date night, I'd tell you to stay here and show you how much I love you," he said as his eyes darkened. His wolf blade was near the surface, and that made my wolf Sierra purr. "I'd love to stay here, but the reservation is already made, and we have to be there on time," I said to him as I slowly approached. He was wearing a blue suit that hugged his body in all the right places. It made the gold in his eyes stand out more. His brown hair was styled perfectly. I took his hand and we walked down the stairs to our car. Our reservation was at 8, but he asked me if we could make a stop as he needed to get something before dinner. We stopped in front of a 4-story brick building. It looked odd to me that he needed to go to a place like this. I suppose that it was something to do with Kaid or something of the pack. I didn't ask much about the business of the pack, as some information was confidential. If he wanted to tell me something, he told me, and if he couldn't, he didn't. At the beginning, I couldn't understand why he didn't disclose everything, but later on he explained that it wasn't up to him what information had to remain private. I hoped that now that Ivy would take the role of Luna, the information that was disclosed to me would increase. I wanted to take my role as beta female fully. When he hopped into the car, he had a small envelope. He placed it in the back seat and we continued to drive. Curiosity was getting the best of me, but I decided not to let the night be ruined. "I know you are curious, love. I can feel it through the bond," he said to me. I know that you can't tell me, so I won't ask. But I can't control my curiosity." He laughed at my statement. But still, he didn't tell me what he went to that building for. When we arrived at the restaurant, he opened the door for me. He held his hand to help me get out of the car, and we walked to the main entrance. He left the keys on the car so that the valet could park it. "Hello, Beta Andrew. Hello, Sylvia." The hostess was an Omega that had a crush on Andrew. She always addressed me as Sylvia, even though Andrew and I were mates, and we had marked each other. As it often happened, I didn't care. I knew that Andrew loved me, but he hadn't heard her address me like that, so it was natural that he emitted a powerful growl to the Omega. "She is my mate. You are going to address her as such. She is your beta as well. Is that understood?" The anger evident in his voice, mixed with his aura, made the Omega bare her neck in submission, and then she took us to our table in silence after she apologized to me. Bring your manager as well, he said to the Omega. She trembled in fear as she most likely knew that Andrew wanted to get her fired. You didn't have to do that, I'm used to it, I said to him. He looked at me angrily, but then he took a deep breath and took my hand in his. Yes, I had to. You don't have to be used to it. You are her superior and you have to be treated that way. If they disrespect you, they do it to me as well, and I don't care about reminding them how they should behave. He said to me while he looked into my eyes. After the incident, the night went down smoothly. The music gave a romantic vibe to all the place. The food was wonderful. It was my favorite, Italian. After we finished, Andrew asked for the check, and we went out to the garden behind the restaurant. It was a reserved space for VIP clients, where they could have a drink or continue their evening. When we reached the garden, I could hear soft music. That was unusual. I was going to ask Andrew if he thought so as well, but when I turned around, I could see that he was on one knee. Sylvia, my butterfly, I know that we marked each other already. We are mates, and will always be, but it is a dream of mine to see you in a white dress while you walk down the aisle. So, would you make me the happiest man alive by marrying me? My eyes watered. He proposed to me. Yes, 1,000 times yes, I said to him. He gave me a kiss and spun me around. It was the best night of my life. After I explained everything to Ivy, I could see that her frown had disappeared. Thank goodness. I knew that something wasn't what she expected, but it was my side of the story. Now it was her time to explain anything that she wanted, but I didn't want to pressure her. I wanted her to be comfortable. I want to go to my old pack. What the what? Did she not hear a thing I said? Ivy, love, you could literally be killed if you go there. I know you can't stay dead, but still. She looked at me like she dared me to try to stop her. I knew I couldn't, so I needed to understand why she wanted to go. I know I can't stop you, so tell me why you want to go there. I can help you out. She stopped giving me the deathly stare. Someone needs to work on her anger issues. We are part of those anger issues. Also, I get her. That path is rotten to the core. I want to help you get information on the trafficking. That caught my attention. We stopped investigating them as couldn't find anything to link them. Also, the red flag that made us investigate them further was Ivy, and she was part of the pack. Even if she was mistreated, she wasn't trafficked. If she wanted to go back, then it meant that she knew something. Do you have any information, or do you remember something that suggests that they are part of the web? She seemed to be deep in thought. I was in the prison a few times. I heard the guards murmuring that a special shipment was going to arrive. I thought that Corey was dealing with drugs or stolen goods. I never imagined that they were trafficking people. As she talked, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Hey, calm down. If they have anything to do with it, then I'll make sure that they pay for their actions. She looked at me. I could see how her eyes watered, making my heart break. Kide, it isn't fair. We have to stop them. But before we continue, I want to explain everything to you. Also, I think that I may have information that may be useful to you. Now her eyes showed a clear determination to bring down, however, was causing damage to the werewolves. As king, you had to take care of all werewolves. My pack was not limited to my territory, it was every single wolf that lived. Ivy was the queen to all wolves, and she was already behaving like it. Even if she was hurt in the past, that hadn't changed her nature. I didn't interrupt her. I knew that she didn't want me to interject. She was just getting ready to tell me everything that she needed to. When we first met, I had already rejected Alexander. He thought I was weak, but he wanted to keep me as a mistress while he chose Bianca as his chosen mate. Of course, I told him to go fuck himself, and rejected him. That day I found out that I had a wolf and that we could hear his conversation with his wolf. Anger was bubbling up. He wanted to reduce her to being a mistress. You should have ripped his head off. Oh, believe me, I'm going to. After that day, nothing changed. I could hear people's thoughts if I concentrated enough, but it drained me, so I didn't try it again. One day, while I was doing my chores, a guard came to me to tell me that they were asking for me to go to the Alpha's office. When I arrived, they basically told me that I was a waste of space and food. They told me that if I didn't gain my wolf at 18, I should leave the pack. How is a pack leader so heartless? Let's assume for a moment here that Ivy didn't gain her wolf. They wanted to send an 18-year-old girl into the wild, where rogues are. Rogues can be like the ones that Ivy rescued, or can become extremely feral. Usually the time that they stayed away from a pack was proportional to how feral they were. The link that a pack provides you is the one that keeps our wolves in check. There have been a few cases of wolves that don't go crazy, but the majority lost their minds and gave to their primal instincts. I had planned to escape previously. They didn't give me an education, so I didn't know exactly what to do, but I knew that I needed to get out of there. Before I rejected Alexander, I asked the moon goddess to give me a mate from another pack, so that they took me away from that horrible place. But then that hope was lost as well. After my rejection, I started to plan how to leave the pack. It wasn't easy, but I knew that I could do it. The crimes that they committed against Ivy were increasing as she told me her story. I was sure to keep a mental note on everything that they did so that I could kindly return it to them. I was just waiting to be dismissed. As I told, I already wanted to leave the pack, when Alexander and Bianca came up with the perfect plan for me. She said, and her eyes once again brightened. I knew what happened next, and I knew that she hated that they even suggested her to become a breeder. They told me that I had to willingly accept becoming your breeder. Of course, I told them to themselves, but they decided to take me to the dungeons until I accepted. That plan didn't work either. I had grown used to the pain that the pack inflicted on me, so more torture wasn't going to break me. Seeing that I wasn't going to break, they changed tactics. They always knew that I had one weak spot. That was what showed that Ivy was a true queen. She willingly sacrificed herself to save another. That required bravery, a lot of bravery, and she had that in her blood. I could see why Celine paired us up. She was perfect for the kingdom and for me. She was strong, beautiful, intelligent, and brave. Sylvia, I know. She nodded and continued her story. Exactly, Bianca came to my cell to tell me that if I didn't comply they would hurt Sylvia. She never told me exactly what happened, but Bianca did something to trigger her, and I believe that she slapped my sister in return. They were going to charge her with an attempted attack on the Luna. I couldn't let that happen, so I accepted their commands. I already knew that she was coerced into accepting being my breeder, but to think that her sister was part of that vicious plan made my stomach churn. Then you arrived, we found out that we were mates, and I was afraid that history would repeat itself. That fear only became stronger when I heard you fight with Bianca and Alexander. You told them that you would never let me stay with my child, and that broke me. I didn't know what or who to believe, so I ran. The rest of the story I've already told you. So all this time that we had to be apart was because of a misunderstanding? I asked myself out loud. I really need to improve my talking skills. All this mess was because we didn't talk maturely with each other. Ivy nodded as well, showing me that I wasn't the only one that regretted how things happened. I cupped her face. Whatever happened was in the past. Now we have to move forward. Ivy, love, I know that you blame yourself. I can see it in your eyes. It is true that you took a precipitate action by leaving, but I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. If Celine paired us up, it was obvious that you could handle yourself. I should have trusted your abilities way more. What I said was true. A lot of things could have been improved. I should have trusted her. I should have told Andrew to not interrupt me until I cleared things out with my mate. I should have told my beta that I had found my mate instead of keeping it a secret. A lot of should-haves, but it doesn't matter now. The past can't be changed. But that is not all. As you know, I had to do several jobs while I was hiding from you, and I heard a lot of interesting things. Some maybe leads to those poor girls. This proves that she is awesome. She could have information that I haven't found in years. This case could finally be solved. They hate you in the north. I know you are already aware of that. You also know that Lord Hunter is behind the kidnapping of the Lunas. What you don't know is which packs are helping that bastard. I can show you the names of some of the packs that I heard were helping him. But I also have another clue, and that is that Sophia worked with Lord Hunter. I already had my suspicions about her since I told her about our engagement. It seemed that the attacks around surrounding areas had stopped. Also, her pack was never attacked. That's not entirely true. Her pack was attacked, that's why they contacted you. Yes, forgive me, Atlas. Her pack was attacked, but for some strange reason it seemed that nobody was harmed and nothing was stolen. You don't look surprised. She looked at me with curiosity. I kind of suspected it, but I don't have a way to prove it. And mind reading isn't going to be proof enough. What Ivy said was true. We needed physical evidence of her crimes, or else it was as if she didn't do anything. We will think of a way to get her to confess. Don't you worry about it. She smiled at me. That was what a true mate bond looked like. Two people that supported and loved each other. Now I want you to help me with something, she said. And her smile turned into a smirk. Let's go back to my previous pack. And with those words I knew that she wasn't joking around. She was going to make everyone pay for their sins. After my talk with Kaid, I felt liberated. A lot of my fears cleared up. It was amazing how a misunderstanding could affect so much. This proved the importance of talking. Now we needed to create a plan so that we could enter the pack unnoticed. We wanted to gather information, but to do so we had to go undercover. That's why we decided to have a meeting tomorrow with our friends. Love? Can I ask you something? Kaid said to me. I felt nervous next to him. After all that had happened, we finally cleared up any misunderstanding, and now it seemed like I didn't have an excuse for not accepting the bond. Sure. He took a deep breath. Was he going to ask me to mark each other? I knew that finding out that I might die had affected him. If you don't mind, could you pledge an alliance to my pack? That way I could mind link you. I let out a breath that I didn't know I was holding. I loved that he didn't try to force me to mark each other yet. I just needed a few days to process all that we had talked about. Yes, of course. I'd love to be part of a pack again. He smiled. It was the sweetest smile that I have seen. It made my heart flutter to see that this small action could make him this happy. Okay, love, it is very simple, and because you have to say your real title out loud, I suspect that you don't want to do it with public. So, what do I have to say? I didn't pledge an alliance to my previous pack, so I didn't know what to do. You have to say your name, your title, and that you pledge an alliance to me and my pack. Then we make a small cut on our palms and shake hands, so our blood mixes. The last part seemed disgusting. I knew Kaid was my mate, so I didn't have a problem with his blood, but if he had to do that to everyone that pledged an alliance, then it meant he was mixing blood with who knows. It was a great way to spread diseases or poison, if you thought about it. You do know that you can't get sick with most of the diseases that humans have, right? Yeah, but it is still gross. You have spent too much time with the witches. Probably that doesn't change the fact that it is disgusting. Ivy, love, what are you talking about with Athena? Oh right, we were with him. I find it disgusting to mix blood, not with you, but if you weren't the alpha, I would have to do it with a random person. He looked at me like I had grown two heads. I knew that I was being weird about it, but in the coven I worked with the doctor several times and learned a lot of stuff. Since then, I have tried to keep everything as sterile as possible. Okay, I could ask if there is another way, but I believe that this is how it has been done for forever. I appreciated that he wanted to find a way to make me more comfortable, but what preoccupied me in reality was if I had to do it in the future as queen. What I really want to ask you is, will I have to do it? He laughed. He freaking laughed, and really loudly, if I may ask. Was I really so oblivious to our laws and traditions? Most likely, you didn't receive an education after all. Yeah, we should really address that matter as well. No love, only the alpha does it. When I pass, the next alpha will take that role. I noticed how he didn't say our kids, so I decided to peek into his mind. Who is going to be Alpha Kaid? Your kids will take that title. I don't want to pressure her, Atlas. If she chooses to have kids, good. If she chooses not to, then so be it. It's her body. It's her decision. That's all I needed to hear. For an alpha, let alone an alpha king, it was almost mandatory to have a kid. Even if they had to prove themselves for the throne, it was a way of ensuring that power stayed within his bloodline. The fact that he gave me the power to decide whether we would have kids or not was a huge thing for me. Then I'm ready, I said with my voice full of determination. I, Ivy Summers, a rogue, pledge an alliance to you, Cade Hills, to be my king and alpha, and to be part of your pack. Cade took out a knife that he had in his belt and cut the palm of his hand. He then gave me the knife and I did the same. We joined hands, and I could feel how his blood mixed with mine. I, Cade Hills, accept you, Ivy Summers, as part of my pack. With that I felt a snap within me, showing that I was now part of the pack. I, Ivy Summers, take back my rejection. The look of surprise in his face was priceless. He approached me cautiously, like he didn't want to scare me, as if I was an illusion that would disappear at any moment. Ivy, I stopped him before he could say anything. I just wanted him to understand what it meant before he made any conclusions. I'm not ready to mark and mate, but I'm getting there. I smiled to reassure him. I just needed to fight some of my inner demons to be ready to accept the bond. I would tell you that I don't care how much time you take. He looked at me and took my hand in his. But I'm afraid that we don't have that luxury. I'll try to give you as much time as possible, okay? He kissed the top of my head. I felt how my cheeks redden. Damn it, he was so freaking sweet. Okay, could you stay for the night? We could sleep next to each other. I could hear how his heart rate rose. After all that happened, I felt the need to stay with him. You want to lick him, and you know it. What? No. We will see if you say that in the future. Athena laughed inside my head. Damn horny wolf. I would love to, Ivy. I'm just going to get a few things from my room, okay? I nodded and saw how he left the room. Nervousness started to flourish inside me. So I quickly put on a set of pajamas that I found in the closet. Before I could get under the covers, Cade entered. He was wearing a baggy t-shirt and sweatpants. I had to keep my eyes from going down there. The t-shirt, though, seemed too big to be something that he would wear. Before you ask, no, this isn't my t-shirt, but I don't sleep with anything on except my pants, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. You, on the other hand, need to change. Why? I found this in the closet. I don't have more clothes. He looked at me up and down, his eyes showing clear signs of lust. I couldn't understand why. It was a shirt with spaghetti straps and some shorts. Ivy, you can wear whatever you want, but if you are lying next to me in that, he said while moving his hand up and down at me. Atlas is going to lose it. It is really hard to control him right now. So please change. I'd love to, but I don't have clothes here, remember? I said to him while I put my hands on my hips. You can conjure an outfit and you know that. Yes, but he doesn't. You are so evil. We are, and yes, I laughed internally with Athena, while Cade looked like he wanted to eat me. Fine, I'll see what I can find. I went into the closet, but, in reality, there wasn't much for me to change into. I decided to go to the bathroom and conjure a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt as well. He has been so sweet today, so I was not going to make it hard for him. I then left the bathroom and got under the covers. He was already there waiting for me. Night, princess, he said while he gave me a kiss on my cheek. Luckily he turned off the lights, or he would have seen me red as a tomato. Night, Kite, I said and turned to my side to sleep. I thought that it was going to take a while to fall asleep, as it usually is. But no, it was one of the best nights of my life. I didn't have any nightmares. I slept soundly. The next day, I woke up to the urgent need to go to the bathroom. I wanted to stand up but found myself in Kaid's embrace. I couldn't move as his arm was trapping me under it. I started to move it slowly when I heard him mumbling. 5 more minutes, please. I chucked. Once again, he behaved like a kid. I'd love to give them to you, but my bladder is going to burst. He growled, moved his arm and put the pillow over his head. Go ahead. It is too early for me to wake up. I could see the light entering in the room, so I knew that it was probably between 8 and 9 in the morning, but if it was too early for him, then who am I to judge? I went to the bathroom and heard a knock on the door. I knew it was Andrew, so I guessed that Cade wouldn't mind. Hi, Andrew. I cheerfully welcomed him. I was in a pretty nice mood as I finally had some of the best sleep of my life. Hi, Ivy. I was looking for Cade. He isn't answering me. And that didn't give you a hint? Cade said from behind me with a sleepy voice. Well, considering that the rogues have been waiting for you since 9, and now it is 10. I considered coming here. What? He roared and quickly ran out of bed. He left my room, but before he gave me a kiss on the cheek. Andrew and I looked at each other while we laughed. He looked at me and then gave me a hug. Thank you, you are healing him. With that, he let me go and went to Cade's room. I stood there, confused. The beauty of the mate bond, indeed Athena, indeed. I usually wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning. I've always been a morning person. So today, when Andrew told me that it was already 10 in the morning, I ran as fast as I could. With everything that happened, I didn't have the chance to talk with them about not revealing Ivy's true skill, and so they could pledge an alliance to the pack. It was the best sleep that I had had in my life. I felt amazing, full of energy. It was a huge step between us, and that made me happy as well. After I finished taking a quick bath and changing clothes, I went straight to the office. I told Andrew to meet me there and mind-linked Ivy to tell her to go if she wanted to. She didn't answer straight away, but apparently she was having trouble with the mind link as she had never used it in her previous pack. I had to teach her a lot of things, and I also wanted to ask her if she wanted to take classes so that she could learn what she missed. When I arrived at the office, I could see that all the rogues were inside. They were 24. Those poor kids being forced into a whole new world just because an ex-king doesn't want to give up his power. They lost their families, their friends, their lives. It was a sad and harsh reality for them, and my duty was to help them overcome it in the best way possible. Hello everybody, as you know, we welcomed you into the pack. We know that you were transformed against your will, and we want you to feel comfortable in this new world, even if it was a decision forced on you. I looked at them, their faces showed how much they missed their previous life. Now I want to ask you a small favor. Before I continued speaking, Ivy appeared in the office next to Andrew. Hello everyone, hi Chase, she said joyfully. The fact that she smiled at another male made Atlas possessive. He wanted to go to her and claim her as ours. I had to stop him as he wanted to take control of my body. Why is mate smiling at him? Probably because he is the rogue that told her that they were all human. She recognizes him. I don't like him. Atlas. The boy is 16, we are 32. Act like it. Ah, fine. Damn wolf. He needed to learn to control his possessiveness. As she was the one to find out what had happened to them, they trusted her. This meant that they would probably help her willingly and choose to pledge an alliance to the pack for her. Ivy love, could you come here? She nodded and approached me. We held hands and I gave a kiss at the top of her head. As some of you may know, Ivy and I are mates, meaning that we were chosen by the moon goddess to be together. Ivy is my other half, and when she chooses, she will become queen. I could feel her nervousness through the bond. I knew that she felt like the title might be too much for her, but she didn't realize that she was already behaving like a queen. Why aren't you queen already? The guy that Ivy referred to as Chase asked her. Well, I had to go training for a few years, so Kite and I couldn't explore our relationship until recently. I'm still learning to be queen, so that is why I haven't accepted the title yet. Her answer amazed me. It was a good excuse, it didn't reveal our previous problems, and it showed that no one was at fault for what happened. That being said, we need to ask you a favor. As Ivy just told you, she has training. You saw her abilities on the battlefield. Many of the rogues nodded, meaning that they were the ones to witness her fighting skills. Sadly, in the past she was mistaken as someone weak, and they may try to harm her in order to get to the crown. But that is easy, she can beat their asses. She is a hell of a fighter. The Chase guy said again. It was clear that he admired Ivy, his eyes brightened when he spoke of her. I needed to figure out if it was because of the admiration that he felt, or if it was something else. I could. But I want all the people that want to harm to come at me while they think that I'm weak. If I show my true capability, they will not challenge me. Again, the Chase guy looked at her like she was a goddess. It was becoming harder and harder to control Atlas. Anyway, I wanted to ask you all to keep my fighting skills a secret. To you, I'm nobody. If you hear comments about me, don't try to defend me. Instead, try to get information if you can. Could you help me with that? Yes, my queen, the rogues said almost in unison. It was amazing seeing them accept Ivy as queen even if she hadn't accepted the title yet. Now, I want to ask you another thing. Would you like to be part of the pack? They nodded again. That meant that I had a lot of work, as every single one of them had to pledge an alliance to me, as I did with Ivy yesterday. I could feel Ivy's restlessness through the bond, and it was because she felt disgusted with the blood mixing part. I gave her my hand because she is my mate, but when I did it for other pack members, I just let a drop of my blood on the blade, and when I cut their palm, the blood mixes. Ivy love, if you want I can take it from here. It is going to take a while. I wanted to stay here. I squeezed her hand to reassure her. She gave me a small smile, and I could feel how she felt calmer now. I explained to them how the process was, and when I finished I could see the confusion on my mate's face. So all this time you made me feel grossed out because of nothing? She mind-linked me. I had to contain my laugh as it was a serious matter to pledge an alliance to a pack, but I answered her through the mind link. You assumed, baby, I just never corrected you. You're going to pay Kite Hills. I stopped myself from laughing again. When I looked at Ivy, I saw she was squinting her eyes in an accusatory way. Okay, who wants to go first? After an hour, I was finally done with half the group. I was beginning to feel lightheaded, but I knew that it wasn't coming from me, it was coming from Ivy. Love, what's wrong? I'm hungry, but we are already through half of the group, I'll be fine. No way, you go eat, I'll excuse you. She thanked me as she was really starving and just wanted to go down to grab a bite. Excuse my queen, she needs to go run a few errands, I said first. Yeah, I'm sorry, I wanted to see you all be part of the pack, but I have to go. Everybody seemed to understand. I couldn't sense or see discomfort on anyone. That was a good sign. With that, Ivy left the room and I could see the huge task that was ahead of me. It was going to be a long day. Ivy's POV. I left Kyde's office to get a snack. I was starving. I wanted to mind link Sylvia, but I couldn't do it properly yet. It was hard to do something that you haven't done in your life, but Athena was guiding me through it. As I reached the kitchen, I could hear some voices. I didn't recognize anyone, but now that Kyde presented me during training as his mate, and I was also smelling as part of their pack, I figured that I wouldn't have any problems. Hello everyone. I smiled at all the people that were in the office. 7 of them were warriors, and 2 were omegas. They were clinging to the arms of the warriors, but I could tell that they weren't mates. I knew that lower-ranking wolves always tried to get higher-ranking ones, but sometimes I wished that they respect themselves. Doing whatever you could to gain a higher position wasn't worth it, especially if you were using socks. Hello, Luna, the warriors in 1 Omega said to me. The other one stayed silent, probably one of Kyde's bed companions. The perks of reading mind. Why are they calling her Luna? She isn't Luna yet. I could still get Kyde to me and forget about this almost human wolf. So she is just delusional. Great. I'm new here, so if you could tell me your names, I'll try to learn them all. And you can drop the formalities, I am not Luna yet, I said and laughed at the last part. Yeah, and you never will be, the Omega said. I was going to give her a piece of my mind when I heard a roar from behind me. You apologize in this instant, Charlotte. You will respect my mate, is that clear? Kyde was livid. His aura is on full display. Yes, Alpha, I'm sorry. Charlotte was trembling. Are you apologizing to me? You have to apologize to Ivy, the one you offended. She gritted her teeth. It was clear that she didn't want to apologize to me. I'm sorry, Ivy. She was clenching her fists while she spoke. Luna Ivy, Kyde corrected her. I'm sorry, Luna Ivy. Apology accepted. I smiled at her. Her eye twitched. She was extremely angry. I took Kyde's hand and gave him a kiss on the cheek. That made her stomp angrily out of the kitchen, and I could clearly hear how she planned to kill me. 1 rat is out. That was quick. At least I could tell that my plan was working. If I pretended to be weak, all the people that want to harm are going to come at me. After the cleaning is done, I will tell the pack the truth. They deserve to know and also understand our motives for using this strategy. A war was coming, and we needed loyal warriors next to us, not people that want to stab us behind our back. I knew that when you were a leader it was obvious that not everybody was going to like you, but the minimum is respect. That is why I wanted to let all these rats come out of these sewers by themselves. I wanted to see who decided to take action against me or Kyde. When you are at your weakest, you can see the people that will step over you. Cade looked like he wanted to rip her head off. I caressed his hand so that he would calm down. I didn't know why he came down to the kitchen, but I was glad he did it. He defended me in front of everyone, and he stated that I had to be treated as Luna. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then looked at me. I'm sorry, love. I swear that I haven't done anything with her. I could tell he was mortified. He was worried that another misunderstanding would arise. I know, don't worry. I gave him a wink so that he would understand that I already knew that she hadn't been on Cade's bed. Now why are you here? Oh, they asked me for a break as well, so I gave them 30 minutes. I needed time to recover. He is lying. I know, but I can also tell why he is lying, Athena. Sure thing, apple pie. Would you like to eat something with me? Apple pie? What is that nickname? I don't care, Atlas. She can call us puppy if she wants. I laughed when I heard Cade bickering with his wolf. He looked at me and realized that I could tell what they were talking about. The shade of red that his face acquired could be compared to a tomato. It was the first time that I saw him embarrassed, and it was really cute. Don't call me that or Atlas may try to kill me, he pleaded. I won't call you that. Just tell Atlas that Athena is not happy that he doesn't like your nickname. Atlas whimpered and Athena laughed as well. It was fun messing with them. After I finished torturing Cade and Atlas, we prepared sandwiches to have a quick bite. We had a long day ahead of us, so we needed to finish with the initiation of the rogues. The people that were in the kitchen didn't speak much. After the stunt that Charlotte pulled up, they were clearly uncomfortable and left soon after she left. I wanted to get to know the people in the pack, but it will have to be another day. After we finished eating, we went to his office to continue with the rogues. It was a long task, but luckily we finished at noon. Now we just had to call Sylvia, Andrew, Esmeralda, and Stefan to plan what we would do once we reached my previous pack. I had an idea, but Cade disagreed with me, so I wanted extra input. They started arriving one by one. When we were all gathered inside the office, I started speaking. Thank you all for coming. I know we have had a lot of meetings in the last days, but now I want your help and input. They nodded in understanding. Cade told me about the trafficking and the missing Lunas. I think I may know who can have information or is helping the person that is behind all. They looked surprised now. The thing is that I knew that what I was going to say next was probably going to trigger both Esmeralda and Sylvia. I loved my friends, but they were protective as hell. I need to go back to our old pack. I need to go back to Blue Lake. Hell no. Both Sylvia and Esmeralda said in unison. Yes, and I need them to believe that I'm still awake, Wolf. They both shook their heads in disapproval. First of, you could literally burn their asses to the ground. I don't get why you want them abusing you all over again. Sylvia said to me while she put her hands on her hips like a mother who was scolding her child. I agree. Secondly, if I may intervene, Esmeralda said as she looked at Sylvia. She gestured her to continue. When did they become friends? You have a crazy guy that is trying to kidnap you. You would be in strange territory where he could easily snatch you. Exactly, it is not safe. We also have the Sophia problem here. Now it was Sylvia who spoke. I forgot about that bitch. Should I mess with her with my magic? Now it was Esmeralda. Stop them, they are giving me a headache with their back and forth. Athena whinnied, but it was true. They were talking back and forth, not letting me or anyone else speak. Shut up! I yelled, making them look at me. Thank you, now let me finish before you continue speaking. They both closed their mouths and mimicked as if a zipper was on their mouth. I won't go alone. Cade will go with me. We will present ourselves as a happy couple, like he chose me to be queen. Sylvia's eyes brightened. She knew all the nicknames, mistreatments, and neglect that I suffered in that pack. She knew how they emphasized my lack of a wolf, and how Bianca would react if she found out that I was soon to be queen. She always hated me, and when she found out that Alexander and I were mates, goddess knows how because I didn't tell her and I doubted he did, she was over the moon when he chose her over me. Even if I didn't give a damn about Alexander, it was as if she always wanted to beat me. Okay, I get your plan, but why portray yourself as weak? You can go there and show them what hell looks like. Esmeralda interrupted me. Because if they think that I'm still almost human, they will speak near me. They always underestimated me, and I will use that to my advantage. Also, if Bianca believes that you were chosen as the mate of the king with all your lack of abilities and power, she will lose her shit. Sylvia added, and that was exactly what I wanted. For her to feel like I was better. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Oh, I see. I'd love to meet this sister of yours to give her a piece of my mind. Esmeralda's eyes brightened. She could be diabolical when she wanted to. I once saw how she messed with another witch's dreams because she was mean to me. The poor witch looked like a zombie after a week because every time she slept, she woke up screaming. In fact, I think we should all go. Kaid was the one who spoke this time. Was he crazy? And how do you plan on explaining why a whiff is coming? Our species didn't like each other much, and considering that my previous pack wasn't too open-minded, then they wouldn't welcome her with open arms. Well, Andrew and Sylvia can't come, they have to stay here and replace us. But Stefan can come, and we could say that Esmeralda is his mate. Now Stefan's eyes widened and Esmeralda opened her mouth in shock. Thank you for the offer. But I prefer not to. Esmeralda spoke first. Now Stefan looked at her like he was offended. Don't get me wrong, sweetheart. You are cute, but I prefer girls. I couldn't contain my laugh when I saw the surprise in everyone's eyes. I suspected it when I realized that Andrew's sister was her mate, and recalled that she never once told me about a guy, but she always mentioned girls that she found attractive. Andrew is going to have a heart attack when he finds out that she is mated to his sister. Oh yes, I'll love to see when he finds out. If he ever finds out. That girl is still denying the bond. I know. The mate bond may not be something that witches experience, but it would be something good for Esmeralda. I just hope that she comes around. Then how are we going to get you inside? Cade's voice caught my attention. I can be Ivy's bodyguard. I can mask my scent as well or use some potions to mimic a wolf. Her plan was good, although they may laugh at her in secret as that pack was full of misogynists. That way, it can justify the fact that she is always around me, but you'll have to leave me alone from time to time to gather information. No problem. Leave it to me. We discussed all the details of the plan. We needed to find an excuse to go to the pack, and luckily we found the perfect one. For my Luna ceremony, it was a tradition to wear your mother's dress, so I was supposed to go back to retrieve my dress, and of course they wouldn't deny a visit from the king. Knowing Bianca, she was going to try to make Cade stay to organize a party to gloat in front of other packs. Either way, it was time to visit my sister. I called Alexander to announce him that I was going to visit his pack. He asked the motive, but I told him that it had to do with some personal matters, and he stopped insisting. I didn't want to go, but Ivy needed to go there as she was the only one who could read minds. She could get useful information, and they wouldn't even notice that she had acquired it. Esmeralda was a way to ensure her safety, even if she wasn't a werewolf. She was a very powerful witch, and I suspected that she had lived for a long time. I haven't met many witches, but they worked almost the same as us. The younger respected the eldest, and for her to stand up to me, it meant that she possessed greater power than she showed. I wanted to speak privately with her, so I waited until I finished my calls to ask one of the guards to look for her. I needed to ensure Ivy's safety even if she told me that she could take it all by herself. I wasn't going to risk her. If at least she told me that she allowed me to give her my mark, I would be less worried. But she told me she wasn't ready for it, and if I didn't help her with her plan, she would have gone all by herself. She threatened me with that if I didn't agree. I heard a knock on the door and Esmeralda entered my office. Before I could tell her anything, she took a seat in front of me. Hello again, Esmeralda, I wanted to talk to you. She didn't seem surprised. It was as she expected this conversation with me. It was about time. Now what do you want to talk about? She stated. This made my suspicions stronger. She was a very powerful witch. I know that you are strong, but I've only known you for a few days. I want to ensure that Ivy will be safe with you. She is not going to use her powers when we go to her pack, meaning that she needs you while we are there. I thought she was going to get mad for doubting her abilities, but instead she just let out a breath and looked straight into my eyes. I've been alive for a very long time. In fact, I've been offered the place of High Priestess several times. I didn't accept it, of course. Her eyes started glowing. I have my reasons. I'm not going to tell you what they are, as it doesn't concern you. If you're worried about Ivy, don't be. I'll kill anyone that may try to harm her. I nodded to her statement. To know that she was offered the position of High Priestess meant that she was the most powerful witch alive. Is she interested on mate, like romantically? Why would you ask that, Atlas? Well, she is very protective of mate, and she stated that she preferred women. You have a point right there. Even if she was, Ivy wasn't interested in women. Esmeralda, do you like Ivy? More than a friend, I mean. She now started laughing at my face. At least she wasn't mad. I know that I told you that I like women, but that doesn't mean that I like every woman out there. Ivy is a great kid, but I don't like her like that. She is my friend and I respect her deeply. That is why if you harm her ever again, I'm going to roast your ass. Is that clear? Her eyes glowed even more intensely. Red sparks were flying from her hands, and it seemed that a small air current was running through the office. I give you my word that I won't harm Ivy ever again. Her gaze was intense. I've met a few witches and none of them have made me scared. She was definitely someone you didn't want to mess with. Your word? Forgive me, Kaid, but a man's word isn't worth I'm going to be blunt to you right now. When you live as long as I have, you learn that only your actions are what matters. If I ever see my friend cry for you again, I'm going to kill you, and believe I can kill you. With that, she stood up and left the office. At least Ivy has someone that wants to protect her apart from us. Certainly, but let's just not piss her off. I want to stay alive, Atlas. Certainly. She is scary. Oh yes, she is. I finished some paperwork during the afternoon, and then I decided to give Ivy a surprise. I made a silent promise to Ivy. I would never hurt her again. I knew that what I did in the past was unforgivable, but I couldn't change it. If I could, I would, but what was done was done. Now I needed to show what a true mate bond really was. For my surprise, I needed Sylvia's help, so I asked her to get Ivy ready. I just hoped that she didn't overwhelm my mate. Ivy's POV. Kaid stayed in his office all afternoon. I asked him if he needed help, but he told me to go rest or to explore the pack. The thing was that I didn't know anyone, and I couldn't train if I wanted to keep my facade as a weak wolf. Well, I could train, but not to my true potential, and that was boring. I looked for Sylvia and Esmeralda, but they were both busy with who knows what. I decided to go to my room to watch TV. It was the only way I could fight boredom. At 6, Sylvia barged into my room with some dress bags in her hands. She went straight into my bathroom, and I heard the water running. Then she came out and made me stand up from my bed. She started shoving me into the bathroom while I only asked her what the hell she was doing. After she closed the bathroom door behind me, she said through the door, "Get a bath, but do it quickly. We have to get you ready." What for? Can you tell me what is going on? No can do. Now get ready. I'll be waiting for you. I knew my friend was a little crazy, and I also knew that the only person who would ask her to get me ready would be Kaid. So I mind-linked the culprit of Sylvia's bargaining. Kaid? He answered me immediately. Yes, love? Is everything okay? The sweetness mixed with his worry made my heart flutter. I felt that I was falling for him, and I was falling hard. Are you the reason why Sylvia barged into my room like a mad woman? The link stayed silent for a while. I knew that I may be exaggerating, but it was always funny to get a reaction from him. Probably, but to my defense, I asked her not to do that. I laughed, only he would think that Sylvia was not going to go over the top. Okay, only you would think that she is not going to go crazy. I heard him laugh through the link. Again, my heart started going crazy. What the hell? Just get ready, love. I'll be waiting for you. I didn't answer him. I wanted to calm myself down. I knew that he had changed, and that made me vulnerable to the bond. I really wanted his mark, and I was going to ask him for it tonight. After I finished bathing, I put a towel around me to cover myself and dry my hair. I went out to see Sylvia in front of my bed with the dresses. I approached her, but as soon as she saw me, she tried to cover them. "Nah, you are not going to choose," she said while she put her hands on her hips. She looked like a mother scolding her child. "And how am I going to know what I'm wearing?" I asked, like it was obvious. I got the hint that it was a surprise, but it felt like she was going overboard with everything. You are not going to see anything until I finish. Now go sit there. I'm going to do your makeup. Ah, fine. Sylvia took her time to do my hair and makeup. After she finished, she told me to close my eyes while she dressed me. I refused, but she insisted that I should go with the flow. After she finished getting me ready, she made me walk with my eyes closed and then told me to open them. When I did, I was left without words. I looked beautiful, like a princess. It was an elegant emerald green dress that hugged my body perfectly. It had a V-neckline and a tight slit that gave the perfect combination of sexiness and sophistication. The silk was smooth against my body, making it really comfortable for me to wear. It was tight at the waist, and then it went down smoothly, giving me the perfect range for walking. The neckline had several shimmering crystals that gave it a fantastic touch. Sylvia gave me a pair of golden earrings and high heels that combined exquisitely with the dress. Now, let's go to your Prince Charming. He is waiting for you. My heart pounded against my chest. It was going to be my first date ever, and my mate had made sure that I looked divine. I couldn't wait to see him, but at the same time, I felt nervous. Was he going to like it? I really hoped so. It was the first time that I felt nervous of seeing someone, and it was because of my mate, the one that hurt me the most, but also the one that was making amends with his mistakes. When I saw Ivy descending the stars, I could swear that I felt my heart stop. She looked mesmerizing, like a princess from a fairy tale. The green dress contrasted her skin perfectly. It matched the color of her eyes, giving them a unique glow. Her hair was styled in such a way that her magnificent curls framed her face and cascaded at the back. She was lacking only one thing. You look beautiful, my love, I said to her while I grabbed her hand to help her get down from the last flight of stairs. Her cheeks became red, and I saw how she moved her leg constantly to calm her nerves. Do you like it? Has no one admired her beauty and told her how amazing she is? I hope not, or I'll have to kill them. Calm down, Atlas. Everyone deserves to have their beauty highlighted. You look amazing. I've never seen someone as beautiful as you. She acquired a brighter shade of red, and I had to control myself to avoid laughing at her cute reaction. Let's go, love. We have a reservation. She nodded. We walked outside to where my car was parked. I helped her get in, and we drove to the most elegant restaurant in the area. I asked Esmeralda and Sylvia if they knew what her favorite food was. Unfortunately, they told me that she didn't have a favorite food. She liked a lot of stuff from different places. Apparently, she was denied food several times in her last pack, meaning that she ate what she could. I wanted her to have the best experience of her life, so I took her to a molecular restaurant. It was a new sensation, as they joined several types of cuisine and portrayed them in particular ways. That way, Ivy would experience something new while she didn't have to debate about whether she wanted a specific food or not. We arrived at the restaurant. It was located inside a 5-star hotel. The entrance had 2 marble wolves looking at each other, and behind a stunning fountain that changed patterns frequently. The hotel was new, luxurious, and everything was exquisitely decorated. That is why they asked you to wear elegant attire. When we arrived, there was a huge line for the people that were waiting to enter. Regarding my status, they let me in shortly after we arrived. Ivy may not know it yet, but I have a lot of money, and money means power. Furthermore, I had deals with every major or political figure so that I could take care of my pack without humans knowing. The hostess took us to our seat and gave us a brief introduction of what this experience consisted of. We wouldn't have a menu, as they changed it frequently. They would describe the dishes as they came and how we could enjoy them further. Ivy was excited. Her eyes had a special glow as she was beaming with happiness. I asked for a bottle of wine to share. I asked if Ivy preferred something in particular, but she told me she hadn't drunk alcohol yet, so it was her first time as well. I recently turned 21. You know, sometimes I forgot that we had a huge age gap. I sometimes forget that I'm 10 years older than you. She chuckled and looked at me with a mischievous sight. What? You feel old? I coughed to hide my embarrassment. The truth was that in our world it was weird to see such a difference regarding age. Mates were usually 2 to 5 years apart. I'm just kidding, Cade. You don't look that old, you know. Oh, thanks for the compliment, I said while I rolled my eyes at her, earning another chuckle. It is true, I forgot about our age difference. Athena had to remind me. It is weird though, it is not usual. Certainly not, but would you prefer to have another mate? The wine arrived and I served her a glass. She stayed silent the whole time, making me nervous now. If you asked me the same question before, I would have told you that I wanted another mate. But now it has changed. The first part hurt me. I knew what I had done, but still, when I heard that she wanted someone else, it hurt. For better or worse, she held my hand and looked into my eyes with the sweetest smile on her face. For the better, of course. This is amazing, Kaid. I've never been to a fancy restaurant like this one. I've never worn a dress so beautiful. You have made me change my perspective on the mate bond. What do you mean? I knew that her experience with the mate bond was bad. Not only because of me, but because Alexander chose her sister over her. He betrayed the bond as well and wanted to reject her first. For me, it was always unfair that the bond forced you to be with someone. It attacks our most primal instincts. If you are mates to someone good, then it goes smoothly and perfectly. But what if you are mates to a bad person? You can't do anything, and for me that is unfair. Looking at it from her perspective, it was true. Most wolves treasured the mate bond and treated their partners well. But I have heard of some cases where there was abuse from one of the partners to the other. Fortunately, I mated to a good person. I was blinded by rage, but the truth is that you are a good king, Kaid. You have changed the laws to make packs more fair, to have tried to give women more rights. That has gained you a lot of enemies, but it shows the kind of leader that you are. Even though I liked that she was highlighting my reign as a king, I wanted to hear what she thought of me as a person. And what about me as your mate? You have to improve some things, like hearing me out first before you made any judgment. Or stop being so impulsive, but you are getting there. This meant that we could have a future together. That it was possible for her to forgive what happened all those years ago. The evening was magnificent. Every dish that Ivy tried made her almost jump out of happiness. I did have to order something else to drink as she didn't like the wine, but the rest she absolutely loved it. When we finished our dinner, I asked her to accompany me to the balcony. It had the perfect view of the gardens full of flowers and the forest at the back. The moon rose in the middle of the sky, and its light gave a magical glow to the scenery. Ivy, love, please close your eyes. She did as I said. I took out a rectangular velvet box. I wanted to give it to her before we left, but I was so hypnotized by her beauty that I forgot. I opened and told her to open her eyes. The moment she saw the gift that I had for her, she opened her mouth in awe. It was a beautiful good necklace with a moon filled with diamonds. It complemented her dress, but that was not the reason I was giving her the necklace. Ivy, you will always be my Luna. I'm going to become a better man for you. I'll always try to bring a smile to your face, to always care for you and treat you like the queen that you are. This necklace has a moon, a Luna, your rightful title when you decide to take it. Her eyes watered. Was she happy or did I go overboard? Thank you, Cade, for everything. It is beautiful. Can you help me put it on? I nodded and asked her to turn around. As I put on the necklace, I caressed her skin. The sparkles immediately erupted from our skin, making her gasp. As she turned around, I could see that her pupils were dilated. I gulped as I tried to control my desire for her. We should go back to the pack, she said, and I could just nod in agreement. It was a fantastic night, but if it didn't end here, I was going to lose control. We exited the restaurant and got in the car. Ivy didn't speak a word during the ride, and neither did I. We reached the pack house. I helped her get out of the car and took her hand. When we reached her bedroom, she turned around and gave me a kiss. As her lips collided with mine, I felt the sparkles. It made a fire. Ivy, I'd love to continue, but if I do, I won't be able to restrain myself. Her eyes like two green innocent orbs pierced my soul. I want your mark, Kaid. What? Did I hear her right? You did. Now please mark me. You know what those words do to me. I know, I'm sure of it. I want you to mark me. She didn't have to tell me again. I kissed her. I wanted to taste her lips once again. To show her that I treasured that she allowed me to give her my mark. I heard her moan, and I knew I had to do it now or else we would end up mating as well. I broke the kiss and started moving my nose up and down her neck. She liked it. As I heard her breathing quicken, I found the perfect spot for my mark. Let Atlas come to the surface and elongate my canines. The moment I bit her, I felt the connection snap. To feel that connection was something that could not be described with words. I let go of her skin and licked the area where I had bitten to seal the mark. It looked red right now, but once it healed it would reveal a unique pattern that we would share. I looked at her, feeling complete now. She smiled brightly at me, but then she smirked. My turn. The dinner was fantastic. I'd never been to such a fancy place before, and the food was from another planet. At first, I didn't find it appealing. Some of the dishes were weird, and you had to eat them in a certain way to maximize the flavor. But I went with the flow and soon found out that it was the best decision that I could make. That made me realize that I was doing the same with Kaid. I didn't want to risk my heart getting hurt again, but if I didn't risk it, I wouldn't gain anything. Then he gave me that beautiful necklace, and my decision of letting him mark me only grew stronger. That is why when we reached my bedroom, I knew I needed to tell him that I wanted his mark. I was now certain that I wanted to become his Luna. When I asked him for his mark, I could see the lust in his eyes. He wanted this, I wanted this, it was meant to be. When he marked me, it hurt at first, but then I felt a connection snap. Only one thing was missing, my mark on his neck. As soon as I felt him let go of my skin, I moved his head to the side and bite hard on his marking spot. As soon as his blood reached my mouth, I could feel the bond snap in place completely. Only one thing is missing now. Mating, but I didn't know if I was ready for that yet. It was a huge step that I had to take. When I finally felt the bond take place, I let go of his skin and licked his mark to seal it. I couldn't wait to see what it would look like. When you both mark each other, you can feel what the other person felt. Even though I can read people's thoughts, it is not the same to actually feel his emotions. The love that he emitted was enormous. Was it love? Could it be considered love so soon? Stop thinking I'll love the moment. I'm going to talk with Atlas. Just enjoy, okay? That is right, Athena also gained her mate. She can now finally talk freely with Atlas. Now they had to meet in person. But we would have to find the perfect spot for that. Nobody had seen my wolf yet, and they couldn't see it until Sophia challenged me. I knew that I had to let go of my thoughts. But was it so bad that I always expected something bad to happen when I finally felt happiness? I always thought that the universe found a way to break me. When I felt secure in a place, the incident happened. When I found a friend apart from Esmeralda, she died. I think that Kaid felt my indecision through the bond because he was the first to break the silence between us both. Ivy, we don't have to do anything that you don't want to. You've made me the happiest man alive by allowing me to give you my mark. I won't tell you that we have all the time in the world, or that I will wait forever until you are ready, but I'll try to give you as much time as possible. That was true. My birthday was on March 6th. We have less than a month to complete the mate bond. I promise you that I'm getting there. Taking this step was huge for me. I know, love, I won't pressure you into anything. I'll let you decide when you want to mate. He kissed me on my forehead and looked straight into my eyes. Would you like to sleep here? I asked him. He smiled brightly and gave me a kiss on cheek. I instantly became red as I started feeling anxious. I'd love to. I'm just going to my room to change, okay? He let me go and turned around to go to his room. Kaid? He turned around to look at me. Don't wear an oversized t-shirt, just sleep like you will always do. He nodded and then went inside his room. I entered my room to take the dress off. The problem was that my arm wasn't long enough to reach the zipper. I tried jumping to reach it, like that was going to make my arm bigger. It didn't make sense what I was doing, but it was what came to my mind. I sighed in frustration when I felt his hot breath behind my back. Holly, mother. He put his hands on my hips, and I felt his lips on my neck. Do you need my help? His husky voice against my skin was making my brain mush. My heart pounded strongly against my chest. I couldn't think, I couldn't speak. Bloody hell. No. He chuckled. Damn it, I was going insane. No? Then I'll go. No, please help me. He chuckled again and then got closer. His breath right on my neck. I started to feel hotter and hotter. Damn it. He pulled the zipper down and I ran to the bathroom. His laugh echoed through the room. Freaking bloody hot Alpha King. I changed and waited to calm myself. The tension between us was evident. If we continue that, I'll end up mating with him, and I didn't want to give in because of desire. I may regret it later and I want to enjoy that experience fully. I exited the bathroom and found him seated on my bed, shirtless, while he waited for me. His body was like one of a freaking god, his abs completely defined, his muscles toned, and his tattoo on full display. He stood up and walked towards me, giving me the perfect view of his sculpted body. He was way taller than me, so as he was approaching, I started feeling like a kid next to him. He reached me and hugged me tight like he didn't want to let me go. Thank you for tonight, love, he said. I'm scared that I may lose you, but I hope that our bond grows stronger with time until you feel comfortable with me. This huge werewolf king, the one that is stronger than all the werewolves, was telling me that he was afraid of losing me. He was confiding in me with his fears, showing me vulnerability. It was a sign that he trusted me, and slowly, I was trusting him too. You won't lose me, I promise you. He kissed me on the top of my head, but before we let go, he carried me bridal style. He put me carefully on bed, like I was a porcelain doll that could break at any moment. He then went to his side of the bed. I turned around to sleep, and he hugged me from behind. If I could, I would stop time right at this moment. It was perfect. It was a perfect night with the perfect guy. Good night, love. Good night, Kide. Now that we were marked, I wanted to see if that influenced Kate in any way. I knew that once we completed the mating process, he would turn Lycan. But I didn't know if only my mark could affect him or us in any way. We would have to wait to see what was going to happen, but at least now that we are marked, it will give us an advantage when we go to Alexander's pack. If only I had known that we were going right into a trap, I would have never gone there. But sometimes when you believe that you are powerful, you don't see all the risks that may come. I should have stayed here. I woke up completely rested. Even if we stayed up late, I felt completely refreshed. Atlas was running inside my mind, his happiness obvious. Ivy was still in my embrace, sleeping soundly. It seemed she was very tired from our adventure last night. We finally marked each other, and I could feel calmer now. I knew that if we were mated completely, I would acquire Lycan abilities. I didn't know if just her mark was going to affect me, meaning we would have to wait and see if something happened. I looked at her while she slept. She looked like an angel. She slept so peacefully that I didn't want to wake her, but we needed to prepare everything for the trip to her old pack. I still felt uneasy going there, but I wanted to trust her abilities as well as Esmeralda's. We also had the Sophia problem. Her father will come soon, meaning that I will have to deal with that as well. Ivy, love, I said to her while I caressed her face to wake her up as gently as possible. You have to wake up. She opened her eyes and looked at me. Do we have to? She pouted. I really loved how she behaved around me. She was such a strong woman, but she still behaved like a child with me, like I could protect her from any harm. Unless you don't want to go to Alexander's pack, yes, we have to. She groaned in frustration. I wanted to laugh at her reaction but restrained myself. Fine. I'm going to take a bath first. She stood up from the bed and went into the bathroom. I wanted to talk to her, to ask her if she could move to my room. The Luna suite was comfortable, but my room was way bigger than hers. In the past, the Luna had her own room, so when she gave birth she could stay with the baby during the night. That wasn't necessary anymore, well, at least not in most packs, as now both parents take care of their pups. The thing is that this house was built centuries ago, so it still has some archaic things. My mom never used that room, but we never changed it, for some strange reason. I found it archaic that men gave all the responsibility to women regarding their pups. My father was the first one to change how things were. Before him, women had to stay at home and take care of the pups until they reached a certain age. Higher-ranking wolves had nannies to help them with the kids while they worked. With my dad, that changed. Women now had a choice about whether they wanted to stay home or not. I wanted that for Ivy. Being a parent was a job that both parents had. Not only the mom, so if she decided to have pups, I wanted her to know that she had my complete support. I got ready and went to my office. I knew that Ivy had to go with Sylvia and Esmeralda to prepare something for our departure tomorrow. Esmeralda had to gather some things, and Ivy needed clothes to portray her as my chosen mate. I, on the other hand, had to clear everything so that Andrew could take my place. Last time he was in charge, he almost killed me because he had too much work. He told me he was going to quit as my beta for overwhelming him with work. Talking about dramatic people, I didn't understand how Sylvia and Andrew didn't drive each other mad. They were the most dramatic people I've ever met. Guess the mate bond works in mysterious ways. Kide, we should call Stefan to know if everything is set up. Oh, so you exist. Hey. You've been with Ivy since she came back. Well, true. Okay, I'm sorry. And you are right, we should call him. I link him to come to the office. To reach Blue Lake's pack, we needed to pass several other packs. Even if I was king, I couldn't come and go east in other pack pleased in other pack territory. Furthermore, we had to make a stop before we reached the pack. The trip would take almost 2 days. If Ivy weren't coming with me, I would continue driving, but I didn't want her to sleep in the car. So we needed to either arrange a hotel or stay at another pack. Alpha, you called me? Stefan came inside the office. Yes, please take a seat, Stefan. He sat down and looked like a kid who was about to be scolded by his dad. Calm down. I just wanted to know if everything is set up for tomorrow. He let out a breath. I wasn't even that scary. Andrew messed with me all the time. You do remember that he became your beta when you weren't in the best mood, right? Oh, that's right. Stefan was one of my best friends, but he had to go to study abroad. He returned the same year that Ivy escaped her medical ward, meaning that he saw me as the asshole that I was. Stefan, I want you to know that I'm not the same Kide that you met. When I returned, I realized that you had changed. I didn't know the exact reason why, but you were a completely different person. Yeah, it wasn't a good time for me. I let resentment fill me. I shouldn't have let it happen. But I'm getting back to who I was before. No, you are not who you were before. I looked at him. I thought that I was changing for the better, getting back to my old self. You are better. That girl changed you for the better, even if she is a bit too young. She is, isn't she? I found it weird to be mated to such a young wolf. Stefan shrugged at my answer. The goddess works in mysterious ways. Either way, I thanked her for giving me back my friend. I stood up, making him mimic me, and I gave him a hug. I wanted to get my friends back. The only one that didn't fear me when I was on that dark stage was Andrew. The rest avoided me. Now stop calling me Alpha. You know I hate it. He laughed. It felt good to relax with a friend. Yeah, sorry about that, but you know that we have to keep formalities in that pack. Don't remind me. Oh yeah, where are we gonna stay before we arrive at Blue Lake? Esmeralda was the one that found a place for us to stay. Apparently an Alpha owed her a favor. Doesn't surprise me. And what is the name of this pack? Stefan hesitated for a bit, meaning that it wasn't something good what I was going to hear. Red Moon Pack. Oh my goddess, please no. My aunt's pack. What does the Alpha owe to Esmeralda? I loved my family, but my aunt could be too much sometimes. Furthermore, I hadn't told my parents I had found my mate, so if I go to my aunt's pack and she tells my mom about Ivy, my mom is gonna kill me for not telling her first. No idea. I didn't ask her much. She scares me. That makes 2 of us. My aunt has connections with the royal pack, so if she needed anything, she could just ask me. Meaning, if they used Esmeralda's help, it was because they had something that couldn't be solved by us. Therefore, they were not going to tell me, so I most likely had to ask Esmeralda for details. First thing first, I needed to speak to my mom, before my aunt did. Thank you, Stefan, for all your help. And don't worry, Esmeralda won't harm you. Thank you, ma'am, but she still gives me the creeps. With that, he exited the office and I called my mom. The phone rang 3 times. I thought she was not going to answer, but when the call was going to disconnect, she answered. Hi, my sunshine, how are you? Her joyful and sweet voice answered me. My mom was a very sweet woman. She was always there for me when I needed her. She was wise, intelligent, compassionate, and I could continue to list all her virtues, but I'll stay all day naming them. I'm fine, Mom. How are you and Dad? Oh, we are fine, sunshine. We miss you a lot. We were thinking we should go to the pack to visit you. Thank goddess, I called her. If she just showed up and met Ivy, she was going to be pissed at me. She is going to be pissed at you. We have to tell her what happened. I know, Atlas, and I also know she is going to whoop my ass for ever hurting her. Mom, I wanted to tell you something, but I need you to get Dad as well, please. I heard her call my dad. She seemed worried. Of course she was. I've never asked to speak to either of them. Hello, son. I heard my dad's voice. Your mom told me that you wanted to speak with us? Yes, Dad. I took a deep breath before telling them. I've found my mate. I could hear some commotion from the other side of the line. What? Came my mom's voice. That is amazing. I have to meet her. Darling, we are going to the pack right now. Grab your things. Mom. Thank goodness, we need to organize a party. Mom. She needs to be introduced to everyone. Mother. We have to organize her Luna ceremony and coronation. Mom. And a baby shower while we are at it. Mom. She finally stopped babbling. I first need to tell you something. With that, I told her all that had happened between Ivy and me. As I finished, I could swear that I could feel her rage through the phone. Kide Hills Leon, I'm going to your pack, and if that girl says anything about you, don't treating her right, you are going to learn some ancient methods used in Spain. Is that clear? I gulped. I forgot to mention that my mom was born in Madrid, Spain, but she came into the US when she was 18 to study. That's when she met my dad, and the rest is history. Yes, ma'am. I'll see you when you return from your mission. Take care of her. With that, she ended the call. She didn't even let me finish. We should tell Ivy that Mom wants to meet her. Yes, we should. I hope she doesn't want to kill me as well for not telling her in advance. I felt restless for some reason, but it couldn't be me. We went out with Esmeralda to get some stuff for her potion. She needed it to mask her scent and mimic the one of a wolf. My mind linked Kide to know what was going on with him. Cade? Is something wrong? He didn't answer. He was probably in a meeting or on a call. But still, that feeling didn't let me concentrate. After we finished with our errands, we went back to the house to pack. Apparently, my clothes had to be specially picked to portray my status. Before they kidnapped me to get my bags ready, I went to Cade's office. He was standing behind his desk, looking through the window, and he was deep in thought as he didn't say anything when I entered the room. Cade? He turned around and looked at me. He seemed off. Is everything all right? I asked him. I was starting to worry as I looked at him. Yes, love. But I do need to tell you something. I took a seat in front of him. Whatever it was that he wanted to talk about seemed important. I gestured him to continue. We have everything ready for the trip tomorrow. We are going to stay at my aunt's pack for the night as Blue Lake is a 2-day trip. I was going to meet his aunt. Was he like this because he didn't want his family to meet me yet? And I inquired to see if he wanted to add something else. Because of that, I had to talk with my mom and dad. They want to meet you. Although I was nervous, I assumed that I would meet them eventually. I still couldn't understand why he was like that. And? I asked him again, hoping that he got the hint of explaining his mood. I had to tell my mom what happened to us. I gasped. I hoped that he didn't tell her what happened to me. Don't worry, she just knows that I was an asshole. She doesn't know about you dying or anything else. I calmed myself down. If his mom only knew about what he did, then does that mean that she isn't happy with the bond? Does she approve of me? Is she happy that Cade found his mate, or is she mad that I'm not what she hoped I'd be? Could you please tell my mom that I'm a good mate? She wants to whip me because of what I did. I stood frozen on my seat. What? Is the Almighty King afraid of his mom? I started laughing at him, earning a growl. If you saw her angry, you would be afraid of her too. Please just help me out. Fine, I won't say anything bad about you to your mom. I was trying to control my laughter, but seeing him so worried because of how his mom could react was hilarious. Thank you. Now, do you have everything ready for tomorrow? He asked me. Not yet. I have to pack. I just came here to make sure you were fine. You didn't answer when I mind link you. He looked at me like he didn't know what I was talking about. Apparently they were talking with his mom and didn't even register that you mind. Linked them. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Athena. Anyway, I'm going to my room to pack. I stood up and turned to exit his office. He grabbed my hand and spun me around. I'll see you at dinner, he said as he leaned in to give me a peck on my lips. As soon as he let me go, I ran out of his office and into my room. I could feel my heart racing. I was so startled that I didn't notice that Esmeralda and Sylvia were both inside the room. The hell happened to you, girl? You run in here like you saw a ghost. Sylvia commented. Nothing. They both looked at each other, obviously didn't believe what I had just said. Sure, I'll act like I believe you. We have to pack, like now. Esmeralda was the one who spoke this time. I nodded, and we started choosing the clothes that would fit for several events. When we finished, I had 3 huge bags. Where are we going to put all of this? In the car, obviously. I rolled my eyes at Sylvia. Of course, I know where we are going to put them, but I find it unnecessary to bring so much stuff. Ivy dear, I love you, but you have like 0 fashion sense. Just let us help you. I huffed at Esmeralda's comment. It was true, but still. If you want to give Bianca a surprise that she will never forget, you should listen to Esme. Esme? The heck? Yeah, Esmeralda is too long. You should have listened to my first name, that was long. You have another name? Both Sylvia and I asked. Yes, but that is not important. I knew that when she didn't give details on a subject, it meant that she didn't want people to push it. I dropped the subject, but Sylvia didn't get the hint so easily. How can you have 2 names? Why did you change it? She was going to bombard her with questions, and probably Esmeralda was going to explode. I'm going to say it once, and I hope it clarifies things. I knew that when Esmeralda was mad, she seemed extremely calm. It was terrifying. I'm not from here. The name given to me by birth doesn't represent me, so I chose something that I saw fit. No, I'm not going to tell you my previous name, so drop the subject. Finally, Sylvia understood that Esmeralda didn't want to be bothered, and we finished everything for our departure tomorrow. We were so busy that we forgot about dinner when we heard a knock on the door. Hey there, Sylvia, Andrew is looking for you. Kide said as he entered the room. Sylvia stood up and exited immediately. I don't want to be a third wheel, so bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Esmeralda left the room as well and left me with the question of what the hell happened in her past. I've asked the maids to bring you your dinner. When he mentioned food, I instantly became hungry. Thank you, I'm starving. What is wrong with Esmeralda? He asked. How did he notice that something had happened? Sylvia asked something she shouldn't have about her past. Doesn't surprise me. Your friend doesn't know when to take a hint. I couldn't even defend her because it was true. I always respected people's space. I don't ask many questions when I meet someone. I prefer that they tell me what they want to tell me. Pressuring someone isn't the best approach, especially someone like Esmeralda. When the food arrived, Kide helped me set everything so I could have dinner. After I finished, we changed and got into our bed. Love, would you mind if we changed everything to my room when we return? He asked as he brought me closer to him. I don't mind, but what would we use this room for? He didn't answer me quickly and I didn't like it. It could be used for our pups, but only if you want to. He blurted out. I found it sweet that he was thinking of kids. Did I want them? Yes, right now, no. We'll see. I gave him a peck on his lips and soon sleep claimed both of us. The next morning we woke up. We got everything ready and got into the cars. Kat and I went on one, Stefan and Esmeralda got into another one, and 4 guards accompanied us. 2 at the front and 2 at the back. The trip was long, and we made a few stops just to eat or use the restroom. When we reached Red Moon Pack, it was already night. I started getting nervous as I was going to meet Cade's aunt. He reassured me throughout the whole trip that nothing was going to happen, that she was going to like me. But I felt insecure. Even more because we had to follow the narrative of me not having a wolf. As we entered, the guards stopped us to ask for our ID. When they recognized Cade, they let us in quickly. We quickly arrived at the house. It was beautiful and very modern. Most pack houses were antique, but this one seemed to be built just a few years ago. I was so concentrated on looking at the house that I didn't notice that Cade got out of the car and opened my door. Ivy, baby. They are waiting for us. he said as he extended his hand for me to grab it. He helped me get out of the car and walked me to where a couple were. She was in her 40s and had the same dark hair as Cade, but her eyes were a different shade of blue from him. The man standing next to her was blonde and also had blue eyes. He kind of reminded me of Sylvia. "Welcome back, Cade. It was about time you visited me. And who is this lovely lady?" the woman asked. I suppose that she was Cade's aunt. "Aunt, this is Ivy, my mate," he proudly said. That made my heart flutter. "Hello," I said shyly. "Oh dear, no need to be shy, you are family." I extended my hand, but she smacked it and gave me a big hug, causing her husband and Cade to laugh. "My name is Michelle Leon and my husband is Mark Jones. We welcome you to our pack." I thanked her for her kindness, but before we could extend more pleasantries I heard Stefan from behind. "Mate," he said as he looked at a girl behind Cade, uncle and aunt. "Mate," she said quietly and quickly run into the house. "Oh shit," Cade exclaimed as he tried to control Stefan into trying to get into the house. What the hell happened? As I saw my cousin running into the pack house, I knew that something had happened between both. Stefan wasn't a playboy. In fact, I knew that he was keeping himself for his mate. So why did she run away like that? "Cade? I f***ed up. Please help me." Stefan mind-linked me. I couldn't control the "oh sh" that came out of my mouth, earning a glance from Ivy. Stefan launched into the house, but I knew I had to stop him until he cleared things out, and my cousin chose to speak to him. "Let me go, Cade. I have to talk to her." He tried to push me to get to my cousin. "No. You are going to explain to me first what is going on. If I let you go to her in this state, you are going to scare her further." He groaned in frustration, but stopped pushing to get into the house. I turned around to see Ivy entering the house with my aunt and sobbing cousin. She gave me a reassuring smile, showing me that she was going to help us understand what happened. Esmeralda hadn't left the car. She was awfully quiet, something extremely weird for her. I took Stefan to the garden behind the house. All the way there, he kept murmuring something like, "I shouldn't have done that," while he grabbed his hair constantly. I was giving him a minute to calm down, as I knew how frustrating it could be when you are in a misunderstanding with your mate. But because I'd been in the same position, I knew that he had to clear things up with her while he was calm. My cousin was 27 years old. She was an only child, so she was deeply loved, and therefore my uncle's princess. The council asked her several times to get a chosen mate, as she is the sole heir to the pack. If she doesn't leave an heir, the pack would fall into the council's hands for them to choose the person that had to become alpha. If a woman was mated to another woman, then their adopted or surrogate kids could become alpha. But if no heir was left, then the procedure was the one that I explained. Now, if there was a mate involved, then it meant that the pack could be maintained in my uncle's family. But if he did something to hurt my cousin, then I had to think about how I could help him. "I need to talk to her, Cade," he finally blurted out. "I don't want to make you lose hope, but if you did something to her, my uncle would like to rip your head off. I'm going to talk to them to clear things out, but I need to know what happened. Did you hurt her?" He sighed and sat on the ground with his arms down. Yes and no. I didn't hurt her, but did at the same time. The heck? Did he have a stroke? I think he is just frustrated and doesn't know how to articulate his thoughts. Well, he needs to explain himself ASAP. The sooner we clear this up, the better. Agreed. Okay, tell me what happened, and make it clear. He nodded slightly. I looked at him. He had the same posture I had when I thought I had lost Ivy for the second time. I could relate with what he was feeling right now. But the difference is that I don't want him to commit the same mistakes that I did. Look, I didn't think that all this would happen. When I asked them to come here, they needed to have a reason why Esmeralda was coming with us. To avoid concealing Ivy's full identity, I couldn't tell them that she came here to protect Ivy. They know she is a witch because of the help she provided them, so the only way I could justify her coming was to tell them she was my mate. Oh damn, that's not good. I still don't understand why she ran. There are mate bonds involving multiple partners. Yes, the problem is that they all feel the bond. The fact that she realized that she only felt it with Stefan and not the other so-called mate meant that he lied, which he did. So he is... Not exactly, but to explain everything, we need to ask Ivy to tell who and what she really is. The good thing is that it is a fake bond, so you haven't done anything with each other. The hard part is convincing my uncles that you are not lying to them. He groaned once again in frustration. I tried to reassure him that everything was going to be okay, but truth be told, I needed Ivy's permission. Cade? Her voice resonated in my mind. Why does your cousin believe that Esmeralda is his mate? At least she already knew the reason why my cousin was probably crying. Did she tell you that? There wasn't a reason why my cousin would keep that hidden. Her parents probably knew. No. She is just sobbing, but her thoughts told me everything that I needed to know. I wanted to ask her in person, but the sooner we clear this whole misunderstanding, the better. I explained to her what Stefan told me, and that it was her choice if we explained the truth, or if we came up with another narrative to avoid concealing her identity as the cursed one. We have to tell the truth. They are your family, Cade, and if we don't, your uncle is probably going to kill Stefan. The fact that she was allowing us to tell the real reason for Esmeralda's presence was giving Stefan a way to clear out his name. I thanked her and asked her if she could tell my uncles to organize a meeting with us. I was going to keep Stefan out of this until we cleared everything out. She told me to go into their office, that they would be waiting for me. I asked Stefan to stay there, and reluctantly, he agreed. As I entered the office, I could feel the tension in the air. My cousin was sobbing, while my aunt hugged her. And my uncle was sitting while he looked pissed as hell. Ivy was in the middle of the room. I was really grateful for her help. She was already nervous that she was meeting part of my family today, and not only did she meet them, but she had to witness family drama. When she saw me, she looked relieved. It was a messy situation, and I guessed it wasn't so easy to deal with her. End of the drama. Cade, please explain what is going on before I try to kill your grandma, my uncle said. He was fuming, and I could tell that he was having a hard time controlling his wolf. I've talked with Stefan. As soon as I said his name, my cousin's sobbing became louder. This is just a terrible misunderstanding, but... Before I could explain, my uncle growled at me. A misunderstanding? Your Gamma is a liar. He harmed my princess, I knew he was mad, and I could respect that, but I couldn't let him disrespect me. I'm not going to let you yell at me. I'm king. Don't forget that. You may be my uncle, but I won't let you lose your temper like that before I explain what happened. If you can't control yourself, we will leave. Even if I didn't yell at him, I did use my alpha's voice, which was stronger than his. He looked pissed that I was overpowering him, but at least it seemed he was going to let me talk. Esmeralda is not his mate. It was a disguise for her. You know she is a witch, but the pack where we are going does not. The look they gave me showed that they didn't believe me. And why would you bring a witch with you? My aunt asked this time. Because of me, Ivy said, her voice strong. I'm not what you think I am. You are not Cade's mate? My uncle asked now. I am, but you believe that I'm wolfless. I'm not weak as you believe. We never. My aunt spoke, but Ivy interrupted her. You do. I can hear your thoughts and I'm not mad. We've made you believe that, because I need to hide my true identity. Everyone remained silent as Ivy built up the courage to finish revealing who she was. I'm the cursed one, the last hope for the Lycans. The gasp that everyone emitted showed their great surprise. She had shown without a doubt that she wasn't ordinary when she told them she had heard their thoughts. My cousin stopped crying, and that is when Stefan entered, looking like a maniac. Bloody hell. I can explain everything, he yelled, but luckily we had already cleared out what really happened. My cousin stood up and slapped him, really hard. Okay, I deserved that, he said. My uncle also stood up and smacked him in the head. I wanted to laugh, but controlled myself. Next time you make my princess cry, I'll kill you, he said, and Stefan gulped. Now go talk. My cousin and Stefan left the room, while Ivy and I stayed there. Thankfully, nothing else happened. We talked for a while, and then we left our room. We needed rest as tomorrow was a long day for us. Furthermore, I needed to ask Stefan what he was going to do. He was now an alpha, not my gamma, but that would be a conversation for tomorrow. Now I just want to sleep with my mate and enjoy our moments together. After they slapped and smacked me, we left the office. Amelia walked in front of me, leading the way to where we would talk. I've met Kai's uncle and aunt for a long time, and I met Amelia when we were kids. For some reason, we didn't talk much and they stopped coming to the pack house. Then I went abroad and didn't see her until today. She was beautiful. She had blue ocean-like eyes and golden curly hair that shone in the moonlight. She had freckles on her beautiful face that decorated her nose and cheek area. I couldn't believe that my mate had been this close, and I didn't even notice. Thanks to the goddess that I came on this trip, or else I wouldn't have the chance to realize that she was my mate. The idea of disguising Esmeralda as my mate came from her. I haven't seen her since all the incident happened. But I knew that if Amelia asked me to verify our version by hearing Esmeralda say that she wasn't my mate, I'd have to comply wherever she was. Being in Cade's shoes wasn't fun. Now I can understand what he felt when Ivy disappeared. We reached a room that had a chimney in the middle. I guessed that it was a kind of meeting room as it didn't have much furniture apart from the couches. She sat on one of them and gestured to me to sit in front of her. Oslo whimpered in my mind as he wanted to be close to our mate, but I knew that she still had to process what happened. "Stefan," she said first. Her voice was sweet as honey. It was like one of an angel. Her voice alone made my heart flutter, but her face, on the contrary, proved that what she wanted to tell me wasn't sweet in the slightest. "I just want to know one thing. Did you have anything with that witch?" At the end, her jealousy was evident. If it were another time, I would have made fun of her, but of course she was jealous. I told them that I was bringing my mate with me, and they knew that I didn't do girlfriends. In fact, I had made it clear that I was waiting for my mate. "No, she is Ivy's friend. She came to our pack to help her. Ivy has a maniac that is trying to G to her, and Esmeralda is the one that has helped her hide. I swear to you, nothing has ever happened with Esmeralda. In fact, when we were talking about the plan, she made it very clear that she likes women." She looked at me like she didn't believe a word I'd said. I didn't know how else to convince her, but at that moment Esmeralda entered the room, gaining a growl from Amelia. "Calm down, Wolf. I come here in peace." She put her hands up like she was surrendering. Amelia's eyes were glowing as she stared daggers at Esmeralda. "What your mate said is true. I prefer girls." "Yeah, right. Last I heard, when you came into the pack, you were dating a warlock." That caught me by surprise, and apparently it was something new for Esmeralda as well, as she looked as astonished as I did. "What? The last warlock I dated was in 1847, I think." She touched her chin like she was trying to recall the past, but did I hear her right? 1847? She looked younger than me. "You are what?" Amelia said. "I'm old, yeah. Your parents met me 28 or 27 years ago. What did you think, that I helped them when I was child?" She started laughing. Amelia became red, as she probably didn't think much of how Esmeralda looked or how old she was. "Anyway, I just came here to clarify that. I've talked with your dad and they gave me a room, so I'm going there. He is not lying to you, I promise." With that, she left the room, leaving us alone. I really wanted to thank Esmeralda. That way she had heard it from her and wouldn't doubt my word. "So, Ivy has to hide from whom?" she asked me. Her eyes were full of curiosity. They were like two oceans. I could get lost by looking at them. I could spend hours trying to see their uniqueness. I can't tell you that it is not my secret to tell. I wanted to be like an open book with her, but some secrets weren't mine to be told. Fair enough. That shows you are loyal. Now, what do we do now? That was a great question, one I had to answer now. She was my mate, meaning that I could become Alpha, but did I want that title? I never wanted to be Gamma, to be honest. When Kite asked me to fill that position, I was reluctant. Andrew always knew he would fulfill the Beta position. I, on the other hand, wanted to become a warrior. I went to study abroad to avoid being asked to become a Gamma, so you can imagine my surprise when I arrived at the pack to find out there wasn't a Gamma yet. After talking with my parents, they convinced me to accept the position, not because of the power that came with it, but because I could help Kite in his mission of changing the current laws. Now I had the position of Alpha in front of me, and I didn't want to be honest. If you mean about me becoming alpha, I don't want the position. You could be an omega for all I care, you are my mate. I know we might have started on the wrong foot, but I swear to you that I'll take care of you until my last breath. I stood up from the couch and approached her slowly. I wanted to see if she would let me touch her, just to feel a little bit of the bond. When I realized that she wasn't backing down, I sat next to her and caressed her beautiful face. She leaned into my touch instantly, and the sparks erupted from our skin like fireworks. It was the best sensation ever. I felt like I was in heaven. The bond brought me a sense of calmness that I had never experienced before. She closed her eyes, her scent of jasmine and rose was becoming stronger, and it was driving Oslo and me mad. I lifted her head, she opened her eyes and gasped. I lost my self-control and kissed her. Her lips were sweet like honey. I lost myself in those soft, plump lips. Kissing her was like air, something that I couldn't live without. She became an addiction for me instantly. When I felt her open her mouth to give me more access, I lost it. I started exploring her gorgeous body. She had curves in all the right places. I couldn't wait to touch her further. It was really hard to fight those impulses. I just wanted to feel her, to worship that amazing body, to show her the goddess that she was while she screamed my name. She moaned in my mouth, and that is when it clicked. I stopped the kiss and looked at her straight in the eye. Do you want this? I saw her doubt. She wanted it, but something was still stopping her, so I made the decision for her. We have all the time in the world. It was a confusing beginning, but everything will be clear from now on. Let's call it a night, okay? She nodded and walked me to my room. I finally found my mate, and even if we were sleeping on different rooms and didn't know what to tell Kaid tomorrow, I felt happy, like the happiest man alive in the world. I woke up from my deep slumber. I slept like a log as I was exhausted. Kaid was nowhere to be seen. His scent faint, meaning that he had woken up a long time ago. Yesterday was chaotic, but thankfully their misunderstanding was cleared up before they took any harsh decisions. If you hadn't spoken up, the situation could be worse. I know, I couldn't let them take the blame for protecting me. They are Kaid's family. I don't think they will try to harm me. And now their daughter is mated to our Gamma. Ex-Gamma, he is an alpha now. That's right, we have to solve that issue as well. I groaned. The day didn't even start and I already knew that we had a lot of stuff to do. But first, where the hell was my mate? Kaid? I mind-linked him. Good morning, love. I was preparing you breakfast. You can wait for me there. I'll go right away. He was being so sweet that my heart could melt. I waited in the room while I changed myself. We would arrive at Blue Lake by noon, so I had to wear something comfy, stylish, but warm. Thankfully, Sylvia packed me the perfect outfit. It was a cream turtleneck sweater, high-waisted blue jeans, a pair of suede ankle boots, and some jewelry to complement the outfit. As I finished styling my outfit, Kaid entered the room. Wow, you look amazing, love. He approached me and gave me a kiss on the forehead. He cupped my face. I lifted it to try to reach him, as I felt his soft lips over mine. It was paradise as the sparks erupted from the contact. Since we marked each other, our feelings had only gotten stronger and the sparks were more intense. I broke the kiss before I tried to go further. We should go. I'm hungry and we have a lot of things to do. He sighed and let me go. I wish we could stay here all day, but you are right. He took my hand and led the way to the dining room. The pack house was full of people. Not many of the Omegas were looking at Kaid and whispering about him. It caused Athena to growl inside my mind. She didn't like the interest that those wolves were giving to Kaid. I tried to control the growl that erupted, but I couldn't. That caused Kaid to look at me with a smirk. Jealous, love? He said. The mockery in his voice was extremely obvious. I gave him the deadliest stare that I could. His smirk just grew larger and larger. If you continue laughing, I'm going to punch you in the face. That caused a huge laughter to erupt from him. He hugged me and gave me the biggest kiss in front of everyone. I could hear some gasps, murmurs, and even insults towards my person, but I was lost in our kiss. He then let me go, but before we separated completely, he murmured next to my ear. You are mine, you have my mark, so don't worry about anyone. That made my face become red. Damn it, one day I was going to do the same thing to him. There you are, Kaid's aunt said. She gave me a bear hug like we had known each other for a long time. I wasn't so used to physical contact, so I tensed up. She noticed it as she let me go. "I'm so sorry, I'm very touchy," she said and laughed. I didn't want her to feel like I didn't like her hug. I did, I just wasn't used to it. "I'm sorry, I'm just not used to hugs, but I'm getting accustomed to it," I said. Cade hugged me from behind and put his head in the crook of my neck. Ivy came from a not-so-nice pack, but I know my mom is going to teach her all that she needs. They both laughed. I was nervous about meeting his mom, but if she was like his aunt, then I had nothing to worry about. We continued chatting for a while. I was looking for Stefan. We needed to address the issue that he was now an alpha, meaning that he was not coming with us. When I saw him entering the room, I poked Kaid. He got the hint, and we excused ourselves to meet them. Stefan was hugging his mate tightly. I could see that they didn't have a mark yet, so it was normal for Stefan to be so apprehensive. Amelia was a beautiful girl. She kind of reminded me of Sylvia. She had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, but Amelia had freckles and was a tad smaller than Sylvia. I would be the smallest of the group, but I've always been short. I guess that the malnutrition and torture that Blue Lake inflicted on me took a toll on my stature. "Hi, Stefan. Hello, Amelia." I greeted them both. They returned my greeting, and we took a seat while they prepared their plates to eat. I wished we could give them more time, but we needed to leave soon. I was going to be the one to initiate the conversation, but Kaid took the lead. "I'm sorry we have to talk about this so soon, my friend, but I need to know what your plan is. Are you staying?" Stefan looked uncertain on how to answer. It was possible that not even he knew the answer yet. "He doesn't know what to do, so I wanted to ask you a favor, dear cousin." Amelia spoke now. Kaid gestured for her to continue. "I want to come with you to Blue Lake. Stefan is not ready to assume the alpha position, so I want to give him a time to think. It seemed a reasonable option. If he had any doubts, then it was better for him to process what he wanted to do." "Do you want that, Stefan?" I was the one to ask this time. "I'm not sure. I don't want to be an alpha. It is a huge responsibility, to be honest." I could understand him. I couldn't believe that I was about to become queen. It was a huge responsibility, and that scared me as well, so I got where he was coming from. Even if you don't see it, you are an alpha. If the moon goddess paired you too, it is because she saw something in you. She saw a leader, a kind man, someone fair, someone that deep inside him had a golden heart, and those are characteristics of an alpha. I know that the responsibility is overwhelming, but you also have the opportunity to help people when you are in a higher position. When I spoke, I could see that my suspicions were true. He didn't believe he was ready to become an alpha, so I hoped that what I said to him would help him in making a decision sooner. We finished our breakfast and packed the few stuff that we had taken out to spend the night. I called Esmeralda as I didn't see her during breakfast, but she told me that she had eaten before and that she was ready to departure at any time. We said our goodbyes to Kaid's uncles, while Stefan promised to return soon with their daughter. The trip was long, and the same as before, I soon went to sleep. I hated cars because they made me sleepy. It was like it rocked me into the dream realm, and I wanted to stay awake to help Kaid. I didn't even realize that I had fallen asleep until Kaid shook me to wake me up. "We have arrived, Princess. We are going to enter their border," he said. I instantly woke up. I could see the familiar entrance, the guards stationed to register whoever wanted to enter. When they saw our car, they simply moved, probably because they were told to let the king as soon as they saw him. I looked through the window at how the trees passed. My heart pounded hard against my chest as we were near the pack house. I could see Alexander and Bianca standing in front of the house. They were dressed in white, like they were going to a gala. It was clear that Bianca was cold. I could see her shivering, but of course, she preferred to dress to impress instead of her own comfort. "Daddy love?" Kaid asked me as he parked the car in front of the house. I nodded to him, giving him a huge smile to show him that I was ready for anything. He got out of the car and went to my side of it. He opened the door, gave me his hand and kissed it when I gave it to him. He winked at me, uttering a chuckle. We looked like a loving couple, one that couldn't be away from each other. "Who is she? The king looks so in love with her." Bianca's thoughts came into my mind. How I wished I could be her. I'm just with this asshole, he is just an alpha. So trouble in paradise, I see. Let's surprise them, shall we? Of course, Athena, let's give them the show of their lives. I got out of the car as well. Kaid put his arm on my waist and made me go up the stairs of the house. The look on Bianca's face was pure poetry. The shock evident, but the best thing was to hear what she thought. This book again, and with the king. Why is she so lucky? I gave them the biggest smile to show them my happiness. Alexander looked like he was at a funeral. I didn't want to hear what he thought. I couldn't care less about him. I just wanted Bianca to see that she didn't beat me. I'd gotten what she wanted. The poor almost human wolf, the scum of the pack, was now soon to be queen. You are marked? Bianca almost yelled before greeting us. Kaid growled at her and displayed his aura. I don't think that is the way to greet your queen. She is queen? This piece of trash? I was going to answer her, but then I felt someone push me slightly from the side. I caught a glimpse of Esmeralda's hair, and then I heard a harsh slap. You are going to respect your queen, she stated. I'm sorry for their insolence. Do you want to leave, your majesty? She asked us. I could give her a damn Oscar for her performance. No need, Esmeralda, I just need her to apologize. Bianca looked dumbfounded. Her eyes were so big like they could come out of her skull at any time. Apologize, Alexander ordered her. Of course they couldn't offend the king. What? No. He now yelled at her. I'm sorry, Ivy, she said through gritted teeth. Oh, how I'm going to enjoy this. I didn't hear you. Also, you should do it on your knees. I'm queen, you know? I wanted to applaud Esmeralda. The slap that she gave to Bianca was something that I wanted to do for a long time. Her eyes looked like they would come out of their sockets, and Alexander was angry as hell. I could see that they had marked each other, so I wanted to understand if his mood was because of how his Luna was behaving or because of Ivy's presence. If it was the second option, I would expect him to respect our relationship. Or else I may not be so kind. Atlas growled furiously inside my head just thinking about Alexander trying to do something to get back with her. She was marked now, so there was no way he could say that he didn't know or shit like that. You better claim Ivy in front of him, or he is going to try something. Of course, I'm going to make it clear that Ivy is ours, don't you worry. When Ivy asked Bianca to kneel, I thought that she could be taking it too far. But I didn't want to intervene, as I didn't know her full story of what happened here. Bianca, on the other hand, was looking for help by looking at Alexander, but all she gained was for him to scold her. Of course, he didn't want to offend me. It would be stupid to let Bianca offend us like she was. Bianca, I'm going to ask you to apologize to Ivy. In an honest manner, not like you did. Ivy love, do you really want her to kneel? I wanted to know what she expected to achieve. If she really wanted her to kneel, then I wouldn't intervene, but if it wasn't necessary, then she could get more by forgiving her than by making her kneel. No, I just want her to see that I have more power than her now. If you act like a forgiving person, you can gain more. She didn't answer me back, but what she said next made me realize that she had heard me. Bianca, I'm not going to ask you to kneel, but I do want an apology. You insulted me as soon as I arrived. That is an insult to the crown. Therefore, all I ask from you is to kneel, but I'm a merciful queen, so I'm not going to force you to do that. A few Omegas heard the commotion and were approaching us. Some of them recognized Ivy as I could hear them whispering about what was doing the pack's trash. I had to control myself to not let Atlas out. He was furious. To think that the members of this pack would treat someone like them just because she didn't have a wolf was completely stupid. A pack was meant to be a family, to be your support, to help you out, to protect the weak. Unfortunately, some packs preferred to diminish their weak members to somehow look stronger. They didn't know that true force was in unity, not in segregation. Ivy, my dear sister, I'm so sorry I treated you badly. I can see now that I made a huge mistake. Could you please forgive me? If I didn't know Bianca's true nature, I would have believed the show that she was doing right now. If you look careful, you can see how her fist tightened, showing her true emotions. I forgive you, Bianca. Now let me present you to my mate, although you already know him. King Cade. She hugged me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. I looked at her lovingly and put my arm behind her back. I heard the growl that came from Alexander, so I quickly looked at him. Indeed, Ivy is my mate, as you can see. She is already marked, so I hope that she is treated with the same respect that you have shown me. It was clear that my words bugged him. He looked uncomfortable, and even if both Bianca and I had already remarked that she was my mate, it seemed that Alexander would try something. Of course, Your Majesty, please, follow us to your rooms. Bianca interjected. She was playing her role of a good Luna very well. Also, I'll need a room for my Gamma and his mate, and for Ivy's personal guard, is both for she needs extra protection. I remarked her vulnerability to see which traps they'd put from now on. Bianca looked at Esmeralda, and the murderous glint that she gave her didn't go unnoticed. Sure, Your Majesty, we have plenty of room for you all. We have organized a small party tonight to celebrate you coming into the pack. I hope you can join us. Bianca smiled. The Omegas that were around us looked very intrigued. They were clearly waiting for my answer. To assist where a king was going could be considered a great honor, but I wanted Ivy's input first. That would also show that I cared about her opinion, showing her great importance to me. Ivy, love. What do you think, my dear? Do you want to go? She looked at me with a huge smile on her face. It was clear that she was happy that I had asked for her opinion on this matter. I'd love to go, only if Esmeralda and Amelia can accompany us, of course. You see, they are my dear friends. Sure, everyone is invited, and if they are your guests it would be our honor for us. We finished all the pleasantries and soon they were taking us to our rooms. Before I could enter, Alexander approached me. Your Majesty, I would like to speak to you in my office. What does he want? No idea. A deal? Power? I made it to an ex-member of his pack. He probably wants to gain something from it. Or to ask me how we came back together as Ivy fled all those years ago. Sure, Alpha Alexander, just let me accompany my mate to our room and have everything in place. He bowed in respect and left me with Ivy in our room. She looked around like she was looking for something. She checked behind the lamps, the bed, the chairs, inside the chimney, and the closet. Ivy, what are you looking for? I asked her, intrigued by her actions. Bugs, they always leave them. I also heard them say that they would soon find out why you are here, and I can assure you, it isn't by asking you nicely. Right, she can read minds. I sometimes forget that. Also, take Stefan with you to the meeting and ask Amelia and Esmeralda to come her. It is better if we don't separate for now. They are going to try something at this party, so we should keep an eye open. She continued to search the room until she found a small device under the bed. Gotcha! She yelled, and then her hands glowed for a few seconds. This way they will only hear us talking about trivial stuff. They won't notice that we found the bug, but you should tell the others to stop talking in their rooms. I nodded and instantly told Stefan and our guards about this new information. Ivy called Esmeralda on the phone and told her to come quickly as she needed to say something to her. As soon as she arrived, I left the room to go to the meeting with Alexander. I couldn't understand what he wanted to talk about, but it was best to hear him out and find out what he wanted. When I arrived, I saw a guard posted outside his office. He knocked on the door to announce me, and I entered, only to find out that he was not alone. Stefan came with me, but he stayed outside with the guard and had to hear if anything went wrong. Alpha Alexander, I'm here. What do you want to talk about? I went straight to the point. I didn't have any time to waste. It's about Ivy's mother. We have found interesting information about her. This information that may change your mind about her being your mate, Your Majesty. Bianca was the one to speak. This was interesting, but what could they know? What is this important information then? I wanted to pressure them to tell me what they wanted ASAP. Ivy is not a werewolf, Your Majesty. She is the most despicable creature to ever exist. One species that you hate. Bianca's smirk was obvious. She really thought that with this information she was going to make me drop Ivy as my mate. She is a witch. She ended, and my surprise was evident.